traveling through Tomato's fantasy novel, becoming the leader of a sect, and having 9 fiancées at the beginning. Qin Tian, who thought he had reached the pinnacle of his life, suddenly discovered that he had become the villain in the book. His fate is to be killed by the returning protagonist, the Dragon King. Fortunately, Tongzi came along and he could draw all kinds of rewards just by harvesting the emotions of the destined person. From then on, Qin Tian completely embarked on the path of a villain. From marrying the protagonist's childhood sweetheart, to the beautiful master and the aloof empress. Soon after, heavy snow fell all over the sky, and the protagonists looked up to the sky and shouted, "No!" After killing the protagonists one after another, Qin Tian ascended to the throne and lived freely in the sky. Chapter 1 Who Asked You to Test Me? Tianlin Continent, Southern Region. Under the cover of night, the Wangquan demon sect was draped in red and decorated with colorful ribbons, presenting a festive atmosphere. Today is the wedding day of Qin Tian, the leader of the Wangquan demon sect. The entire Wangquan demon sect was immersed in an atmosphere of joy. In Wangquan Palace, candlelight illuminates the window lattices, and the bright red, Shi, character is particularly eye-catching. An enchanting figure gently pushed open the palace door. "Master, today is your big day. I wonder how your injuries are doing. I've prepared some elixirs and brought them to you." The woman had a face as rosy as a peach, and was delicate and beautiful. Her lips were as red as blood, and her narrow eyes were full of charm and allure. She was charming and attractive. She was wearing a long chiffon dress, dotted with peach blossoms. Between the arms of lotus-white jade, the flying sleeves are like flowing clouds and blood. On the black hair and white hair, the phoenix feather crown looks like gold. A pair of straight, beautiful legs are as white as jade, and her steps are as light and graceful as a startled swan. Picture. Ning Dao walked slowly forward with a faint smile on her face, looking at the handsome and charming young man in front of her. She raised her hand slightly, and a small jade bottle suddenly appeared in her hand. Green jade fingers fiddled with it, and ripples surrounded the palm. The blood-colored mist was looming and slowly enveloped the man in front of her. "Put it down." Qin Tian spoke in a deep voice and raised his eyes silently. That glance was like a startling glimpse, and at that moment, the evil, charm and arrogance were displayed to the fullest in him. Ning Dao was shocked, and the blood-colored mist quietly dissipated. Qin Tian looked at Ning Dao calmly, but his heart beat faster. What the hell is going on? How did I end up in this stupid novel? Looking at the familiar scenes around him and the familiar-looking woman in front of him, Qin Tian couldn't help but complain in his heart. He is so familiar with this place and this scene. Not long ago, he accidentally saw a fantasy novel on Tomato. The plot was so bad that he would have a cerebral thrombosis and would not be able to write it in a few years. Qin Tian was so angry that he started a passionate debate with the author in the comment section on the spot. The key point is that the stupid author actually has quite a few crazy fans. What started as a one-on-one debate quickly turned into a war of words with many people. Fortunately, Qin Tian is good at scolding people, and he has had parents in Zhuan for 8 years. But just as he was gradually gaining the upper hand, his vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he appeared here. God of the groove, if you want to punish me, let me drive a luxury car and live in a villa, okay? You actually gave me this ditch novel world. Isn't this going to kill me? Qin Tian knew very well that this novel was pure crap. In the original novel, in order to practice the 9 yin Tianzhu magic, he made marriage contracts with 9 women born on yin days and at yin times, and those 9 women were all related to the protagonist Chu Fan. He is getting married today, and he is going to marry his first wife, Suya. Suya and Chu Fan were childhood sweethearts. A few days ago, when he sent people to pick up the bride, Chu Fan stepped forward to stop them, exposing the treasure, which brought him a fatal disaster and led to the annihilation of the entire clan. Chu Fan blamed all of this on him, devoted himself to cultivation for several years, and returned after becoming an emperor to seek revenge and kill him. Later, in order to help him get revenge, Suya devoted herself to the demon sect and waited for an opportunity to assassinate him, but the result was naturally her death. Only a remnant soul escaped from the demon sect and was eventually rescued by Chu Fan. And Chu Fan got a reputation of being affectionate because of this, which is simply ridiculous. If it weren't for that guy, the Chu family would not have been destroyed. If it weren't for him, Suya wouldn't have risked the assassination attempt, and wouldn't have died in the demon sect. Everything started because of him, but in the end he turned out to be the good guy. However, Chu Fan doubted Su Ya's innocence because she had been married to Qin Tian. In the end, Su Ya was just a passerby in his life. It can be said that all the affection was wasted. Most of the women around Chu Fan had their families broken up by him, but they were still unaware of it and eventually became Chu Fan's bootlickers. But in Chu Fan's eyes, women are like clothes, and brothers are siblings. In the finale, Chu Fan actually got together with his good friend. It's really an eyesore. What kind of brain-dead plot is this? Thinking of this, Qin Tian was too tired to complain. He subconsciously raised his head. He remembered the woman in front of him. Ning Dao, the great elder of Wangquan demon sect, is a bloodthirsty witch who is notorious in the southern region. People say, where peach blossoms pass, no grass grows, money falls to the ground, and people's lives are lost. In the original novel, this woman is a troublesome little goblin who has always coveted the position of the leader of the demon sect. Later, he was influenced by Chu Fan and successfully cleared his name. If you want to ask how to influence someone, I can only say that you should stop asking about adults' affairs. But to be honest, this woman is indeed charming and attractive, no wonder she has become Chu Fan's right-hand man. However, at this moment, she should not know Chu Fan yet. Qin Tian saw everything she did just now. It was obvious that she was trying to test him under the pretext of offering medicine. Qin Tian is now seriously injured and only 1/10 of his cultivation remains. Chu Fan is about to rise outside, and these disciples of the demon sect are eyeing him covetously inside. Qin Tian knew very well that he was in great danger now, as these guys were all eyeing his position as the sect leader. The leader of the demon sect has always believed that the strong should be in power. These guys can only surrender by force, and there is no way to win over people's hearts. Now that he was seriously injured, these people naturally began to get restless. Qin Tian thought about it in his heart, but found that something was wrong. There was no plot in the original book where Ning Dao tested him. He was going to be the villain for Chu Fan. There shouldn't be any accidents before Chu Fan came. So what is the situation now? Could it be that the timeline has changed? Thinking of this, Qin Tian was shocked. If that's the case, my current situation isn't very good. I might be dead before Chu Fan even shows up. Just as Qin Tian was thinking, a gentle female voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding, your system has been delivered, please sign for it as soon as possible. Qin Tian paused and thought. System. He was very familiar with this thing. However, why did this system act like a takeaway? Is this a legitimate system? Ding. Host's question detected, this system will answer. This system is a system, I don't know if it's legitimate or not. Quote. Qin Tian was speechless. This system was quite humane. Signature system. Qin Tian didn't care about much. After all, it was a system, a must-have for time travelers. It shouldn't cheat him, right? Congratulations to the host, the emotion value system has been activated. Host body damage detected, automatic repair function activated. Suddenly, Qin Tian felt a surge of powerful energy gushing out from his dantian, and his broken meridians instantly recovered. In an instant, his cultivation level returned to the state of nirvana. At this moment, Qin Tian only felt that his body was full of strength. Master, you'd better take the pill quickly, because you still need to worship in the hall later. Ning Dao's gentle voice came again. Looking at Qin Tian who was motionless in front of her, she mustered up the courage again and slowly stretched out her hand. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly raised his head. A hint of murderous intent flashed in those cold eyes. A terrifying pressure spread in the hall, and Ning Dao was instantly forced to her knees, unable to move. At this moment, she was horrified and couldn't help trembling all over. But at this moment, a slender and cold hand pinched her chin and helped her slowly raise her head. Who asked you to test me? Realm Division. True Yuan Realm. Creation Realm. Creating Qi, creating spirits, creating gods can create golden elixir. Yin Yang Realm. Yin Zan Realm. Yang Zan Realm. Nirvana. Reincarnation Realm. Saint Realm. Great Emperor Realm. Chapter 2. The protagonist's childhood sweetheart, Su Ya. Ning Dao was so frightened by the scene before her that she stood there like a wooden chicken. In the past few days, she has been inquiring everywhere and finally found out that Qin Tian was seriously injured and only 1/10 of his cultivation remained. But she still endured it until tonight, the day of her wedding, when she dared to test it. But unexpectedly, Qin Tian was not injured at all. Could it be that he deliberately pretended to be injured to lure out the bad guys? When Ning Dao thought of this, she felt a chill in her heart. She has been cautious all these years, but she didn't expect to be tricked. Sect Master, I am only delivering medicine to you. I have no other intentions. Please understand. Ning Dao suppressed the fear in her heart. She knew that Qin Tian was a cruel and ruthless person. Once she was exposed and fell into Qin Tian's hands, she would be worse than dead. Now, she could only grit her teeth and perhaps she could cover up the matter. Qin Tian looked at the woman in front of him with a flickering gaze. He really hadn't thought about killing Ning Dao. Although this woman is a witch, she does have some abilities. The key point is that Qin Tian suspected that his previous injury might have been planned by someone behind the scenes. Even if it was not Ning Dao's doing, it might be related to her. Qin Tian needs to find out the identity of the person behind this, otherwise he will not feel at ease if he leaves such a thorn in the dark. After a moment of silence, Qin Tian slowly let go of his hand. Ning Dao knelt down on the ground tremblingly. A touch of white between the hems of her bright red skirt was particularly eye-catching. But at this moment, Qin Tian obviously had no time to appreciate these beautiful views. Today is his wedding day, and he has more important things to do. His new wife is waiting for him in the bridal chamber. You go down first. Qin Tian spoke silently, and Ning Dao breathed a sigh of relief, slowly stood up and walked out of the room. Looking at Ning Dao's leaving back, Qin Tian's eyes became sharp. Afterwards, he followed her out the door and turned into a bedroom. Entering the bedroom, the flickering candlelight and the bright red character illuminated the night. Qin Tian walked forward silently and pushed open the door. Sitting upright on the bed was a young woman in a red wedding dress and with her eyes blindfolded. Picture. The woman clenched her hands tightly, seeming to be extremely nervous, and her small hands were squeezed white. The Destiny child has been detected, the heroine. Anyone who has a conflict with destiny is blessed by heaven. This system can collect the emotions generated by the child of destiny, convert them into emotion points, and draw rewards. Emotions, including the 7 emotions and 6 desires, all love, hate, and vengeance can be transformed. The host can stimulate the destiny to produce emotions and harvest emotional value. Name: Suya. Identity: the female lead of Martial Arts Breaks the Sky. Childhood sweetheart of the male lead Chu Fan. Cultivation: 6th level of True Yuan Realm. Origin: Suya was born in the Su family of the ancient city of Desolate. She was born on a yin day and time. Qin Tian cultivated the 9 yin heavenly absolute divine art and needed the Yuan Dan of someone born on a yin day and time. Therefore, he arranged a marriage with her. However, on the day of her wedding, Chu Fan blocked her way in the street. Watching Chu Fan's entire family being exterminated, Suya began to hate Qin Tian. On the night of their wedding, she attempted to assassinate him, but ultimately failed and died. Later, with Chu Fan's help, she was resurrected and reborn. From then on, she became Chu Fan's confidant, accompanying him for life. The system prompt suddenly appeared, and Qin Tian's expression changed slightly. He silently opened the system panel and saw a lottery prompt. The prize pool contained all kinds of treasures and skills, which made Qin Tian feel envious. It is worthy of being a plug-in exclusive to time travelers. Taking out any one of these rewards will probably cause a huge storm in the outside world. If I get these rewards, I won't be afraid of the protagonist even if he returns in the future. Suya's hatred is detected, emotion value plus 300. Note: because Chu Fan's family was wiped out, Suya misunderstood and then resented the host. Qin Tian stopped and silently looked at the woman in front of him. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, her figure was enough to show that she was also a beauty. However, this girl actually tried to assassinate him for Chu Fan. Qin Tian felt a little helpless. In the original novel, Suya died because of the failed assassination attempt. Although she was rescued by the protagonist Chu Fan in the end, the boy was narrow-minded and always suspected that Suya had a relationship with Qin Tian. Although he rescued Suya, he always kept his distance from Suya. This girl's deep affection is just wishful thinking. Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Suya. The disaster that Chu Fan suffered was entirely his own fault. As a result, this girl wanted to assassinate him for this. Not only did she lose her life in vain, but she was also saved by Chu Fan, and she had to thank him. This is simply like being sold out and still helping others count money. However, Qin Tian could understand the original author's arrangement. The so-called heroines were offering sacrifices to the heavens and had boundless magical powers. It was obvious that the author used these heroines as tools for the hero to improve his strength. Qin Tian glanced over and soon found a soul-killing nail hidden in Suya's sleeve. This is a forbidden treasure. If Qin Tian, with his previously severely injured body, were to be hit by this attack, he might really die. This little girl has such a cruel heart. Qin Tian complained in his heart, but he was not worried about it now. The only thing Qin Tian was thinking about at the moment was to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. Although he has now recovered his cultivation, he knows in his heart that Chu Fan in the original novel is simply a human plug-in who has achieved the status of emperor in just a few years. If Qin Tian fails to become an emperor before this, he will surely die when the male protagonist returns. It's a pity that he didn't watch the plot carefully at that time, and now he doesn't know Chu Fan's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would kill him now to avoid future troubles. But Qin Tian is not afraid now. He has a system, and his plug-in is better than the male protagonist. And now, the first thing he has to do is to conquer the woman in front of him. This girl is the childhood sweetheart of the destined male protagonist. She can provide a lot of emotional value and must be won over. But the problem is that Suya has now determined that she was the one who wiped out the entire Chu family, so it may be difficult to subdue this woman. Even if he'd put the blame on his subordinates, those people were still his subordinates. As long as the heroine had a normal brain, she would not be fooled so easily. Unless, this matter is put on someone else. Thinking of this, Qin Tian walked forward silently. At this moment, Suya, who was sitting on the bed, was also extremely nervous. She knew very well that if her assassination attempt failed, endless pain would be waiting for her. But she still made up her mind. For those who died in the Chu family, she would not hesitate even if it meant sacrificing her life. She clenched her sleeves and listened to the footsteps approaching. Suddenly, a pair of hands pulled off the blindfold and the candlelight shone on her face. A hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed across that delicate little face. The next second, a soul-destroying nail glowing with golden light shot out. Just when Suya was full of anticipation, she saw Qin Tian raise his hand and pinch the soul-destroying nail with just 2 fingers. At the same time, thunder flashed in the air, and wisps of purple mist on the soul-destroying nail dissipated. Hiss, it's also poisoned. Qin Tian played with the soul-destroying nail in his hand with a look of disdain, then he exerted a little force in his hand, and the soul-destroying nail instantly turned into powder. Seeing this scene, Suya knew that her plan had failed. She stared at Qin Tian with resentment, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Suya is detected to be furious, emotion value plus 300. Note: the plan failed, and she is very unhappy. On your wedding day, you're murdering your own husband. Yar, what are you going to do? Qin Tian looked at the girl in front of him with a smile. The girl looked really good. Although her face still had a hint of immaturity, her features were captivating and charming. Why waste your words? I've failed today. You can kill me or chop me up as you please. Chapter 3 Wedding Night. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Qin Tian slowly reached out and lifted Suya's chin. There was a hint of fear and determination on that delicate face. The beautiful scenery under the snow-white swan's neck is particularly eye-catching. Although this little girl looks a little immature, she has developed quite well. But at this moment, her eyes were filled with fear. After deciding to assassinate Qin Tian, she had already thought of the current outcome, but when the time came, she was still afraid. After all, she was still a young girl who knew nothing about the world. How could she not be afraid when facing the notorious leader of the demon sect? But there was still a hint of stubbornness on her face, only the tears in the corners of her eyes betrayed her. After all, beneath her strong appearance, she still hides a fragile heart. Ding, Suya is feeling timid, emotional value plus 400. I won't kill you. Qin Tian pinched Suya's delicate little face and chuckled. You and I have already been engaged. Today, we are married. You are my wife. But you have to tell me, who ordered today's assassination? Qin Tian knew very well that not many people knew about his injury, not even Ning Dao knew about it, so she came to test him. And Suya dared to assassinate him, she must have received accurate information, otherwise, no matter how stupid this girl was, she would not be so bold as to attack him, the leader of the demon sect. Moreover, the soul-destroying nail is a forbidden treasure. Ordinary people cannot get such a treasure. Someone must have given it to Suya. That person wanted to use Suya to get rid of himself. This little girl was obviously being taken advantage of. Qin Tian believed that this person would not be Ning Dao. That woman was very cautious and would not attack him unless she was absolutely sure. Even just now, she only dared to test herself secretly. This also means that there is an invisible big hand behind them pushing everything. You sent people to kill the entire Chu family. I came here to avenge them. No one ordered me to do so. Suya gritted her teeth and spoke viciously. Although she was afraid, she still didn't dare to let go. Qin Tian couldn't help laughing when he saw this. This girl is really naive. She even kept it a secret for others after being sold. Why do you think I wiped out the entire Chu family? Qin Tian turned around and sat next to Suya, scaring her so much that she quickly stood up. That day, Chu Fan had a conflict with the demon sect's disciples. That night, the entire Chu family was destroyed. If it wasn't you who sent people to do it, who else could it be? Haha, just based on this, you conclude that this was my doing. Qin Tian sneered. If he wanted Suya to reveal the identity of the person behind the scenes, he had to make this girl start to suspect that person. At this moment, he could only be patient and start analyzing. Have you ever considered that someone might be setting me up? Suya was slightly stunned when she heard this. Judging from Qin Tian's motives, it was indeed possible that he would attack the Chu family, but she did not see what happened that night. Hearing Qin Tian say this, Suya's heart couldn't help but waver. But she soon regained her composure. You are the leader of the demon sect. Who else could have done such a thing as killing an entire family if not you? When Qin Tian heard this, he was stunned. Prejudice in people's hearts is truly a huge mountain. Although I am the leader of the demon sect, I act openly and honestly. If this is what I did, why should I hide it? You're being used and you don't even know it. Suya was shocked when she heard this. She was also very familiar with Qin Tian's name. As the leader of the Wangquan demon sect, Qin Tian has a terrible reputation. Because of this, Suya has always been dissatisfied with this marriage. But the demon sect was powerful, and the Su family did not dare to disobey. For the sake of the family, she willingly married into the demon sect. Although Qin Tian has a bad reputation, there is one thing that everyone recognizes, that is, he never bothers to do petty things. He is a bad man, but not a villain. Suya's heart began to waver at this moment. If this was really done by Qin Tian, given his personality, how could he not admit it? He has done many bad things, so he doesn't care about this one more thing. Now, when he said this, could it be that he really had other feelings? Who would take advantage of me? Seeing that the girl had finally softened, Qin Tian simply began to explain. With your strength, why did you dare to assassinate me? Perhaps someone gave you the news that I was seriously injured. Also, where did you get the soul-snatching nail you're using? I'm afraid someone gave it to you. Don't you understand all this? Someone wants to use you to deal with me. The Chu family incident might have been caused by this person. Qin Tian's words completely woke Suya up. She had been blinded by hatred before, but now she thought that everything was too smooth, and every step she took seemed to be planned by someone. Is it him? Suya suddenly remembered the person who gave her the soul-destroying nail. Who is it? Qin Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Suya shook her head blankly. I don't know who that person is, but on the way here, he suddenly appeared and gave me the soul-destroying nail, saying it could save my life in a critical moment. He was the one who told me that you were seriously injured and had the soul-snatching nail in your hand, so you wouldn't dare to do anything to me. As Suya recalled the incident, she found it more and more strange. The soul-destroying nail is a forbidden treasure and is extremely difficult to refine. Why would that person give it to me at this time? Moreover, with so many ways to save his life, why would the other party give him the soul-destroying nail? This thing is clearly a weapon used to take someone's life. Qin Tian looked at Suya. This girl really seemed to know nothing about this. It seemed that the person behind this was hiding very deeply. Then the matter becomes clear. Why would an outsider tell you all this for no reason? It's obvious he's trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Qin Tian shook his head. Since this girl didn't know who was behind it, this matter would be easy to handle. I know you want to avenge the Chu family. Coincidentally, I also want to know who wants to harm me. Since we have the same goal, how about it? Do you want to cooperate? Suya is the heroine designated in the original novel, so Qin Tian will certainly not let her go. But before that, he has to fool this girl first. The best way, of course, is to bring them together on the same front. If Qin Tian directly asked to help her investigate, the girl would inevitably suspect that he had ulterior motives. But Qin Tian directly stated that he also had a grudge against the other party, so the two of them had a common goal. Sure enough, when Suya heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Although she didn't dare to trust Qin Tian too much, in the current situation, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream for her to find out the truth on her own. But if Qin Tian helped, perhaps she would be able to find out what happened that night. What do you need me to do? Suya looked at Qin Tian warily. Of course I'm doing what a lady should do. Chapter 4, The lucky draw starts, and the harvest is great. Ding, Suya is filled with shame and anger, emotional value plus 500. Suya quickly took 2 steps back and stared at Qin Tian fiercely. Although she married Qin Tian, in the final analysis, the two of them were only bound by an engagement, and she had no choice but to do so due to the pressure. To be precise, today was her first meeting with Qin Tian. Although she is now Qin Tian's wife in name, she still hasn't accepted him in her heart. No number. Suya clutched the hem of her skirt and lowered her head nervously. What? On the wedding day, are you planning to run away? If that's the case, your Su family will be branded as treacherous. Qin Tian looked at Suya indifferently. This is the wife he married in a formal ceremony. On the wedding day, he was left alone in the empty room. If this gets out, how will he survive? Of course, with his cultivation level, he could force Suya to submit. However, Qin Tian knew that if that were the case, with this girl's stubborn character, she would immediately seek death. To grow such good leeks, we must pay attention to long-term development and not exhaust the resources. However, Qin Tian has many ways to control this girl. Moreover, if he couldn't even deal with such a little girl, how could he survive in this treacherous demon sect in the future? When Suya heard this, she became obviously hesitant. Their engagement was decided long ago, according to their parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. If she regretted the engagement, regardless of her own life or death, the Su family would also be implicated. What's more, their Su family had received great favors from the Wangquan demon sect in the past, and the two sides were exchanging interests. She was just the one being exchanged. If she breaks off the engagement, even if Qin Tian doesn't pursue the Su family will lose their credibility. Since it concerns the family reputation, she has to be cautious. Over the years, she also learned that Qin Tian had made marriage contracts with 9 women born on Yin days and times. There are rumors in the outside world that Qin Tian is practicing magic. As soon as they form Yuandan, Qin Tian will seize their Yuandan, and the 9 Yin will merge into Yang, breaking through the realm and being reborn. Her fate has already been determined. But Qin Tian gave the Su family an offer that they could not refuse, and from then on, she became the victim. But Suya had no complaints about this. She was willing to sacrifice herself for the Su family. If it weren't for the Chu family incident, she should have married Qin Tian. This is an unchangeable fact. After hesitating for a long time, Suya finally chose to compromise. At least before he died, he could still help the Chu family get justice. Ding, Suya is extremely ashamed, emotion value plus 500. Ding, Suya is filled with grief and anger, emotional value plus 500. Ding, Suya puts the antenna in her mouth, mood value plus 600. Ding, Suya is improving day by day, emotional value plus 700. Spring nights are short, and in the blink of an eye, it is already bright. Looking at Suya who was sleeping beside him, Qin Tian slowly sat up. After a whole night, the girl was already exhausted and fainted. Fortunately, they are all cultivators with strong physical fitness, otherwise, they really cannot withstand such torture. And after this night, Qin Tian also accumulated more than 10,000 emotion points. It must be said that this little girl is indeed very emotional. Of course, this is also because she just got married and is inevitably shy. However, this gave Qin Tian an opportunity. It's not difficult to harvest emotions in this way. Qin Tian thought about it and opened the system panel. Looking at the lottery system, he couldn't help but feel excited. He could finally draw a prize. Qin Tian rubbed his hands. He didn't know how lucky he was. When he thought about his poor identity in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Qin Tian opened the lottery carefully. The next second, countless lights flashed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Immaculate pill. Note: a 5th grade pill that can remove body impurities, cleanse the marrow and meridians, and reshape the bones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Heart-destroying pill. Note: a 6th grade pill that can manipulate people's minds and use them for one's own benefit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Great Heavenly Creation Palm. Note: a mid-grade heavenly martial art, with countless creations, but I alone am supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Yin and Yang Harmony Technique. Note: a heavenly grade, top-grade technique that harmonizes yin and yang, bringing good times after bad times, selflessness, and the return of the world to its original state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Qin Tian was dazzled by the series of rewards. He has integrated Qin Tian's original memories and has some understanding of this world. Naturally, he could tell whether these rewards were valuable or not. But the problem now is that these rewards from the system are actually long-lost treasures. Although the Immaculate Pill is only a 5th grade pill, the recipe has long been lost and no one in the world today can refine it. If this pill were to be taken out, many people would probably have to rack their brains to get it. There is also the heart-destroying pill, which Qin Tian is even more familiar with. This elixir was developed by the founder of the demon sect, Huangquan Patriarch. Once the heart-destroying pill is taken, the body and mind will be controlled by others. It was with this that Patriarch Huangquan established the Huangquan demon sect. However, the elixir of Huangquan Patriarch was too powerful, so it attracted siege from the righteous forces. In the end, Huangquan Patriarch died in the battle, and the whereabouts of the elixir formula became unknown. There is also the Great Heavenly Creation Palm, which was the unique skill used by the King of Creation who was once feared by the Central Plains. It is rumored that he once held the universe in his hands and created all things. With a single palm strike, a world would appear, making him invincible. Later, the Lord of Creation suddenly disappeared, and people never saw the Great Creation Palm again. As for the power of harmony of yin and yang that turns misfortune into fortune, it is even more against the will of heaven. This is a technique created by the founder of the Heroine Palace of the Southern Demon Sect. Back then, that woman was so powerful that she could seduce countless talented people. Finally, she relied on the yin-yang harmony technique to seduce 3,000 men and ascend to heaven in broad daylight, becoming a legend. Even now, there are rumors in the world that Heroine Palace has a method of ascension. However, Qin Tian knew very well that this technique was lost after the ancestor of Heroine Palace ascended to heaven. If Heroine Palace had this technique, they would have taught it and ascended to heaven long ago. And there are those other rewards, each of which is almost a treasure lost in the world today. Could it be that the rewards from the system are all things that have been lost in the world today? Qin Tian muttered to himself, feeling overjoyed. As the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable. Many lost things are good things. What's more, these things are of high quality, and taking any one of them out would cause unrest. Those heavenly level martial arts and techniques are rare even in the Huangquan demon sect, not to mention that these are martial arts techniques that have long been lost. Qin Tian immediately calmed down, and a martial arts technique emerged in his mind. The system rewards martial arts, which are directly imprinted in his mind without his having to practice again. Qin Tian only took a glance and had already completed the practice of the creation palm. However, when his eyes fell on the yin-yang harmony technique, Qin Tian's face couldn't help but become ugly. Damn it, men can't practice this technique. Qin Tian then discovered that in order to practice the yin-yang harmony gong, he needed the support of yin-yuan. The essence cultivated by humans is yang for men and yin for women. He is a grown man, but he doesn't have yin-yuan. You can't choose to castrate yourself just to practice martial arts, right? Qin Tian couldn't help but complain, what's wrong with this system? If I can't use the reward myself, then isn't it a waste of money? Is it for others to practice? Qin Tian glanced at Suya who was sleeping beside him. Chapter 5. Lure the snake out of its hole. Let's wait until she wakes up before we discuss this matter. Qin Tian shook his head and put away all the rewards. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him and thinking about his emotional value that had just been drained, Qin Tian suddenly had an idea. A day's plan begins in the morning. While it's still early, let's harvest some more emotion points. We can't waste them. Qin Tian said as he leaned forward. Suya was awakened from her sleep again. In panic, a series of emotions came over her. After what happened last night, the girl seemed to have accepted her identity. Since she couldn't resist anyway, she might as well accept God's will. It was not until noon that the door was finally opened. At this moment, Suya's cheeks were blushing, and her slightly childish face seemed to have a touch of maturity. Sure enough, women all need moisturizing. This little girl looks more feminine now. Qin Tian had just walked out of the room when a maid came up with water. Master, Madam Master, I am here to help you wash up. Hearing someone calling her the sect master's wife, Suya was obviously a little uncomfortable. She clenched her hands tightly, at a loss. Got it, I'll serve you well. Qin Tian put his arm around Suya's shoulders and gave her an order. After a while, after washing up, Qin Tian looked at the maid turning and leaving, his eyes becoming sharp. No one else knows that I was injured. The person who can leak this news must be someone around him. Last night was his wedding day. Logically, there shouldn't be any maids coming so early. These guys are not so ignorant. Then the purpose of this maid coming here is not just to help her wash, but to find out the news and see if Suya succeeded. Qin Tian snorted coldly when he thought of this. These people seem a little impatient. Last night, Ning Dao's attempt failed, and she would definitely inform the person behind her. However, Ning Dao is a cautious person. After the failure last night, she would definitely lie low, or at least not take any action immediately. If this maid were to spread the news now, they would probably become restless. Now is a good opportunity to find out who those people are. Yar, don't you want to know who is behind this? I'll take you to see. As soon as Qin Tian said this, Suya instantly recovered from her shame and anger. She has never forgotten to help the Chu family avenge their loss. Now that she can find out the truth, she certainly won't refuse. Where are we going? Just follow me. Qin Yang hugged Suya with one hand, and his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Suya felt the warmth coming from her body and subconsciously tried to break free, but Qin Tian held her tightly and she could not move. She was immediately filled with shame and anger. Even though they were already husband and wife, Suya still couldn't adapt. The little head was buried deep in his chest, and his whole body was tense. Ding, Suya is extremely nervous, emotional value plus 1000. Yar, you must adapt to your position as quickly as possible. You are now the sect master's wife, so show your authority. Otherwise, once those people know your plan has failed, they will most likely kill you to silence you. Qin Tian felt Suya's emotions and couldn't help feeling a little amused. The little girl is really thoughtful. Even though she is already married, she is still immature mentally. When Suya heard this, her heart tightened. She knew that what Qin Tian said was right. If that group of people were really using her, then now that her assassination attempt had failed, those people would definitely kill her to cover up the evidence. She is undoubtedly dangerous now. Who are those people? Why did they frame you? Unconsciously, Suya seemed to have accepted Qin Tian's explanation. Who knows? Aren't you the leader of the demon sect? Suya frowned. The title of sect leader is often just an empty title. Every time I open my eyes, tens of thousands of people from the demon sect are watching me. Every move I make has a special meaning in their eyes. As the saying goes, it's lonely at the top. The demon sect's leader is nothing but a lonely man. Suya raised her head curiously and looked at the handsome and somewhat weird young man in front of her. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the notorious leader of the demon sect in the rumors seemed to be different from what she had imagined. He also has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and he will feel sad about the passing of time. At this moment, Suya suddenly became interested in Qin Tian. Qin Tian hid his body and followed the maid secretly, and soon arrived at Ning Dao's residence. In the yard, Ning Dao was waiting anxiously. Seeing the maid coming back, she stood up immediately. Grand Elder, how is it? Is the sect master awake? The maid nodded. Seeing this, Ning Dao sat down weakly. A trace of fear flashed across the charming face, then turned into anger. Waste, that guy Qin Tian will not survive tonight, right? Ning Dao thought for a moment and glanced at the maid in front of her. The sect master and his wife had their wedding night last night. Yes. Did you see their wedding night with your own eyes? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The sect master didn't stop the whole night. Hiss, it looks like there's something wrong with this sect master's wife. Ning Dao muttered. Outside the yard, Suya, who was hiding in the dark, was now extremely ashamed and angry. She never imagined that these people would actually peek at them entering the bridal chamber. Doesn't this mean that they saw my embarrassing situation last night? Thinking of this, Suya wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ding, Suya is extremely ashamed, emotion value plus 1000. Seeing this, Qin Tian hurriedly pulled Suya and hid. Soon, Ningdao left her residence and went straight down the mountain. Qin Tian followed her all the time. After leaving the mountain gate, Ningdao came to a valley. Then, she raised her white hand lightly, and a shadow of a flying sword flashed across the void. A flying sword delivering a letter. Looks like she's contacting those people. Qin Tian spoke softly, and Suya couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard it. Soon, a man in black flew over. Elder Ning, how is it going? The person in black spoke, and it turned out to be a woman. Qin Tian is still alive, the person you arranged failed. Hearing this, the man in black paused. How come? That girl wasn't injured at all. You lied to me. I tried to test her last night and nearly died in her hands. Ning Dao's face was filled with resentment. If she hadn't believed this guy, she wouldn't have taken the risk. How is this possible? His injury is absolutely true. It can't be false, unless he has recovered. Not good. If he recovers, your plan will be exposed. Your presence here must be intentional, trying to lure me out. The man in black reacted suddenly and then turned his eyes to the side. Qin Tian walked out slowly. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the palace master of Hehuan Palace herself. Chapter 6 Sisters. Ning Dao was startled by Qin Tian's appearance. She felt that she was vigilant enough, but she didn't expect to fall into Qin Tian's trap. After her attempt failed last night, she thought about contacting the man in black, but she was also worried that Qin Tian would follow her, so she kept putting it off until today. Only after confirming that Qin Tian was fine did she realize that their plan had completely failed, and only then did she rush out to discuss countermeasures with the man in black. But she didn't expect that Qin Tian had been monitoring her. Ning Dao subconsciously took a step back. She had followed Qin Tian for many years and knew Qin Tian's character very well. Now her collusion with outsiders had been exposed. If she fell into Qin Tian's hands, her fate would probably be extremely miserable. However, she still held on to a glimmer of hope. There is no doubt that Qin Tian was injured. Even if he has recovered, he probably won't be able to exert his full strength. Now that the palace master of Hehuan Palace is here, if they work together, perhaps they can. Ning Dao was thinking in her heart, and the palace master of Hehuan Palace, seeing that the matter was exposed, simply stopped hiding it. She took off her black robe, revealing her true appearance. Qin Tian couldn't help but move his eyes when he saw this. Under the black robe was a pretty face that looked exactly like Ning Dao's. Even their body shapes and dress are exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. Hehuan Palace has always been mysterious, and even Qin Tian has not had much contact with them. The palace master of Hehuan Palace is even more mysterious, and few people in the world have seen him. Even Qin Tian had only met him once, and that time Qin Tian had not seen the other person's true face. Just now, he only judged the other person's identity by the voice. This scene finally answered Qin Tian's biggest doubt. He had always been curious about why Ning Dao would cooperate with outsiders. This woman is very cautious and will never take risks unless she trusts someone. Now it seems that Ning Dao has a special relationship with this woman, no wonder they can reach a cooperation. At this moment, Qin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and a system prompt came to his mind. The destined heroine has been detected. Name: Ning Yao. Identity: the heroine of, after betraying the royal family, I married a demonic cult witch. Cultivation: Nirvana realm 3rd level. Origin: Ning Yao, the palace master of Hehuan Palace. Born with a seductive body, she has the ability to wreak havoc on people. However, she cultivates the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, requiring her to remain a virgin. Therefore, she has remained hidden for years, and no one has ever seen her true appearance. The outside world knows very little about her. However, due to a conflict between her cultivation method and her physique, her cultivation stagnated for many years. Later, she encountered the male protagonist, Yi Yang, and with his help, she broke through her shackles and achieved great success. Qin Tian was shocked when he saw this. This didn't seem like the plot of the novel he'd read. Could it be that this world was the world of the universe? where all the protagonists gathered together. Qin Tian looked at Ning Yao again and gradually confirmed this fact in his heart. There is not only Chu Fan as the protagonist in this world, there are other protagonists, and the Ning Yao in front of him is the heroine in other books. The story of this world has completely changed. However, this gave Qin Tian other ideas. Since she is also the heroine, this woman can definitely provide emotional value. If she is captured, she can also be used to harvest emotions. Thinking of this, Qin Tian slowly walked forward. I never thought that Hehuan Palace actually had such a pawn in my Wangquan demon sect. Ning Dao is the grand elder of the Wangquan demon sect and has been a disciple for hundreds of years, but he never expected that this woman had actually been a traitor in the Hehuan Palace all along. It's not too late for Sect Master Qin to know today. Ning Yao had a cold expression. Although she had a face exactly like Ning Dao's, their personalities were very different. Ning Dao is passionate and a very seductive woman, more like the style of the Hehuan Palace. Ning Yao, on the other hand, was as cold as frost and as elegant as water, looking as pure as ice and jade. Picture. From what the palace master said, does he think he has me in his grasp today? Qin Tian knew that now that their affairs had been exposed, they would definitely choose to take direct action. And Ning Yao does have this strength. As the palace master of Hehuan Palace, Ning Yao himself has reached the Nirvana realm, no worse than Qin Tian. If the two really fight, it is still unknown who will win and who will lose. Ning Yao looked at Qin Tian silently. She knew very well that Qin Tian was definitely injured. She was not afraid even if he was in his prime. Now this guy is injured. Even if he recovers, his strength will definitely be damaged. In this battle, the advantage is mine. Moreover, today's matter cannot be resolved peacefully. Ning Dao has been exposed, and her plan must be advanced. Ning Yao's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly attacked the next second. At the same time, Ning Dao also moved. But Qin Tian had already noticed the moment the two of them attacked. He took a step forward and raised his palms. Great heavenly creation palm. A palm print as big as a mountain appeared out of thin air, and the palm seemed to contain the whole universe. The terrifying pressure directly tore through the void, breaking the surrounding trees. The palm print had not yet fallen, but a palm print had already appeared on the ground. Great heavenly creation palm. Seeing this scene, Ning Yao's expression changed drastically. She had naturally heard of this move. It was the legendary unique skill of the god of creation. Back then, the god of creation could shock Zhongzhou with this move. It's a pity that the Lord of Creation disappeared later, and the world had no chance to see this move again. But who would have thought that Qin Tian actually cultivated such a martial art? Ning Yao stood up with a flick of her sleeves, waving her arms, taking slight steps, and lotus flowers blooming under her feet. In the void, a graceful figure descended from the sky and danced gracefully. Countless petals fell and turned into blooming lotus flowers. Ning Yao's figure wandered in it and gradually disappeared. At the same time, a voice came into Ning Dao's mind. Go away, I'm no match for him. Ning Dao's face changed drastically when she heard this. She knew very well the strength of the two people in front of her. Even if Ning Yao was not Qin Tian's opponent, she could at least fight him. But at this moment, the two of them only had one move, and Ning Yao urged him to leave, which showed that Ning Yao had already felt defeated. When did this guy become so powerful? Could it be that the injury he sustained last time allowed him to improve his cultivation? Ning Dao was nervous. She was only at the Yingxuan realm and was no match for Qin Tian. But now seeing Ning Yao locked in a tough fight, how could she leave with peace of mind? Ning Dao felt ruthless and formed seals with his hands. Flying flowers falling. Peach blossoms turned into money flying all over the sky. The brilliant golden light illuminates the sky. This is Ning Dao's unique skill. Wherever the peach blossoms pass by, no grass will grow, money will fall to the ground, and people's lives will be lost. In an instant, countless copper coins jingled. The sound was so loud that it made people dizzy. But the next second, the palm print in the sky fell down with a loud bang. The money fell to the ground and instantly disappeared, while Ning Dao vomited blood and flew backwards. In the void, among the flowers, Ning Yao saw this and quickly revealed himself. But the moment she appeared, Qin Tian quietly appeared in front of her. The slender fingers reached directly to his eyebrows. Elder sister. Chapter 7. Heartbreaking pill, take a slave. Idiot. Ning Yao was filled with grief and anger. With her strength, even if she was no match for Qin Tian, she would not have been defeated so completely. She was worried that Qin Tian would attack Ning Dao and distract her, so she urged Ning Dao to leave. But she didn't expect that this woman would hold her back in the end. Don't say that. Ning Dao is the elder I trained for many years. I'm very sad when you say that. Qin Tian looked at Ning Yao with a smile. Why waste your words? Ning Yao's face was grim. The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. I've lost. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. Upon hearing this, Ning Dao hurriedly stood up and, regardless of her injuries, fell to her knees with a thud. Master, don't. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with my sister. Please let her go. I am willing to take full responsibility for all the mistakes. Ning Dao was undoubtedly shocked. She knew that Qin Tian was extremely powerful, but she didn't expect this guy to be so terrifying. I couldn't even take one of the opponent's moves. She overestimated herself and underestimated Qin Tian. At this moment, she only wanted to protect Ning Yao. You two are such a loving sister. Qin Tian looked at the familiar face in front of him and was a little dazed for a moment. The two sisters look so much alike that even he finds it difficult to tell them apart. It's easy for me to let her go. Just come here. Hearing this, Ning Yao was about to speak to stop him, but she felt a pain in her throat. Qin Tian had already grabbed her throat. Shish. Don't talk, or I'll have a hard time keeping you safe. Seeing this, Ning Dao had no choice but to step forward obediently. Then, Qin Tian took out the heart-destroying pill and handed it to Ning Dao. Take this, and I'll let your sister go. Looking at the bright red pill in Qin Tian's hand, Ning Yao suddenly became nervous, but she couldn't speak. Ning Dao looked at Ning Yao deeply, then took the pill and swallowed it. Very good. Qin Tian smiled and let go of his hand, but Ning Yao no longer dared to continue. What did you feed her? Ning Yao stared at Qin Tian fiercely. Nothing, just a heart-destroying pill. When these words were spoken, the two sisters were immediately shocked. Naturally, they had also heard of the name of the heart-destroying pill. Once they took this pill, they would be at the mercy of others. Ning Dao was completely desperate and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Ning Yao's face was filled with grief and anger, and he looked at Qin Tian and shouted angrily. Mean. Ding. Ning Yao is furious, emotion value plus 300. Haha, you're planting an undercover agent in my Wangquan demon sect. Isn't that despicable? Ning Yao reached out to support Ning Dao, feeling annoyed. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Qin Tian's injury was absolutely true. The only change was that Qin Tian recovered too quickly. It was beyond her expectations. But it's too late to say anything now. What do you want? To help her detoxify. Ning Yao knew in her heart that Qin Tian's move was not directed at Ning Dao, but at her. After all, as the palace master of Hehuan Palace, her value is much higher than Ning Dao. I just want to know something. Hearing this, Ning Yao looked hesitant. She naturally knew what Qin Tian wanted to ask, and she certainly didn't want to leak the information. But now Ning Dao is in Qin Tian's hands, and she has no choice but to submit. What do you want to know? Ning Yao asked knowingly. Why did you attack me? Hee, isn't it obvious? If you die, Ning Dao will become the leader of the Wangquan demon sect, Ning Yao sneered. But Qin Tian obviously didn't believe this. As the Grand Elder, Ning Dao is naturally qualified to be the sect leader, but this is not certain. There must be a deeper meaning behind their actions. Do you think I believe you? Since you're unwilling to cooperate, let's part ways now. I can take this girl back and train her slowly. Qin Tian waved his hand, and Ning Dao felt that her body seemed to stand up uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Ning Yao suddenly became nervous. Etc. Ding, Ning Yao is furious, emotion value plus 400. I said. Ning Yao took a deep breath, and finally couldn't stand the pressure and spoke. Someone promised me a mysterious spirit essence, asking me to push Ning Dao to the top and take charge of the Wangquan demon sect. Who is it? Qin Tian was confused when he heard this. This plot development seems to have completely deviated from the original work. In the original novel, there is no plot about Ning Dao testing herself, nor is there any introduction to the relationship between Ning Dao and Hehuan Palace. Otherwise, Qin Tian wouldn't have known until just now that they were sisters. Even Qin Tian didn't know who was behind this. I don't know either, Ning Yao shook his head helplessly. He always wears a black robe, and I have never seen his true face. A black robe again, Qin Tian became even more confused after hearing this. According to Suya, the person who gave Suya the soul-destroying nail was also wearing a black robe. Could it be the same person? But this person's identity is mysterious, and even Ning Yao has never seen his true face. How can he investigate? Qin Tian was silent for a moment, then asked about the Chu family. Did you send people to wipe out the entire Chu family on the day Suya got married? Hearing this, Suya instantly became alert, walked to Qin Tian and started listening. But Ning Yao shook his head. What happened to the Chu family was not my fault. The Chu family's ending is entirely due to that kid's own fault. You're talking nonsense. What does this have to do with brother Chu Fan? Suya became angry when she heard this. Ning Yao raised his head and glanced at Suya. Seeing this, Suya was immediately frightened and stepped back, subconsciously hiding behind Qin Tian. Humph, that Chu Fan showed off the Chu family's most precious treasure, the soul shepherding pearl. The Chu family has long been targeted. It's a pity that I acted too late. By the time I arrived, the Chu family had already been wiped out, and the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl were unknown. When Suya heard the 3 words, Muhunju, her expression changed slightly. She and Chu Fan grew up together, so she naturally knew where the soul shepherding pearl was. When Suya was a child, Chu Fan boasted to her that there was a glowing bead at home. Later, as Suya grew up, she understood the importance of the soul shepherding bead. It is rumored that this thing can bring the dead back to life, and even if a person's lifespan is about to end, it can give him a new life. Suya remembered that the Chu family had always been very secretive about this, and no outsider had ever known about the existence of the soul shepherding pearl. She never leaked the news either. But I didn't expect Chu Fan to reveal such a thing. At this moment, even Suya was a little at a loss. The reason for all this is actually because of the soul shepherding pearl. Suya murmured in a low voice. She had always believed that it was because of her that Chu Fan and the Wangquan demon sect became enemies, which led to the Wangquan demon sect's massacre of the entire Chu family. But now it seems that all this is just because Chu Fan showed off the soul shepherding pearl. Suya knew that Chu Fan always liked to be in the spotlight. He was like this when he was in the ancient city. But I didn't expect that he would spread such important news everywhere. Qin Tian glanced at Suya silently, and was very satisfied with the answer. He naturally knew why the Chu family was wiped out, but when he said it, it was not credible. Only if Ning Yao says it will Suya believe it. Now it seems that the effect is good, and Suya has obviously begun to waver. Chapter 8. Keep it for your own use. If the Chu family incident wasn't caused by you, who else could it be? Could it be that man in black robe? Qin Tian continued to ask, but Ning Yao shook his head. I don't know either. I also received the news a few months ago. I heard that the Chu family in the ancient city of Desolate City has hidden the soul shepherding pearl. I've been waiting in the ancient city for many days, and during that time I've realized that the forces lurking in the ancient city aren't just me, but also the Yin-Yang demon sect, the moon-worshipping demon sect, and the righteous sect. The soul shepherding pearl is a treasure, and we are not the only ones eyeing it. But no one knows who did it. But at least he's not a member of the demon sect. Huh, why? Qin Tian couldn't help but feel curious when he heard this. Ning Yao raised his head, glanced at Qin Tian, and said softly. All the major demon sects are tracking down the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl. If they were responsible, why would they do this? Qin Tian was speechless when he heard this. He didn't know about this matter. Ning Dao had always been handling the sect's affairs. During this period, he was seriously injured and didn't ask much about it. After he crossed over yesterday, he didn't have time to ask these questions. If what Ning Yao said was true, then this matter might really have been done by the righteous sect. However, it is not ruled out that a demon sect may have obtained the soul shepherding pearl and did this deliberately to divert attention. But no matter what, Ning Yao's words completely cleared Qin Tian of suspicion. Suya looked at Qin Tian silently, feeling a little guilty. I almost killed the wrong person. Ding, Suya is extremely ashamed, emotion value plus 1000. Feeling Suya's mood change, Qin Tian knew that his goal had been achieved. All he needed was to clear himself of suspicion so that Suya could slowly let down her guard against him. Although it is still unknown who exactly was behind all this, it has at least been proven that it has nothing to do with him. Qin Tian can naturally deal with the remaining matters slowly. Qin Tian's gaze gradually fell on Ning Yao. Now that Su Ya's matter has been dealt with, the next step is naturally to find a way to subdue the woman in front of him. After all, Ning Yao is also the heroine. You want the mysterious spirit essence, could it be that you want to practice the Jade Girl Heart Sutra? Ning Yao's face froze when he heard this. How do you know? She had never mentioned the martial arts she practiced to outsiders, and even no one in Hehuan Palace knew that she practiced the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. The exercises of Hehuan Palace focus on the harmony of yin and yang, and the use of yang to replenish yin. However, the Jade Girl Heart Sutra requires practitioners to remain a virgin, accumulating strength and then releasing it. This technique is completely contrary to the techniques of the Hehuan Palace, and therefore is listed as a forbidden technique. However, this technique was so powerful that Ning Yao practiced it secretly. It's a pity that she was born with a charming body and ordinary people could not withstand her charm. She also needed to remain a virgin, so she deliberately hid her body and did not show her true face to others. But now, she has encountered a bottleneck and needs the essence of Xuanling to break through her cultivation. For this reason, she agreed to the conditions of the man in black. But how could Qin Tian know that he had practiced the Jade Girl Heart Sutra? Don't worry about that. Qin Tian didn't explain too much, but he already had an idea in his mind. I know you've hit a bottleneck in your cultivation. Now that your plan has failed, why not cooperate with me? I can guarantee that I can help you break through the bottleneck. Hearing this, Ning Yao instantly became alert. She has been trapped in the Nirvana realm for many years. If she cannot break through the bottleneck, she will most likely die of old age. It was for this reason that she took the risk and joined forces with Ning Dao to attack Qin. If Qin Tian has a way to help her break through the bottleneck, she doesn't mind cooperating with Qin Tian. But she still didn't dare to completely trust Qin Tian. After all, as far as she knew, only the Xuanling essence could help her break through the bottleneck, and that thing was a rare and supreme treasure. It's impossible that Qin Tian also has the Xuanling spirit in his hands. How can you help me? Qin Tian glanced around and smiled. This is not the place to talk, why not change somewhere else? Ning Yao hesitated, but looking at Ning Dao's current appearance, she finally agreed. Several people turned around and returned to the Wangquan demon sect. Ning Yao put on the black robe again to cover his figure. Qin Tian stopped after returning to his residence. Ning Dao, you stay here. Hearing this, Ning Dao nodded silently. Now she had completely lost the power to resist. Qin Tian took Ning Yao into the yard. Just tell me what you have to say. Ning Yao naturally didn't have a good face towards this guy who threatened him. What's more, her sister is still in the other party's hands. If it weren't for cultivation, she wouldn't even want to have anything to do with Qin Tian. Have you ever heard of the yin-yang harmony technique, which allows good times to come after bad times? Of course I've heard of it. This was created by our Hehuan Palace ancestors and has been lost for many years. Why are you mentioning it? This technique is in my hands. Qin Tian sat down and spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Yao was instantly shocked. Why do you have this technique? You don't need to ask this. Cooperate with me and this technique will be yours. Ning Yao was completely stunned at this moment. As the palace master of Hehuan Palace, she knows better than anyone the power of yin and yang harmony. The founder of Hehuan Palace ascended to heaven with the help of this technique. For many years, Hehuan Palace has been searching for the whereabouts of this martial art. But I never thought that it was in Qin Tian's hands. Ning Yao agreed to Qin Tian's conditions without any hesitation. When people practice cultivation, all they seek is to ascend to heaven and become immortals. The yin-yang harmony technique was left by an immortal, so how could she not want it? If she has this skill, why would she practice the Jade Girl Heart Sutra? I'm willing to cooperate with you. Ning Yao immediately swore an oath to the heavens. With this guarantee, Qin Tian no longer concealed it. He stretched out his hand and pointed a finger at Ning Yao's eyebrows. At the same time, a set of exercises appeared in Ning Yao's mind. Although Ning Dao had never seen the yin-yang harmony technique, she saw many shadows of the Hehuan Palace techniques in this technique. She could confirm that this was the yin-yang harmony technique left by the founder of Hehuan Palace. After a long time, Ning Yao opened her eyes, and then she couldn't wait to start practicing. Even she couldn't suppress her curiosity about the skills practiced by the immortals. Qin Tian didn't disturb her. This kind of martial arts was enough to drive people crazy. Watching Ning Yao practicing, Qin Tian simply sat aside and waited. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Tian was suddenly awakened by a terrifying wave. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Ning Dao beside him staring at him fiercely. But there was a hint of charm in his eyes. Her eyes are moving, making her look particularly attractive. Ning Yao was born with a charming body and possessed a natural charm that ordinary people could not resist. However, Qin Tian's cultivation level was slightly higher than hers, so he was naturally not included in this list. But at this moment, even Qin Tian was attracted by it and his mind was shaken. Ning Yao's face was cold, but his eyes became more and more blurred. Her body moved closer uncontrollably, and her face gradually turned red. But his expression became more sad and angry. Ding, Ning Yao's lust is hard to quench, emotional value plus 500. Chapter 9 Burned Out, Made Money. Ning Dao stood at the gate of the courtyard with a calm expression. But I was very anxious. She didn't know what Qin Tian would say to Ning Yao. But she knew Qin Tian's character, and her sister might be. Thinking of this, Ning Dao felt regretful. But at this moment, bursts of lascivious music came from the yard. Ning Dao's face turned red in an instant. Ning Dao wanted to go in immediately, but her body was not under her control, so she could only stay here. Ning Dao naturally knew what happened inside, but she never thought that because of her, her sister would devote herself to Qin Tian. At this moment, her hatred for Qin Tian grew even deeper. She clenched her fists. Qin Tian, I will kill you. Sister, I'm sorry. Ning Dao was extremely sad and thought that Ning Yao had sacrificed himself for her. But little did he know that at this moment in the yard, Qin Tian had already fallen into a completely passive position. Ding, Ning Yao is extremely ashamed, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, Ning Yao is extremely anxious, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, Ning Yao is eloquent, mood value plus 1000. Ding, Ning Yao is sitting in a well and looking at the world, mood value plus 1000. Time flies and the sky gradually darkens. They are in love in the yard, but outside the yard they are restless. Ning Dao has completely collapsed at this moment. A whole day. The sound in her ears never stopped. For her, this was undoubtedly a torment. She knew clearly that her sister was being treated inhumanely, but she could do nothing. Beast. Ning Dao gritted her teeth and uttered 2 words. Now, she can only vent her emotions in this way. But for some reason, she felt her heart getting hot. Although she is known as a seductress, she knows nothing about matters between men and women. She knew she shouldn't think too much, but the sounds in the yard stirred her mind. The sound was like a steel knife, cutting her heart into pieces. She was filled with regret and grief but could do nothing about it. She wanted to tear Qin Tian into pieces, but now she was completely controlled by Qin Tian. The late night dew wet her cheeks. It passed the corner of my mouth, but with a hint of saltiness. Those must be her tears. The chief elder of the demon sect, the demon woman feared by everyone, has the softest spot in her heart, and that is her sister. But now, the person he wanted to protect the most ended up like this because of him. Ning Dao was completely desperate. As the morning sun shone on Ning Dao's face, a figure slowly walked out of the yard. What's wrong with you? Ning Yao was surprised when she saw her sister with red eyes and angry face. Sister, it's me, I'm sorry. Ning Dao saw Ning Yao, but she didn't even have the strength to stand up. What are you talking about? He bullied you. Ning Dao was full of guilt. Until this moment, her sister still didn't want to make her worry. But when Ning Yao heard this, her face turned red instantly. Bully. It seemed like I was bullying Qin Tian last night. Thinking of what happened last night, Ning Yao couldn't help feeling extremely ashamed. She was originally a calm person. Although she was in Hehuan Palace, she did not like matters between men and women. However, everything that happened last night overturned her imagination. But her dignity as an older sister brought her back to her senses. Don't let anyone know about this. Ning Yao's cold voice came. Although the two of them were sisters with deep affection, they were both unwilling to express their emotions. Even in the face of his sister's concern, Ning Yao remained as indifferent as ever. After giving the order, she turned and disappeared, as if she wanted to escape from here. But this also made Ning Dao more convinced that her sister was being bullied. But suddenly, she found something wrong. Why do I always feel like something has changed in my sister? Ning Dao turned her head and glanced at the yard. No, the heart-destroying pill in my body hasn't been removed yet. Didn't Ning Yao show up last night to help me detoxify? Or was she so absorbed in it that she forgot about it? Ning Dao was a little at a loss for a moment. She also thought that as long as Qin Tian helped her detoxify, she would find an opportunity to kill him and avenge her sister. But now she is poisoned by the heart-destroying pill and cannot attack Qin Tian at all. How can she take revenge? Suddenly, Ning Dao heard Qin Tian calling her. She was finally free to move. The next second, she rushed into the yard. But the scene she saw made her freeze in place. Qin Tian was seen holding the door with one hand, with dark circles under his eyes, looking extremely weak. What's going on? The dignified leader of the demon sect actually walked out through the door. Is this my sister's masterpiece? Ning Dao was completely confused. This is a little different from what she imagined. Why does it seem like Qin Tiansai was the one being forced? Help me sit down, Qin Tian's voice came. Ning Dao finally regained consciousness and hurried forward. At this moment, her mind was full of questions. She firmly believed that her sister was definitely not that kind of person, but the scene before her made her begin to doubt. Could it be that Ning Yao sucked this guy dry? That's not right. Ning Yao was practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, not the techniques of the Hehuan Palace, which did not have the effect of absorbing yang to replenish yin. What on earth did you do to my sister? Ning Dao helped Qin Tian sit down and immediately asked. Hearing this, Qin Tian was stunned. Your sister is simply indescribable. Qin Tian was indeed a little weak at the moment. Although people who practice Taoism have extraordinary physiques, this woman was too powerful. What's more, Ning Yao was born with a charming body, and ordinary people couldn't withstand it at all. It was only because of Qin Tian's high level of cultivation that he didn't fall down. But his current situation is not very optimistic. After hearing this, Ning Dao basically confirmed what she was thinking. Although I don't know how Ning Yao did it. But when she saw Qin Tian like this, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Tisk, he's the leader of the demon sect, doesn't he have to lean against the wall? Shut up, Qin Tian scolded. Facing such a woman. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be undefeated? I've already promised Ning Yao, as long as you behave yourself, nothing will happen. Your sister has agreed to cooperate with me. You continue to stay here and everything will remain the same. Qin Tian started giving instructions and added a sentence at the end. Don't let anything happen today. Ning Dao was shocked when she heard this. It seemed that some kind of agreement had been reached between the two of them. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. Judging from Qin Tian's current appearance, it was obvious that her sister had taken advantage of her. Although Ning Dao was unhappy, she had the heart-destroying pill in her body and had no right to refuse, so she could only nod and agree. Fortunately, Qin Tian didn't seem to want to do anything to her, which made Ning Dao finally breathe a sigh of relief. Go down, Qin Tian ordered and watched Ning Dao leave. He quickly opened the system panel. Although I was a little tired last night, I gained a lot. That woman was indeed amazing. In just one night, she contributed nearly 20,000 emotional points. Start the lottery. Chapter 10 9 Dragon Thunder Body. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 9 Dragons Thunder Body. Note. One of the 10 sacred bodies, a supremely masculine and masculine body, possessing the might of 9 dragons and the power of thunder, known as the best offensive force throughout history. The golden light illuminated Qin Tian's cheeks. 20 Withdrawal Gold. Qin Tian never thought that he, a poor guy, could be so lucky. The 10 holy bodies, besides the excitement, more joy rushed into my heart. Qin Tian knew very well how extraordinary the 10 holy bodies were. It is rumored that the holy body was left by the 10 innate holy spirits in this world. They were born with the physical body of a celestial being, opened up the 9 heavens and 10 earths single-handedly, and were revered as the Supreme Holy Emperor. The holy bodies they left behind contained the destiny of heaven and were protected by the great Tao of heaven and earth. The name of the holy body is feared throughout the world. It is rumored that the great saint body is enough to compete with the great emperor. The 9 dragons thunder body is the best among them. It gathers the power of 9 dragons and the might of thunder, and is known as the most powerful offensive existence among all the holy bodies. The golden reward is indeed extraordinary. As Qin Tian sighed in his heart, another ray of light fell. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 9 turns thunder. Note. A heavenly grade, top-grade martial art, moving like thunder, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Speed-related martial arts. At this moment, Qin Tian already had a general understanding of the cultivation in this world. There are many categories of martial arts in this world. Among the same level, speed-type martial arts are undoubtedly the rarest, followed by defense-type martial arts, and finally attack-type martial arts. When a cultivator fights with others, no one can guarantee that he will be invincible. At this time, the means of escape becomes extremely important. Possessing a speed-related martial art can save your life at critical moments. However, most cultivators, besides practicing, are more focused on studying how to attack, and few can make breakthroughs in speed. Therefore, speed-related martial arts have always been rare in this world. As for the top-grade speed-related martial arts, they are even rarer. At least in Qin Tian's memory, none of the 10 major demon sects had any heavenly grade speed-related martial arts, let alone top-grade heavenly grade martial arts. For Qin Tian now, the value of this thing is no less than the 9-dragon thunder body. But just as he was excited, another purple light fell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Heavenly Desolate God Shocking Finger. Note: a heavenly grade, top-grade martial art. The ancient Holy Spirit of the Great Desolate Heaven once created the world with a single finger. Later, a saint of the Great Desolate Heaven copied its meaning and created the Heavenly Desolate God Shocking Finger. One finger can shatter mountains and rivers, one finger can move the universe, one finger can illuminate the sun and moon, and one finger can shock ghosts and gods. The ancient Holy Spirit of the Great Desolate Heaven. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian was completely stunned. The Great Wilderness is one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the ancient Holy Spirit that was able to open up the Great Wilderness must have been one of the 10 innate creatures back then. Although this martial art was not created by them, the martial arts created by later generations who copied its ideas will naturally not be bad. What's more, this martial art is of the highest grade, heavenly rank. It is the highest grade martial art that Qin Tian can currently use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Bodhi beads. Note: the remains of those who have attained Buddhahood after death are called relics in Buddhism and Bodhi beads in the outside world. This item has the magical effect of calming the inner demons and is a rare treasure for those who practice Buddhism. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 10 Dalton's Huan Dan pills. Note: a 5th grade pill, taking it can gain 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 100 years of cultivation. Note: the system rewards cultivation based on the host's current realm. As rewards came one after another, Qin Tian's body gradually changed. The body that seemed a little weak just now recovered in an instant. Moreover, Qin Tian seemed to feel that he had endless energy at this moment. There were bursts of dragon roars and thunder rumblings in the body. At the same time, 9 golden dragons were swimming in his dantian, and an extremely yang and strong force sealed the dantian and protected the yuanyang. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Tian's expression changed slightly. Those who practice Taoism cultivate their essence, energy and spirit. Essence, also known as Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin. What ordinary people often refer to as being full of energy is Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin. When the Yuan Yang is abundant, your practice will be twice as effective with half the effort. Those exercises that use Yang to replenish Yin also use primordial Yang. There is an unwritten rule among practitioners of Taoism, which is that when one's realm is not high enough, one needs to maintain a perfect body to avoid leakage of vital energy and delay in cultivation. Therefore, most ascetics tend to minimize matters between men and women, unless they feel that their practice is hopeless and they give up on themselves. But Qin Tian's current situation is completely different. The 9 dragons' thunder body is guarding his dantian, and his Yuan Yang is stable and will no longer leak out. This thing is really good news for men. Qin Tian thought about it, but soon became worried. That's not right. Does this mean I can't have children? Qin Tian muttered, but the next second, he hit himself. Why the hell am I thinking about this? Do you really want to settle down here? Qin Tian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He has completely mastered the 2 heavenly martial arts, and now he feels confident. It's time to start looking into those things. Qin Tian muttered that everything that happened last night happened too suddenly. Although he was immersed in it, he could also see that Ning Yao had a reason for doing that and was acting entirely on his body's instincts. But she herself was unwilling and reluctant. Qin Tian didn't want this to happen. Putting aside the enjoyment, the woman last night also contributed a lot of emotional value. Qin Tian wants to continue making use of such good leaks. But after waking up today, Ning Yao left this place directly. It was obvious that she still couldn't accept all this. Now even if Qin Tian wanted to continue harvesting emotional points, the woman probably wouldn't agree. Ultimately, the key is to completely conquer it. However, after experiencing what happened last night, Qin Tian also had a basic understanding of Ning Yao. Although that woman was the palace master of Hehuan Palace, she practiced the Jade Girl Heart Sutra and had remained calm and chaste for hundreds of years. It's not easy to take her down. This matter cannot be rushed. But before that, Qin Tian had something more important to do. That is to find out who the man in black is who is behind everything. Qin Tian felt uneasy because he was being watched all the time. Who knows if that guy will hand a knife to me again. Qin Tian stood up and walked out. Ning Dao's actions this time were obviously instigated by Ning Yao. This woman had been lurking in the Wangquan demon sect for many years and had never been discovered. This made Qin Tian feel a sense of crisis. Maybe there are other traitors in the Wangquan demon sect. Qin Tian can only feel at ease after removing these nails. Chapter 11. Better to kill the wrong one than to let him go. Qin Tian quickly found Ning Dao. Now the only person he can trust is this woman. After all, Ning Dao is poisoned by the heart-destroying pill and cannot deceive him. Ning Dao couldn't help feeling a little strange when she saw Qin Tian's energetic look. Wasn't this guy so weak just now? How did he recover in the blink of an eye? Considering that Qin Tian's injury had suddenly recovered, Ning Dao couldn't help but start to wonder whether Qin Tian had obtained some secret method. But now she doesn't dare to ask casually, because her life is in Qin Tian's hands. You've been hiding it very well these years. Qin Tian walked into the yard and sat down. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Dao had a bad feeling. Didn't this guy say he wouldn't pursue the matter anymore? Why is he bringing up the past again? Could it be that he changed his mind? Ning Dao didn't answer, but just stared at Qin Tian silently. Don't worry, I'm not here to call you to task today. I just want to ask you if there are any other people like you in the demon sect. Qin Tian picked up the tea on the table and drank it by himself. Seeing this, Ning Dao opened her mouth. That cup of tea was the one she had drunk. However, Qin Tian's attitude at this moment made her feel relieved. It seems that this guy is finally planning to take action from within. If those people have any ideas, they will naturally not reveal them easily. I dare not confirm their identities. As the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect, Ning Dao has been managing the sect's affairs for many years, so he naturally knows everything about the people under him. However, she was able to hide for so many years because of her vigilance, and those people were naturally no exception. Qin Tian knew this very well, which was why he came to Ning Dao to ask. It's okay. If you have any suspicions, tell me. Ning Dao pursed her lips. She really wanted to just mention two people and let Qin Tian kill them, thereby weakening Qin Tian's power. But unfortunately, she can't lie now. The fifth elder has been acting mysteriously and is the most suspicious. The ninth elder is second. He once had connections with the Netherworld Demon Sect, but we're not sure what he did. Well, go kill them, Qin Tian spoke directly after hearing this. Ning Dao was stunned when she heard this. I was just guessing, this guy was going to kill someone. I am not sure of their identities. Ning Dao began to explain. So, if I ask you to kill them, I'd rather kill the wrong ones than let them go. Qin Tian's words completely shocked Ning Dao. Although she knew that Qin Tian was a cruel person, it was a bit rash for him to kill people just based on her words, especially the two elders. If I kill the wrong person, it would mean cutting off my own arm. Ning Dao wanted to persuade him, but Qin Tian raised his hand and a pill flew over. Ning Dao caught it casually, opened it and exclaimed in surprise. Dahuan Dan. Ning Dao recognized it as the fifth-grade elixir, Dawandan, at a glance. The Dawan pill is the supreme elixir that cultivators dream of. By taking this elixir, one can instantly gain 10 years of cultivation. Moreover, the effects of taking pills at different levels are also different. The difference between 10 years of cultivation in the Junyuan realm and 10 years of cultivation in the Yingxuan realm is huge. The amazing thing about the Great Rejuvenation Pill is that no matter what realm one is in, after taking this pill, one can gain 10 years of cultivation at the same realm, even saints are no exception. However, the recipe of Dawan Dan had long been lost, so there were almost no Dawan Dan left in the world. However, no one expected that Qin Tian had such a miraculous pill in his hands. Now, she has reached the peak of Yingxuan realm. If she uses this Dawan pill, she will be able to reach Nirvana realm. Do your job well, and I won't treat you unfairly. Qin Tian spoke, then stood up and left. Looking at Qin Tian's back, Ning Dao stood there in a daze for a moment. If she had only fear of Qin Tian in the past, then at this moment, a hint of relief had appeared in her heart. The temptation to achieve nirvana was too great for her. And Qin Tian gave her this opportunity. Even though it was just an opportunity, this opportunity might take her a lifetime. At this moment, Ning Dao suddenly felt that Qin Tian seemed to have changed. He became more ruthless than before, but also had a touch of humanity. She didn't hesitate any longer. Since Qin Tian had made the decision, she would just carry it out. Ning Dao put away the pill, turned around and walked out. Qin Tian didn't completely believe Ning Dao's judgment. This woman might be wrong, but Qin Tian didn't care. So what if he killed the wrong person? He's a villain after all, so what's the big deal about killing a few people? Moreover, there is another meaning behind his doing this. He believed that there were people within the demon sect who were even more hidden than Ning Dao. Those people may not be traitors, but they will definitely covet the position of sect leader. Few of the demon sect's disciples care about the sect's rules and the moral code of the martial arts world. Qin Tian's move was also to intimidate those people. The reason why he did not take action himself but arranged Ning Dao to deal with it was to tell those people that Ning Dao had surrendered to him, and even if those people still had ill intentions, they should restrain themselves. If the internal cancer cannot be cleared out overnight, we can only let them behave themselves first and then defeat them one by one. When I returned to my residence, Suya was sitting in the yard in a daze. Hearing the sound, Suya quickly stood up. You're back. Ever since she learned about the Chu family, Suya couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, she is young and kind-hearted. She almost killed the wrong person before, so she naturally felt bad. Ding, Suya feels overwhelmed with guilt, emotion value plus 1000. How is it? Are you used to living here? Qin Tian walked forward and casually looked at the little girl in front of him. No matter what, this girl is his wife, so he still has to show her the proper care. Suya nodded, but did not speak. After all, the person standing in front of her is still a notorious devil. Although Qin Tian did nothing out of the ordinary to her, she was still a little scared. That's great. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Qin Tian could feel that this girl still had some grudges against him, which was not conducive to his harvesting of emotions. This is for you. Qin Tian took out the immaculate pill that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Suya. This thing was originally prepared for this girl. The immaculate pill can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the meridians, but if the cultivation level is too high, the meridians have already been shaped, and the efficacy of the pill will be greatly reduced. Suya is only at the true Yuan realm now, which is just right for her to take the immaculate pill. What is this? Looking at the pill Qin Tian handed over, Suya instinctively became a little wary. She still remembered the scene when Qin Tian forced Ning Dao to take the heart-destroying pill, and she was also worried that Qin Tian wanted to use it to control her. This is the immaculate pill, which can cleanse the marrow and meridians and reshape the bones. Your current cultivation is too low. It's not suitable for you to be my wife. Chapter 12 Doubt, Confusion, and Homecoming. Suya looked at Qin Tian in surprise. Although she had never seen the immaculate pill, she had heard of it. This is a long-lost elixir, extremely precious. The most important thing for a person who practices Taoism is his or her bones. This is the foundation of a person who practices Taoism. A good bone structure can make a person's practice more effective. The immaculate pill can cleanse the marrow and meridians, and reshape the bones. After being baptized by the immaculate pill, the resulting bones are at least stronger than the original ones, so this pill can be regarded as a treasure for those who practice Taoism. Even those big sects and great families regard the immaculate pill as a treasure. It's a pity that the recipe of the immaculate pill has long been lost, and if an immaculate pill left over from ancient times accidentally appears in the outside world, it will attract countless people to fight for it. She didn't believe that Qin Tian would be so kind as to give her such a precious elixir. Although she is Qin Tian's wife now, she also understands the meaning of her existence. Once she forms the Yuan Dan, she will become a tool for Qin Tian's cultivation. Wouldn't it be a waste to give myself this pill? At least in Qin Tian's mind, that should be the case. Looking at Suya's hesitant look, Qin Tian's face darkened slightly and he spoke in a cold tone. What? You don't want to eat? Suya was startled by the sound. She realized that she no longer had the power to choose here. With trembling hands, she took the pill and swallowed it. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. The prejudice in people's hearts was indeed a huge mountain. Even if a devil like him did good things, he would still be suspected. The pill melted in her mouth, and the next second, Suya felt a medicinal power spreading in her body. Then it rushed to the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. At this moment, every inch of her skin seemed to be bathing in a hot spring, warm and extremely comfortable. She glanced at Qin Tian in surprise, then quickly sat down cross-legged, practicing her internal energy to absorb the medicinal power. Soon, there was a crackling sound coming from the muscles and bones in her body. At the same time, her meridians began to gradually widen. The surging power of the medicine continued to wash over her limbs. She felt like she was reborn, shedding her outer shell, and her body, inside and out, was like a new one. Even the skin becomes as delicate as a baby's. Most importantly, she felt that the vitality in her body suddenly became much smoother. The speed of flow is also accelerating. The speed of a person's cultivation depends on the flow rate of the vital energy in her body. The faster the speed, the shorter the time it takes to complete a cycle, and the faster the cultivation will naturally be. At this moment, Suya obviously noticed the changes in her body, which meant that the pill Qin Tian gave her was real. This made Suya confused, but also a little grateful. Although her fate has long been determined, who doesn't want to see the scenery from a higher place? As a practitioner, who doesn't want to go further? Now, her bones have transformed and been reborn, and her future achievements will naturally be more than this. This is definitely a good thing for Suya now. Even though she didn't like Qin Tian in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a little good about him. Ding, Suya is grateful, emotion value plus 1000. After an unknown amount of time, Suya finally woke up. She was about to say something when she suddenly felt something sticky on her body. She looked down and saw that her emerald green gown was already covered in dirt and there was a pungent smell coming from her body. Suya's face suddenly turned red, and she was a little at a loss. Go wash up quickly, Qin Tian chuckled when he saw this. After hearing this, Suya turned around and ran into the house. At this moment, she seemed to suddenly become much more cheerful. The demon sect leader in front of him didn't seem that difficult to get along with. Suya returned to the house, quickly washed herself, changed her clothes, and then went out. At this moment, her hair was loose, and there was still a trace of moisture on the slightly damp ends of her hair, which brushed across her cheeks, making her delicate little face look even more attractive. The thin clothes were also wet, and faint spots of crimson were visible. Qin Tian waved his hand when he saw this. Suya stepped forward timidly, "Thank you." Before she finished speaking, she saw Qin Tian grab her little hand and pull it in front of him. Immediately afterwards, a warm air current passed through the body. The mist evaporates, and the slightly damp hair becomes dry instantly, and even the clothes are dried. Suya's expression changed slightly. With her level of cultivation, she naturally couldn't do such a thing. In the past, when she was at home, her mother would help her dry her hair like this. Feeling the warm energy enveloping her body, Suya felt as if she was back home again. She lowered her head silently, but had an indescribable feeling in her heart. From the day she got married, her heart was closed. She came here with the determination to die, wanting to assassinate Qin Tian, but ultimately failed. She had thought of countless possible outcomes, but she had never expected that this world-famous devil would subvert her imagination time and time again. He will have a lonely side. He will have a soft side. Suya's past perceptions of Qin Tian were subtly changing at this moment. At least this man is nice to me. Ding, Suya is touched, emotion value plus 1000. Okay, get up. After a moment, Qin Tian let go of his hand, and Suya stood up. But at this moment, she seemed more and more restrained when facing Qin Tian. She felt that she still knew too little about the man in front of her. Well, not bad. Qin Tian looked at Suya, nodded, then took out another Dawan Dan and handed it to Suya. This is the Great Rejuvenation Pill. After taking it, you can gain 10 years of cultivation. If you eat it, I will help you protect the law. This time, Suya was completely shocked. What happened today? Is this guy really the rumored devil? He is too good to himself. Could it be that he really regarded me as his wife? But, doesn't he want to use himself for cultivation? Suya was full of doubts and was at a loss for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. No, could it be that he couldn't wait any longer, so he wanted to forcibly improve his cultivation so that he could form Yuandan in advance? But soon, Suya denied her guess. If that were the case, there would be no need for Qin Tian to waste an immaculate pill. After all, there are many ways to forcibly improve one's cultivation, especially in the demon sect, where such forced breakthrough techniques are endless. There was absolutely no need for Qin Tian to give himself things like the immaculate pill and the great rejuvenation pill. These pills are all long-lost pills, and each one is worth a fortune. If I were just his tool, why would he be so attentive? Could it be that he really regarded me as his wife? Suya thought to herself, not knowing whether to be happy or sad for a moment. But looking at the Dawan Dan in front of her, she couldn't resist the temptation and took it. Then, a terrifying medicinal power exploded in his body. She quickly sat down to practice. At this moment, she seemed to have a different understanding of Qin Tian. Ding, Suya is feeling inexplicably nostalgic, emotional value plus 1000. Chapter 13, Conquer the Little Heroine and Improve Your Cultivation. Suya already had the cultivation level of the 6th level of the True Yuan realm. After taking the Dawan pill, she instantly gained 10 years of cultivation. Almost in the blink of an eye, she broke through 3 levels and reached the perfection of the Junyuan realm in one fell swoop. It is not difficult to cultivate to the Junyuan realm, and with her unique bones now, the medicinal power was completely absorbed. Even after breaking through to the perfection of the True Yuan realm, there is still tremendous medicinal power in the body. Suya knew that in order to break through, she needed an opportunity, and if she forced a breakthrough now, she would probably suffer backlash. She was just trying to preserve the remaining medicinal power so that she could make a breakthrough when she had the opportunity in the future. But at this moment, she felt a surge of pure energy flowing into her body. At the same time, Qin Tian's familiar voice sounded in his mind. Concentrate your mind and calm your spirit, and prepare to break through. Hearing this, Suya was shocked. She understood that Qin Tian was planning to force her to undergo the initiation. When some children from prominent families are born, the elders in the family will transfer their own vital energy into the bodies of the younger generation to help baptize them. This process is called Qi infusion. This can help future generations open up their meridians earlier. Among those who practice Taoism, there is also the concept of initiation. Some people encounter bottlenecks when they are about to break through, and they can use initiation to forcibly widen their meridians in order to seek an opportunity to break through. However, the initiation requires a large amount of energy, and it takes a long time of practice to recover afterwards. Ordinary disciples in general sects do not receive such treatment. Suya didn't expect that Qin Tian would ignore his own cultivation level and help her with the baptism. At this moment, her perception of Qin Tian had completely changed. The other party helped her practice time and time again. Even if she was a stone, she would have been warmed to a pulp. What's more, Suya already felt guilty towards Qin Tian. After this experience, she has gradually accepted Qin Tian and her own identity in her heart. Ding, Suya bursts into tears of gratitude, emotion value plus 1000. Suya did not delay any further. This opportunity was rare. Looking at all the major sects, only the core disciples could enjoy such treatment. How could she give up? Suya immediately began to try to break through. I don't know if it's because of the terrifying power of the Dawan pill, or because of Qin Tian's initiation. Her breakthrough this time seemed particularly smooth. Everything seemed to fall into place naturally. Soon, she felt the vital energy in her body begin to spread to her limbs and then gather in the Qi sea. She understood that she had made a breakthrough. The realm of creation is also known as the 3 realms of creation. The first is to create Qi, the second is to create spirit, and the third is to create gods. Qi is the root of cultivation. Cultivation means refining the vital energy of heaven and earth, gathering it in the sea of Qi, and using it for one's own benefit. Only when you reach the state of creating Qi can you release your vital energy and use it to defend against the enemy. At this moment, Suya felt a layer of fetal membrane gradually rising around her body, like a protective shield, floating above her skin. This is the vitality shield. Seeing this scene, Suya couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Only when one enters the realm of creating Qi can one be called a cultivator. With the energy shield, she now has some ability to protect herself. Suya opened her eyes, stood up silently, looked at the man in front of her, and finally said thank you from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. Ding, Suya is deeply moved, emotional value plus 1000. You are my wife, and you will need to stay by my side in the future. I don't want to be alone in the future. You must practice well in the future. Believe me, I will definitely help you ascend to heaven in the future. Qin Tian rubbed Suya's little face, and this time, Suya rarely dodged. Instead, he nodded vigorously. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, judging from Qin Tian's attitude at the moment, the other party did not seem to regard him as a training tool. Alright, you've just broken through and you still need to stabilize your realm. I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything, just come find me. Suya nodded and turned back into the house. Qin Tian looked at the emotional value on the panel and smiled slightly. This little girl is really easy to deal with. However, Qin Tian was not in a hurry to draw the lottery at this moment. There are also some rules for the lottery draw under this system. Previously, he had been drawing from the permanent prize pool, which had pretty good prizes, but it was obviously no longer able to satisfy Qin Tian's appetite. Now he has set his sights on the limited prize pool. The rewards for the limited prize pool are obviously better, but they also require more emotional value to be consumed. He wanted to wait a little longer and see what good things the limited prize pool could produce. And now, he also needs to stabilize his realm. Having just acquired 100 years of skills, he broke through to the 5th level of Nirvana. The Nirvana realm is different from the Junyuan realm and others. Every time you advance to the Nirvana realm, it takes a lot of time. There are countless masters of Nirvana who have spent hundreds of years trying to improve but are unable to do so, and eventually die of old age. Now, after 100 years of cultivation, Qin Tian has only advanced one level, which shows how difficult it is to cultivate in the Nirvana realm. Now that Qin Tian has just broken through, of course he needs to consolidate his realm. However, at his level, it wouldn't take long for him to consolidate his cultivation. Around dusk, Qin Tian woke up. Just then, Ning Dao came back from outside. It's all cleaned up. Ning Dao spoke softly. After receiving Qin Tian's order, she immediately found the 5th elder and the 9th elder and killed them both. As the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect, she is the #1 person in the Demon Sect except for Qin Tian. It is more than enough to deal with the 2 elders. What are the reactions of the other elders? Qin Tian asked. Ning Dao shook her head and said in a deep voice. No. This was all within Qin Tian's expectations. When Ning Dao took action, those people would definitely keep their tails between their legs. Who would dare to offend her at this time? Well done. Qin Tian looked at Ning Dao, but couldn't help but think of Ning Yao in his mind. The 2 women looked exactly the same, and it was hard for him not to think too much. You should practice well, I need to go out for a while. By the way, help me keep an eye on Suya. Her cultivation is not good enough. If anything happens to her, you are the only one I will ask for help. Qin Tian stood up and gave an order. Ning Dao nodded in agreement. Now she had neither the right nor the reason to refuse. Ever since she got the Dawan Dan, she has almost accepted Qin Tian in her heart. At least she can get benefits by following this guy. Anyway, her sister has been conquered by the other party, so she has no reason to continue hating Qin Tian. After Qin Tian left the yard, he left the Wangquan Demon Sect directly. The Demon Sect will probably be peaceful for a while now, and he needs to take this opportunity to find out the identity of the man in black. If we want to get to the bottom of this matter, we naturally have to start with Ning Yao. After all, that woman had contacted the man in black. Of course, Qin Tian also wanted to take this opportunity to continue harvesting emotional points. At the same time, however, a major event happened in the territory of Wu State. Chapter 14. Expelled from the royal family, Awakening of Destiny. Yi Yang, you are stubborn and unyielding. Now you are even trying to assassinate your brother and seize the position of crown prince. This is simply treason. Today's evidence is irrefutable, yet you still refuse to surrender. Are you plotting treason? Wu State, in the imperial palace. Emperor Wu Yi Saidao looked at the second prince in front of him and couldn't help but feel angry. All the civil and military officials in the court were looking at the second prince of Wu State with disappointment. Yi Yang has been arrogant and dissolute since childhood, indulging in wine and sex, and is a well-known playboy. But in the eyes of everyone, he did this just to avoid being involved in the royal struggle. But no one expected that the second prince actually harbored evil intentions and sent people to assassinate the eldest prince when he was away. Now that the truth has been revealed, even Yi Saidao cannot tolerate him. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang raised his head silently. Looking at everything familiar around him, he couldn't help but feel sad. Am I reborn? There was a hint of confusion in Yi Yang's eyes, but when he saw that familiar face, his eyes instantly became fierce. That was his elder brother Yi Chen, now the crown prince of Wu State and a strong candidate for the crown prince. Yi Yang will never forget that everything he suffered was caused by his elder brother. The scene before him was so familiar to him. After all, he had experienced it once in his previous life. In his previous life, he was framed by the eldest prince, ostracized by the royal family, and eventually exiled to the imperial mausoleum. His childhood sweetheart, who had grown up with him, also betrayed him at this moment and threw herself into the arms of the eldest prince. And all of this is just because of that woman. The woman he always treated as a treasure and spoiled to the sky, Yuan Ruoxuan. Yuan Ruoxuan is the granddaughter of Yuan Chunfeng, the Duke of Wu, and has been engaged to him since childhood. Yi Yang has always regarded her as the apple of his eye, taking good care of her, and is even willing to give up the fight for the position of crown prince for her. But what he didn't know was that what Yuan Ruoxuan cared about was the position of crown prince. That woman was very ambitious and wanted to be the queen. It was because he saw that Yi Yang had no ambition that he turned around and attached himself to Yi Chen. It was Yuan Ruoxuan who wrote a letter to Yi Yang, informing him that she had been attacked. Yi Yang then sent his personal guards to rescue her, but he was framed for the assassination of Yi Chen. It was not until many years later that Yi Yang finally understood the hidden truth. Poor him in his previous life, he always treated Yuan Ruoxuan as his white moonlight, and was hurt by her many times, but he still never left her. Until he finally died at the hands of Yuan Ruoxuan. Now that he has been reborn, Yi Yang has already recognized the true faces of these people. Royal family, childhood sweethearts, they're all fake. Now he just wants to leave here and find the woman who belongs to him. The woman who was called the female devil by the world, but who saved him from danger time and time again. In his previous life, he was exiled to the imperial mausoleum, but it was that woman who rescued him and taught him the way of cultivation. It's a pity that in his previous life, he didn't know how to cherish and only thought about Yuan Ruoxuan, and eventually let her down. Fortunately, God gave him a chance to live again. This time, he will never be a bootlicker again. Humph, you all go chase the heroine, and I'll chase the female devil. Yi Yang thought in his heart and slowly raised his head. He won't continue to wrong himself. The most ruthless family is the imperial family. He is completely disappointed with this family. Yi Chen, you staged this big show just to frame me, didn't you? Today I will do as you wish. Facing all the civil and military officials in the court, Yi Yang remained undeterred. I, Yi Yang, voluntarily leave the royal family. From today on, I am no longer the second prince of Wu Kingdom. As soon as these words were spoken, silence fell in the hall. How dare you, Yi Yang? Yi Saidao shouted angrily and was about to lose his temper, but was stopped by Yi Chen who was standing beside him. Father, my second brother was just angry for a moment. Please don't be angry. Yi Chen knelt on the ground and continued. After all, my blood is thicker than water. Although my second brother has committed a serious crime, it does not deserve the death penalty. I think it would be wise to grant my second brother's request and reduce him to a commoner. This way, his mistake today will be forgiven. Yi Chen's original purpose was to depose Yi Yang from his status as a prince, so that no one would compete with him for the position of crown prince. Now that Yi Yang had taken the initiative to propose it, it was exactly what he wanted, so he naturally had to go along with it. What's more, by saying this, he can get a reputation for being magnanimous, so why not do it? Your Majesty, the crown prince is magnanimous and benevolent. We second your motion. In the court, all the ministers echoed. Now everyone with a discerning eye can see that Yi Chen becoming the crown prince is a foregone conclusion, so naturally these old guys have to quickly take sides. Yi Saidao originally didn't want to expel Yi Yang from the royal family. After all, he was his son. But now that Yi Yang said this, it gave these people a reason to talk. Everyone spoke in unison, and he couldn't continue to be partial. Well, pass on my decree to demote Yi Yang to a commoner and expel him from the royal family. When Yi Yang heard this, he felt secretly happy. He doesn't care about the position of crown prince at all. He knew that he would become a hegemon in the future. He slowly stood up and left the hall without looking back. His back looked particularly lonely, but not desolate. As he left the palace, he felt like a bird leaving a cage, and an unprecedented sense of freedom surged in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a surge of heroic spirit in his chest, soaring into the sky. In the sky, colorful auspicious clouds gathered and thunder exploded. Purple air comes from the east for 3,000 miles, and the sound of the avenue bell is endless. A brilliant golden light surrounded Yi Yang, wrapping him up and gradually flying up. He stood proudly in the void, like a god, overlooking the entire imperial city. Is that the arrival of the heavenly Tao? At this moment, people in the palace looked at the sky in shock. The arrival of the gods of heaven indicates that a person with destiny is born. Those who are destined by heaven are blessed by heaven and can receive heaven's baptism. Once one has experienced the baptism of heaven, he will surely awaken his supreme talent, and becoming a saint and an immortal will be no problem in the future. Is that the second prince? It's him. Could he be the child of destiny? The ministers looked at the familiar figure and couldn't help feeling regretful. Even Yi Saidao felt regretful at this moment. He didn't expect Yi Yang to be so talented. If such a genius were to fall into the royal family of Wu State would surely be able to dominate the world in the future. But now, the other party was driven out of the palace by them. On the other side, Yi Chen had a gloomy expression. He knew very well that if Yi Yang showed such talent, it would inevitably cause everyone to regret it. If he returned to the royal family again, the position of crown prince would definitely be his. At the same time, the major sects in the southern region also noticed the strange phenomena occurring in the territory of Wu State and rushed towards this side. Qin Tian, who was originally rushing towards Hehuan Palace, couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw this scene. Is this destiny? Qin Tian muttered to himself. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he encountered the baptism of the child of destiny. He immediately rushed towards Wu State. These children of destiny are his tools to harvest emotions. How could he let it go? Chapter 15. Storms converge in Wuhan City. Ha 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 ha, Wuhan City is so lively today. In the imperial capital of Wu State, a figure flew over. Immediately afterwards, countless figures gathered from all directions. These people walked on the air, as graceful as fairies, and were obviously giants in their respective areas. When Yi Saidao saw this scene, he was suddenly shocked. He understood that these people were alarmed by the strange phenomenon. Now that Yi Yang had been baptized by the way of heaven, he would surely achieve great things in the future. These sects came here to win him over. With so many great figures from various sects gathering in Wuhan City, the entire imperial capital felt like it was facing a formidable enemy. Yi Saidao flew up and faced everyone. Everyone, this is Wu country. What are you going to do? Your Majesty, don't be nervous. We just came here to see a strange phenomenon. Yi Saidao naturally didn't believe these words, he just stared at Yi Yang intently. Now this kid obviously has a lot of complaints about the Wu kingdom, and he must find a way to clear up the misunderstanding. Even if Yi Yang is unwilling to come back, he must not let him fall into the hands of the enemy. Everyone waited for a while before Yi Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the people who suddenly appeared around him, Yi Yang understood. He didn't expect that this rebirth would bring him unexpected gains. Now, he has been baptized by the way of heaven, which is destiny. In terms of talent, he can definitely be called a monster. Right now, these sects came here naturally to win him over. Yi Yang couldn't help but feel overjoyed. His gaze fell on the members of the Wu Kingdom's royal family. At this moment, the expressions on those guys' faces were particularly wonderful. Seeing this, Yi Yang couldn't help but sneer. Humph, you ignored me before, but now I'm out of your reach. What royal family? I don't care. Yi Yang was thinking when someone spoke from a distance. May I ask what your name is, young friend? Yi Yang knew that the time to show off had come. He was about to speak when Yi Saidao behind him spoke first. This is my second son, Yi Yang, the second prince of Wu State. At this moment, Yi Saidao no longer cared about his own face. He was a man of destiny and had an extraordinary status. Even if he had to give up his old face, he had to hold Yi Yang in his hands. But unfortunately, Yi Yang in his previous life had been heartbroken by Wu Guo, so how could he go back now? I have left the royal family and am no longer a member of the Wu Kingdom royal family. Yi Yang's voice was cold and without any emotion. He will never forget how Yi Saidao treated him in his previous life. The royal family is ruthless. In Yi Saidao's eyes, there is no father-son affection. He is just a dispensable chess piece. When everyone heard this, their expressions instantly became strange. It seems that something is going on between this father and son. Yanger, don't talk nonsense. This is a family matter. If there is any misunderstanding, let's go back and talk about it. Seeing this, Yi Saidao knew that Yi Yang was still resentful, so he hurriedly spoke to dissuade him. Seeing this, Yi Yang felt contempt in his heart. But there was also a hint of secret joy. Those who looked down on him in his previous life now regard him as a hot commodity. The ups and downs in life are really unexpected. What misunderstanding is there? This was all your choice, Your Majesty the Martial Emperor. Yi Yang sneered, not giving any face at all. Yanger, if you come back, this matter can be discussed. Don't make the mistake. Seeing that Yi Yang showed no mercy, Yi Saidao became furious. Haha, turn back. I can't turn back anymore. You were the one who kicked me out of the royal family, and now you're begging me again. Who do you take me for? Yi Yang roared angrily, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances he had suffered in his previous life. Hearing this, Yi Saidao knew that there was no hope for the situation, and his expression became gloomy. At this moment, all the sect leaders present also understood. It seems that this guy was kicked out of the royal family. Ha ha ha, Yi Saidao, are you getting senile? You kicked such a promising young man out of the royal family. Tisk tisk tisk, your Wu kingdom is doomed. Ha ha, Your Majesty, we're not gloating over your misfortune, but are those two holes under your eyebrows there for venting your anger? You don't even want such a good seedling. Since you don't want it, then our Taishu Holy Land will not be polite. Get lost. What do you mean by your Taishu Holy Land? Did I agree? Yi Yang, since the Wu Kingdom's royal family is blind, you might as well join my Baiyu demon sect. I can promise you that I will let you become my demon sect's holy son and train you with all my strength. Old demon Yin Yu, this is my righteous cause. Why are you from the demon sect meddling in this? You bullshit righteous path. The one my demon sect has set their sights on is ours. Come and fight if you dare. Seeing a group of people fighting for him, Yi Yang felt secretly happy. Especially when he saw the old men in the royal family with gloomy faces, as if they had eaten 2 pounds of fly shit, he couldn't help laughing. A bunch of blind old fools, if I can't stay here, I'll find another place to stay. Look, this is the style of the man of destiny. Yi Yang didn't say anything, but just watched everything in front of him silently. The more fiercely they fight, the more important they become. This is a slap in the face of the royal family. However, he was also looking around, searching for that familiar figure. Heihuan Palace has always been secretive. I wonder if Ning Yao has arrived. Suddenly, Yi Yang saw a figure wrapped in a black robe, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's her, Ning Yao. Yi Yang was surprised, but then he saw someone standing next to Ning Yao. The man had a handsome appearance and stood out in the crowd. He was definitely a handsome man. This person's appearance is not inferior to mine. Who is this guy? Yi Yang was confused and couldn't help feeling a little jealous. In his eyes, Ning Yao has long been regarded as his woman, and now someone actually dares to approach Ning Yao. Humph, boy, you are courting death. Yi Yang snorted coldly. The person standing next to Ning Yao was naturally Qin Tian. Seeing such a scene, all the leaders of the major sects in the southern region came, and Ning Yao was naturally no exception. However, she didn't expect to meet Qin Tian. Recalling what happened yesterday, her face couldn't help but become hot. At that time, she was practicing the yin-yang harmony exercise and was unable to control her body. Afterwards, she was terrified and scared. That's why she left Wangquan Demon Sect early. She originally wanted to completely forget about this matter and avoid meeting Qin Tian again. But I happened to meet Qin Tian here again. At this moment, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Ding, Ning Yao is extremely ashamed, emotion value plus 1000. Fortunately, Ning Yao was covered in a black robe at the moment, and outsiders could not see anything unusual, otherwise, she would have left long ago. But unfortunately, Qin Tian acted as if nothing had happened and even chatted with her, which made Ning Yao feel even more shy. What do you think of this boy? Qin Tian naturally noticed Ning Yao's emotions. He had actually arrived a long time ago, and he also recognized Yi Yang's identity. Chapter 16. The Attention of All, the Child of Destiny. Destiny Child detected. Name: Yi Yang. Identity: the male lead of You All Chase the Heroine, I Chase the Female Devil. Cultivation: peak of the Qi creation realm. Origin: Yi Yang was originally the second prince of the Wu kingdom, but was framed and exiled to the imperial mausoleum. He was accidentally rescued by Ning Yao and embarked on the path of cultivation. However, because he was obsessed with the heroine Yuan Ruoxuan, he was eventually killed by her. Now reborn, he resolutely chose to rebel against the royal family and follow in Ning Yao's footsteps. This routine looks familiar. Qin Tian muttered to himself that the protagonist suffered injustice, but once he gained power, everyone rushed to follow him, thus slapping the faces of those who bullied him. Qin Tian is very familiar with this routine. Looking at the faint smile on Yi Yang's face, you can tell that this kid is thinking about how to show off at the moment. Qin Tian knew that this guy had a special relationship with Ning Yao. To be precise, Yi Yang was the male protagonist chosen by Ning Yao. But now Ning Yao was his, so this guy should just get as far away from her as possible. Qin Tian was thinking about it when he suddenly heard a prompt from the system. Ding, Yi Yang is filled with resentment, emotion value plus 1000. Tisk tisk, this guy hates me before I even do anything. Qin Tian noticed Yi Yang's gaze on him and couldn't help but chuckle. What child of destiny? He is just a fledgling boy. How dare he show malice in front of me? Court death. However, Qin Tian did not think of killing him immediately. After all, this guy can provide emotional value, so why not play with him? It won't be too late to kill him after we've squeezed out all his remaining value. After all, he is the son of destiny. His future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. Ning Yao spoke softly, answering Qin Tian's question. This answer was within Qin Tian's expectations. The reason why Ning Yao appeared here was probably to win over Yi Yang. However, Qin Tian didn't want her to succeed. Now these people are trying to win him over. Whoever gets him will inevitably be attacked from all sides. You'd better not act rashly. Ning Yao nodded slightly when he heard this. She naturally understood the reasoning. The sects present were powerful, and although their Hehuan palace was also one of the 10 great demonic sects, it had long lost its former glory. She didn't want to get into trouble. The reason she came here was just to see what was going on. Now that Qin Tian reminded her, she completely gave up the idea of winning over Yi Yang. Yi Yang watched Ning Yao whispering with the man beside her, and his resentment grew even stronger. He immediately prepared to speak, intending to become a disciple of Hehuan Palace. But before he could say anything, he saw Qin Tian come out first. This kid, my Wangquan demon sect wants him. Who's in favor? Who's against? Upon hearing this, the other sect leaders immediately became dissatisfied. Old demon Qin, I heard you were injured not long ago. Don't get involved in this kind of thing. Watch out for blood splashing all over your face. That's right, you should go back and recuperate. How can the child of destiny fall into the hands of your demon sect? Everyone spoke up. Haha, it seems like everyone is very confident. Qin Tian sneered, walked forward and continued. I'm making this clear today. If he doesn't join my Wangquan demon sect, I'll kill whoever gets his hands on him. Qin Tian swept his eyes over the crowd, his domineering look evident. Naturally, he had no intention of accepting Yi Yang as his disciple. He just wanted to prevent this guy from joining the Hehuan Palace. Although these people are now competing for Yi Yang, they only promise huge benefits, while what Qin Tian needs is to divert the conflict. He wanted to shape Yi Yang into a bomb, and whoever took Yi Yang would have to bear the anger of all parties. Qin Tian took the initiative to be the first to speak out, and people from other major sects also began to change their thinking. Indeed, they had no control over who Qin Tian would become his disciple, but they absolutely could not let this guy be captured by the enemy. For a time, everyone felt resentful of each other. For the people of the demon sect, what they have always believed in is that if they can't get it, they will destroy it. Even if they cannot win over Yi Yang this time, they must not let this kid join the righteous sect. When Ning Yao saw this scene, he also understood the profound meaning of what Qin Tian had just said. She knew that these guys would never allow Yi Yang to fall into the hands of others, and she was somewhat glad that she had not spoken just now. At the same time, he felt a little more grateful to Qin Tian. If Qin Tian hadn't reminded her, this hot potato would probably have fallen into her hands. At that time, the Hehuan sect will become the target of public criticism. Ding, Ning Yao is grateful, emotion value plus 1000. At the same time, seeing everyone like this, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel speechless. He looked at Qin Tian silently. Is this kid here to cause trouble? Yi Yang knew very well that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Once he joins a sect, others will inevitably attack him. In this case, it would be unlikely for him to join the Hehuan Palace. He knew very well that although Hehuan Palace was also one of the 10 great demonic sects, it had long lost its former glory. The current Ning Yao cannot protect him. Even if he joins the Hehuan Palace, it may bring trouble to the Hehuan Palace. Yi Yang was a little hesitant. He seemed to have no choice. Among the sects present, except for a few large sects, the others obviously did not have the strength to protect him. At this moment, many of the masters began to retreat. Ding, Yi Yang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Yi Yang looked at Qin Tian with malice in his eyes. Boy, if you dare to ruin my plans, I will rather die than join the Wangquan demon sect. Yi Yang thought that Qin Tian really wanted to accept him as his disciple, but in his eyes, the Wangquan demon sect had already been excluded. He doesn't have many choices left at the moment. He doesn't want to join a righteous sect. After all, the Hehuan Palace is a demonic sect, and he doesn't want to be an enemy of the Hehuan Palace. In this case, the only options he had left were the 10 great demonic sects. But the Wangquan demon sect is not a good choice because he doesn't like Qin Tian. Neither can Hehuan Palace. He cannot bring disaster to Hehuan Palace. As for the rest, Yi Yang turned his attention to the fire-worshipping demon sect. He also had some understanding of the Zoroastrianism demon sect. He had dealt with them many times in his previous life. What's more, now that he has been baptized by the heavenly Tao and possesses the body of the sun god, the fire demon sect is the best place for him. While everyone was still arguing, Yi Yang spoke softly. Thank you all for your kindness, but I already have someone in my heart. As soon as Yi Yang finished speaking, everyone was alert. I have always had great respect for the fire-worshipping demon sect. I would like to ask Senior Fenchen to accept me as your disciple. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Fenchen. And Fenchen himself had a look of joy on his face. Ha ha ha, Yi Yang, you have good vision. Join my fire-worshipping demon sect and I can guarantee that you will be unrivaled in the world in the future. Some are happy, some are sad. Just as Fenchen was rejoicing, other sects started to make trouble. Yi Yang, do you really want to join the demon sect? If you do that, you will become an enemy of the righteous path. Yi Yang, if you fall into the devil's way, there will be no turning back. Chapter 17. Force the protagonist away and enjoy the heroine alone. Nonsense, what's the devilish way or the righteous way? You guys are no good either, stop messing around with those nonsense. If you have the guts, go ahead and do it. I'm here. Who dares to touch him? Fenchen took the lead and protected Yi Yang behind him. Fenchen is extremely powerful. If they really fight, no one present can definitely defeat him. Just as everyone was hesitating, someone spoke. The child of destiny must not fall into his hands. Everyone, attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud thunder fell from the sky. Seeing this, Fenchen grabbed Yi Yang with one hand and slapped him with the other. Boom! The war was about to break out, and all the major sect leaders took action. Seeing this, Fenchen did not dare to fight any longer and could only fight and retreat. These bastards, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Fenchen's anger rose in his heart, and he gathered his energy with both hands and roared angrily. Divine fire burns the sky. The dark clouds gathered in the sky and instantly turned into a sea of fire, covering everyone. But the major masters were not pushovers and took action one after another. At the same time, there was a flash of lightning in the sky. Rumble. The sound of thunder never stops. The sky was filled with thunder, which turned into a pool of lightning and instantly split the sea of fire. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Is this a heavenly rank martial art? People's eyes fell on the distance. Qin Tian was holding thunder in his hand, like a god descending to earth, with magnificent momentum. Is this kid not injured? His cultivation seems to have improved again. Could it be that the last battle gave him a breakthrough? Everyone was shocked when they saw Qin Tian displaying his power. This guy has been hiding himself. There were rumors before that Qin Tian was seriously injured, but now it seems that it was clearly a rumor. Everyone was somewhat relieved that they had not fought with this kid just now. Otherwise, if he had attacked them unexpectedly, few people present would have been able to withstand it. Fenchen, who was far away, saw this scene and felt a little shocked. This guy has improved again. Looks like that last battle was a blessing in disguise for him. Fenchen grabbed Yi Yang with one hand and dodged away. No matter how confident he was, he didn't dare to fight against the masters of the major sects on his own. I can only escape with Yi Yang. But at this moment, Yi Yang had already remembered Qin Tian deeply. It was Qin Tian who howled just now, which attracted everyone to besiege them. His attention was always on Qin Tian, so he naturally saw this scene. At this moment, he completely hated Qin Tian. Qin Tian did this to force them to leave quickly to avoid any further trouble. Now that he saw Fenchen leaving, he of course stopped chasing him. However, he would not miss any polite words. Humph, I actually let this brat get away. The child of destiny must be alive. If he dies young. As soon as Qin Tian said this, all the major masters present began to think about it. Since we can't have the child of destiny, of course we have to kill it in the cradle. Qin Tian's goal had been achieved, and he quietly retreated behind the crowd. Let's go, I have something to talk to you about. Qin Tian found Ning Yao, spoke something, then grabbed Ning Yao and disappeared. Ning Yao felt the warmth coming from the palm of his hand and tried to break free several times. Now she really doesn't know how to face Qin Tian. There is already a relationship between the two, but Ning Yao just wants to end it all as soon as possible. Over the years, she has been cultivating her character and has long abandoned matters between men and women. The last time was just an accident, and she didn't want to continue. But now facing Qin Tian, she suddenly had the strength to resist. Although Qin Tian only used 2 moves just now, he shocked her. She knew that if she had faced those 2 moves, she would probably have died. Recalling the fight with Qin Tian the day before yesterday, she finally understood that Qin Tian had shown mercy at that time, otherwise, neither she nor Ning Dao would have survived. Now, she has agreed to cooperate with Qin Tian, so she can only bear it and leave with Qin Tian. But she had never had any contact with a man for many years, which made her feel a little uneasy. She had originally been calm, but now her heart was already surging. Ding, Ning Yao is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. Qin Tian ignored all this. He knew that it would take time to conquer this woman, but now that the male protagonist had appeared, he also needed to speed up the progress. The two came to Hehuan Palace. This was Qin Tian's first time here. Hehuan Palace was originally one of the 10 great demonic sects, but unfortunately it has gradually declined over the years. However, their foundation as one of the 10 great demonic sects is still there, and the entire Hehuan Palace looks prosperous. Ning Yao knew that she was no longer able to resist, but she also didn't want her disciples to know about her relationship with Qin Tian, so she took Qin Tian back to her residence. It was a courtyard located in the middle of the lake, surrounded by green trees, quiet and elegant. No one disturbs me on weekdays. What do you want from me? After returning to his residence, Ning Yao immediately asked. She really didn't want to have too much entanglement with Qin Tian. She was worried that the other party would disturb her Dao heart, so she just wanted to send Qin Tian away as soon as possible. You left in a hurry yesterday, and I forgot to give you something. Qin Tian didn't hesitate and sat down directly. Then, he took out a Dawan Dan and handed it to Ning Yao. When Ning Yao saw the Dawan Dan, his expression suddenly changed. Is this the great rejuvenation pill? Why do you have this? Everyone knew that the Dawan pill had been lost long ago, and she had never expected that Qin Tian actually had such a treasure. I got 2 pills by chance. You and Ning Dao each get 1. I've already given her hers. I came here this time to bring you the medicine. When Ning Yao heard this, he was immediately confused. But when she heard that Ning Dao also got a Dawan Dan, she was still a little happy. Although she seemed to ignore Ning Dao on the surface, she was always thinking about him in her heart. Over the years, she also helped Ning Dao to practice. Why? Ning Yao asked softly. She had no friendship with Qin Tian. Not long ago, she and her sisters even wanted to assassinate Qin Tian. Why would this guy turn around and help them? I never treat my friends unfairly. Since you've already agreed to cooperate with me, I'm sure you'll get some benefits. Qin Tian said, and took out another Bodhi bead. You've been practicing the Yin-Yang He-Huan Gong, and your inner demons are very strong. This Bodhi bead can help you suppress your inner demons. Carry it with you, and it might be helpful when you practice. Seeing this scene, Ning Yao was completely stunned. The magic sect skills have always been unconventional, so it is easy to go astray and develop inner demons. She should have been calm and composed when she practiced the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, but now she was also practicing the Yin-Yang Harmony technique. The two techniques were in conflict with each other, making it easier for her to develop inner demons. After returning yesterday, she noticed that the vitality in her body had become chaotic. Right now, she needed something to curb her inner demons, but she didn't expect Qin Tian to come to her on his own initiative. At this moment, she suddenly couldn't understand the person in front of her. Why would he treat himself like this? Chapter 18. Pure Desire. Heroine, Heart Ripples. A ripple appeared in Ning Yao's heart. She didn't know why the man in front of her would help her so much. She had always wanted to avoid any further entanglement with Qin Tian. But now, the bond between them seems to be deeper. Faced with such a treasure, even Ning Yao could not refuse. Thank you. Ning Yao's tone was rarely gentle. Ding, Ning Yao is feeling inexplicably nostalgic, emotion value plus 1000. Since I've agreed to cooperate with you, I should be honest with you. Qin Tian doesn't care about these things at all. He has a system, and pills like Dahuandan are of little use to him. It only takes 10 years of cultivation to make a Dahuandan, but he has cultivated for 100 years in one draw. In comparison, it is more important to harvest emotional value as soon as possible. This is called investment. As for the Bodhi beads, although this thing can suppress the inner demon, Qin Tian now has the 9 dragon thunder body to protect his Taoist heart, so he doesn't have to worry about the so-called inner demon at all. Ning Yao did not delay. She had just started practicing the yin-yang harmony technique, and the vital energy in her body was in chaos, which she needed the Bodhi beads to suppress. What's more, now with the help of Dahuandan, perhaps we can go even further. She immediately took the Dahuan pill and sat down cross-legged. A trace of vital energy poured out and enveloped it. As Ning Yao switched between the two techniques, he looked a bit evil and weird. Her body gradually became illusory, and at this moment, purity and charm converged in her. Her expression gradually turned ugly. At this moment, the Bodhi beads in her hand burst out with brilliant light. A mysterious feeling came over me. Yin is within Yang, not opposite to Yang. Ning Yao practiced the yin-yang harmony technique. She was born with a charming body, and the yin-yang harmony technique brought her physique to its fullest potential. Qin Tian suddenly sensed an inexplicable opportunity and his heart became restless. The natural beauty is truly terrifying. Qin Tian sighed, no wonder this woman had to hide all the time. Qin Tian's cultivation level is higher than Ning Yao's, but at this moment, his state of mind seems to be affected. Fortunately, he had the holy body to protect his heart, so he avoided being affected. If it were someone else, they would probably be deeply trapped in it by now. This woman's strength is unfathomable, and this one move alone makes it impossible to defend against her. However, Qin Tian was very happy to see this scene. Ning Yao was now his helper, and this girl might be of great use in the future. After a long time, Ning Yao finally woke up. At this moment, the vitality in her body has calmed down. The Bodhi beads could indeed help her suppress her inner demons, but now she was practicing the yin-yang harmony technique, which required the harmony of yin and yang, which still made her feel a little embarrassed. She has been practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutras since she was young and has kept herself clean. Unlike other practitioners of the Heroine Palace, she has long since given up matters between men and women. But now, if she wants to continue practicing yin-yang harmony gong, she will probably have to go against what she has always insisted on. This made Ning Yao a little at a loss. Although she had experienced it once before, she still remained vigilant. At least she couldn't accept that happening again. But due to the limitations of her skills, she seemed to have no choice. Ning Yao looked at Qin Tian silently. All along, her understanding of Qin Tian was limited to rumors from the outside world. But the contact over the past 2 days made her gradually feel the unknown side of the man in front of her. She didn't know whether Qin Tian sent her the elixir in order to win her over, but she had already accepted Qin Tian's kindness. For many years, she had been trying her best to avoid contact with other men. If I really want to break my persistence in the future, the person in front of me seems to be a good choice. Ning Yao was thinking in his mind, but suddenly reacted. Ning Yao, what are you thinking about? She quickly interrupted her thoughts. She didn't know when she started to have a good impression of Qin Tian. She had never felt anything like this before, and it filled her with a tinge of fear. Sect Master Qin, Ning Yao will remember today's events in his heart. I will also fulfill my promise to you. Ning Yao quickly changed the subject. Palace Master Ning, you are too polite, but I came here this time because I really want to ask for your help. Do you want to check the identity of the man in black? Ning Yao quickly understood Qin Tian's intention. The man in black targeted Qin Tian again and again, and Qin Tian must have wanted to find out who the other person was. And now, she was the only one who had seen the man in black, so Qin Tian came to her. Qin Tian smiled and nodded. Palace Master Ning, do you have any ideas? Ning Yao shook his head helplessly and said, I can't contact the man in black either. His whereabouts are very secretive. Last time, he was the one who took the initiative to find me and proposed cooperation. Now that the assassination plan has been exposed, I'm afraid he won't continue to look for me. Qin Tian frowned slightly when he heard this. This guy was indeed very vigilant. Not a single clue was left. He originally wanted to use Ning Yao to lure that person out, but now it seems that this approach is not feasible. However, I can provide the sect master with a clue. Seeing this, Ning Yao was silent for a moment and continued. That person is convinced that you, sect master Qin, are injured. This means that he was also present in the previous battle, and may even have witnessed it firsthand. Qin Tian was shocked when he heard this. The reason why he was injured before was because he had fought a fierce battle with the leader of the Netherworld Demon sect more than a month ago. There were many people present at the time, and the result was that both he and the other party were injured. The man in black was so sure that he was injured, it was very likely that he was the leader of the Netherworld Demon sect. Only that guy knew how seriously Qin Tian was injured. That's a problem. Qin Tian thought that this matter was definitely related to Yi Di. Only that guy could hate him so much. However, Qin Tian still had some concerns in his heart, because everyone knew that the Wangquan Demon sect and the Yuming Demon sect were enemies. There is no guarantee that there won't be someone who wants to take advantage of this. Maybe someone is deliberately provoking their conflict. I still need to investigate this matter. Thank you very much. Qin Tian stood up and said, now that the matter is over, I will go back first. If there is any news, I'll tell you right away. Ning Yao took over. Now that the two of them have cooperated, she probably guessed that the man in black would not contact her again. However, if that person still wants to attack Qin Tian, she must stand on Qin Tian's side. Qin Tian nodded, turned around and left. The clues on Ning Yao's side have been cut off, and Qin Tian can only start the investigation from the beginning. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past month, the southern region has become turbulent. The news that the Son of Destiny had defected to the demon sect had already spread, and some people asserted that in today's world, the devil was on the rise and the Tao was declining. The major demonic sects have recently begun to take action, which naturally aroused the vigilance of the righteous. They soon set their sights on Yi Yang. After all, that boy was the Son of Destiny. Chapter 19 The Poor Little Heroine. Has the fire-worshipping demon sect made any moves these days? In the courtyard, Qin Tian was drinking tea leisurely, while Ning Dao was serving him attentively. As the Grand Elder of the demon sect, she has now become Qin Tian's maid. Although Ning Dao is unhappy, she can do nothing about it. No, ever since the Son of Destiny joined the demon sect, the fire worship demon sect has protected him, and the fire worship demon sect has been much quieter these days. These days, Qin Tian has never forgotten to investigate Yi Yang's news. Although he also wanted to find the whereabouts of the man in black, the guy did not leave any clues, so Qin Tian had to shift his target to Yi Yang. For him now, the child of destiny is obviously more important. This kid is both a threat and a tool for him to harvest emotions. Of course, Qin Tian's main concern was to guard against Yi Yang and Ning Yao's contact. We can't let the child of destiny take advantage of the opportunity. What actions are the righteous side taking? Qin Tian knew that those guys would not allow the child of destiny to continue to develop. Now there are rumors outside that the devil is rising and the Tao is declining, and those guys can't sit still. Since they want to deal with the child of destiny, Qin Tian naturally wants to help. Recently, the Wu Kingdom's royal family has been very active. They are contacting the righteous sects and seem to want to take action against Yi Yang. Ning Yao curled his lips and looked down on those guys. Yi Yang was born into the Wu Kingdom's royal family, but was expelled from the family. Now, the Wu Kingdom's royal family is probably the one who is most worried about Yi Yang's growth. That's human nature. Qin Tian chuckled. Once Yi Yang grows up, he will definitely seek revenge on the Wu Kingdom. It would be strange if those guys were not worried. This is the child of destiny. Tisk, such a good seedling fell into the hands of the fire-worshipping demon sect, what a waste. Qin Tian sighed, and Ning Dao instantly understood what Qin Tian meant. The sect master wants to attack Yi Yang. There's no need for us to take action, just let those righteous sects take the lead. But we can add fuel to the fire. Ning Dao's expression changed slightly, and she asked, is the sect master planning to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Qin Tian nodded and stood up. I'll handle this matter. Qin Tian said this and walked out of the courtyard. Of course he had to do this kind of thing himself, after all, he still needed to harvest emotional points. Moreover, there might be a heroine by Yi Yang's side, so he had to take good care of her. Wu State, outside Wuping City. A thin figure stumbled away into the distance. She was pale and had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was obviously seriously injured. At this moment, the woman was already exhausted, but she didn't dare to stop and rest. The woman's name was Yuan Ruoxuan, and she was the granddaughter of Yuan Chunfeng, Duke of Weiguo of Wu State. As the Duke of Wei, Yuan Chunfeng was the pillar of the Wu State and held a large number of troops. Therefore, he also became the target of all parties in the royal family. Of course, because of this reason, some people in Wu State naturally wanted to get rid of him. As Yuan Ruoxuan is Yuan Chunfeng's granddaughter, of course someone has their eyes on her. This wasn't the first time she had been attacked. The last time, she was attacked and she desperately sent her guards to report the incident and seek help from Yi Yang, but unexpectedly she was saved by the eldest prince. However, the personal guards sent by Yi Yang attacked the eldest prince's guards and even attempted to assassinate the eldest prince. Yuan Ruoxuan never expected that the man she was thinking about was actually an ambitious man. At that moment, she was completely disappointed with Yi Yang. And just recently, Yi Yang defected from the royal family and joined the demon sect. This made Yuan Ruoxuan see Yi Yang's true character. That guy was born to be a demon. But after all, she grew up with Yi Yang, and she always had a glimmer of fantasy in her heart. This time, the Wu Kingdom's royal family contacted the righteous side and wanted to attack Yi Yang. Yuan Chunfeng, as the Duke of Weiguo of Wu Kingdom, naturally became a key figure. She repeatedly dissuaded Yuan Chunfeng from getting involved in this matter, but she had no choice as the emperor's order was difficult to disobey. There was no other way, so she thought of going out to find Yi Yang and inform him of the news. But as soon as she arrived in Wuping City, she was attacked again. She knew that no one would come to save her this time. Just when she was in despair, she suddenly saw a figure slowly approaching from a distance. The man was dressed in white clothes as white as snow and was extraordinarily handsome. Although Yuan Ruoxuan had never seen the other person before, she still used all her strength to ask for help. Young master. Before she could finish her words, she fainted. The person who came was Qin Tian, who was out. He originally wanted to come to Wu State to see how those people were preparing. But I didn't expect to encounter such a scene while walking on the road. Qin Tian didn't want to get involved at first. There were many murder and robbery businesses in the world, and he was not a good man. But as his eyes fell on Yuan Ruoxuan, he suddenly stopped. Picture. The destined heroine has been detected. Name. Yuan Ruoxuan. Identity. The heroine of, You Chase the Heroine, I Chase the Devil. Cultivation. 7th level of True Yuan Realm. Origin. Yuan Ruoxuan is the granddaughter of Yuan Chunfeng, the Duke of Weiguo of Wu State. She was betrothed to Yi Yang, the second prince of Wu State, at a young age. However, due to an attack, a misunderstanding arose between her and Yi Yang. The two fell in love and hated each other amidst this misunderstanding. However, Yi Yang eventually changed his mind and the two came together. Another heroine. Qin Tian's expression changed slightly. This was really easy to get. He had originally thought that he would be able to meet the heroine this time and continue to gain emotional points, but he didn't expect to bump into her every time he walked on the street. Qin Tian hurried forward, and at this moment Yuan Ruoxuan had completely fainted. However, she was not seriously injured, just overworked. Qin Tian took out a pill and gave it to Yuan Ruoxuan. Just at this moment, several men in black caught up. Let her go. The leading man in black saw Qin Tian and shouted at him harshly. Qin Tian raised his head slightly, and wherever his eyes passed, lightning flashed. Before the men in black could react, they fell to the ground and died. At this moment, Yuan Ruoxuan also woke up. Those men in black did not want to kill her. She was just running for her life and was exhausted. After taking the pill, she quickly recovered. As soon as Yuan Ruoxuan opened her eyes, she saw a handsome, almost enchanting face appear in front of her. "Are you awake? Are you okay?" Qin Tian asked, and Yuan Ruoxuan then noticed that she was lying in his arms, and she quickly sat up. A hint of blush passed across the slightly dirty little face. "No, it's okay. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is feeling anxious, emotional value plus 300. Yuan Ruoxuan glanced at the man in black who had already died in the distance, and her face suddenly changed. She had fought with these people before, and those guys were obviously much more powerful than her. However, the other party didn't seem to want to kill her, which allowed her to escape. Now, all these people are dead. She looked at Qin Tian silently, then quickly stood up and bowed. "My humble daughter, Yuan Ruoxuan, would like to thank you for saving my life." Chapter 20. Each with his own thoughts. "You're welcome." Qin Tian waved his hand and looked at the little girl in front of him curiously. Yuan Ruoxuan looks about 18 or 19 years old. She is petite and cute, just like a little child. However, her figure is quite graceful. Although she looks dirty at the moment, it still cannot conceal her agility. "Who are those people? Why are they chasing Miss Yuan?" Qin Tian asked, but he already had a plan in mind. Now that Wu State has contacted the righteous forces and is planning to deal with Yi Yang, Yuan Chunfeng, the Duke of Wei, must be among them. And this girl is Yuan Chunfeng's granddaughter. If we can get in touch with this connection, we might be able to get some information from her. "I don't know either." Yuan Ruoxuan shook her head, and a trace of vigilance flashed across her slightly childish face. Although she didn't know the identities of those people, she could probably guess what they were going to do. After all, she has experienced this kind of thing many times. But at the moment, she also didn't know Qin Tian's origins. If she revealed her identity rashly, she would be in trouble if this person also wanted to harm her. Therefore, Yuan Ruoxuan could only pretend to be ignorant. "May I ask your name, sir?" "I am Qin Tian." Qin Tian did not hide this. There were many people in this world who knew his name, but not many had seen his true face. The people of the demon sect never liked to show themselves to others, and the leaders of these demon sects are even more elusive. Even the leaders of the 10 great demonic sects were not familiar with each other, let alone outsiders. In the past, Qin Tian had never seen Ning Yao's true face, otherwise, Ning Dao would not have been able to hide in the Wangquan demon sect for so many years. Therefore, Qin Tian was not worried at all that someone would discover his identity. Yuan Ruoxuan had naturally heard of Qin Tian's name, but she did not connect that well-known villain with the man in front of her. After all, Qin Tian in front of him didn't look like a bad person. "Thank you very much, Master Qin, for saving my life. If you don't mind, Ruoxuan would like to invite you to come home with me. I will express my gratitude to you then." Yuan Ruoxuan knew that she was now being targeted, and it was no longer realistic for her to inform Yi Yang. If she wants to go back now, the road will probably be full of dangers. Therefore, he wanted to invite Qin Tian to go with him. This person seems to have extraordinary cultivation and may be able to protect himself. But she was also worried that Qin Tian would remain unmoved, so she continued to add. "My father is the Marquis of Wuan in the Wu Kingdom. If you come back with me, my father will definitely thank you profusely." Qin Tian had originally wanted to follow this girl back to inquire about the news of the righteous path. Now that the other party took the initiative to propose it, he certainly would not refuse. However, he didn't want to make this matter too obvious. "Miss, you are too kind. I happen to be going to Wuan City this time. If you don't mind, we can go together." Yuan Ruoxuan nodded quickly. "Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is grateful, emotion value plus 500. The two then rushed towards Wuan City. Soon, the two arrived at Wuan City. Qin Tiansai came here a month ago. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed and Wuan City seems to have become more lively. There are many more disciples from sects in the city. Apparently, Wu State has been in contact with those righteous sects recently. "Miss, you are finally back. The master has been so worried these past 2 days. At the gate of the Duke of Wei's mansion, the servant saw Yuan Ruoxuan and immediately came forward to greet her. Only at this moment did Yuan Ruoxuan begin to explain with a guilty look on her face. Master Qin, I'm sorry. I didn't know your background before, so Ruoxuan didn't dare to reveal her identity. Please forgive me. Qin Tian had known this for a long time, so he naturally didn't care. It's okay. It's right to be careful when you go out. Qin Tian waved his hand. Yuan Ruoxuan hurriedly took Qin Tian into the mansion. Soon, a strong man came out in a hurry. The man was strong and sturdy, like an iron tower, but his hair was slightly gray. Qin Tian naturally knew this pillar of the Wu state. Grandpa, Yuan Ruoxuan lowered her head and spoke timidly. Xuaner, where have you been? Yuan Chunfeng glanced at Qin Tian silently, then his eyes fell on Yuan Ruoxuan, his face full of worry. I just want to go out and play. Of course Yuan Ruoxuan didn't dare to reveal her purpose, so she could only quickly change the subject. Grandpa, I was attacked on the road. Thanks to this young Master Qin who came to my rescue, I was able to escape. When Yuan Chunfeng heard this, his face turned gloomy for a moment, but he quickly recovered. But there was a hint of scrutiny in the way he looked at Qin Tian. Over the years, there have been many people who wanted to use Yuan Ruoxuan to get close to him, and of course he also doubted Qin Tian's purpose. My name is Qin Tian, nice to meet the Duke of Wei. Qin Tian bowed, and Yuan Chunfeng was polite. After a few pleasantries, he took the two of them back to the inner hall. After the reception, Qin Tian asked to leave. He knew in his heart that it was not easy to get information from these old guys. His target has always been Yuan Ruoxuan. If he stays here now, it will definitely arouse suspicion. Yuan Chunfeng couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw this. This guy really seemed to be just passing by and didn't want to get anything from him. Yuan Chunfeng took out some thank you gifts, but they were all rejected by Qin Tian. Watching Qin Tian leave, Yuan Chunfeng began to ask Yuan Ruoxuan what happened on the way. Yuan Ruoxuan told Yuan Chunfeng the whole situation, but for a moment he couldn't figure out who had attacked Yuan Ruoxuan. These are troubled times, don't go out again. Yuan Chunfeng knew that countless people in Wu State were watching him, and since his approach was not working, naturally some people set their sights on Yuan Ruoxuan. Over the years, he has sent people to closely protect Yuan Ruoxuan, but unfortunately, this girl always likes to sneak out. But the situation is different now. Wuhan City is not peaceful now, so he must be more careful. Yuan Ruoxuan nodded, but she was still worried about Yi Yang's safety. After Qin Tian left the Duke of Wei's mansion, he found an inn to stay in. The imperial city is currently a mixed bag, making it a good time to gather information. In the lobby of the inn, many sect disciples were talking about Yi Yang. Now that Yi Yang has awakened and his identity as the child of destiny has been exposed, he has become the focus of all parties. Have you heard? Someone saw Yi Yang leaving the fire worship demon sect a few days ago, and his whereabouts are unknown. Ah, is this true? Then didn't the fire worship demon sect protect it? I heard that guy seemed to have escaped secretly. Disciples from the righteous sects have already rushed to track down Yi Yang's whereabouts. Humph, this boy has defected to the demon sect, and everyone has the right to kill him. Let's hurry over there too. If we find him, we'll kill him. That would be a great achievement. Qin Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard people chatting. At this critical moment, Yi Yang actually dared to leave the fire worship demon sect. Isn't this courting death? However, Qin Tian quickly understood what that guy was thinking. He probably wants to find Ning Yao. Chapter 21 Misunderstanding. Qin Tian left the inn immediately. This is a good opportunity. At the moment, these people don't know where Yi Yang is, but Qin Tian has probably guessed where that guy will go. Originally, Qin Tian was worried that the boy had been hiding in the fire worship demon sect. Since he took the initiative to come out and die, Qin Tian had to help him. Qin Tian walked out of Wuhan City and met many disciples from righteous sects along the way. It seemed that all of them had received the news. Just as Qin Tian was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure mixed in the crowd. Yuan Ruoxuan. Why did this little girl come out again? Qin Tian walked forward and grabbed Yuan Ruoxuan. Miss Yuan, why are you here? Yuan Ruoxuan was wearing men's clothes at the moment, but her young face betrayed her. Young Master Qin. Seeing Qin Tian, Yuan Ruoxuan was shocked. As soon as she returned to the mansion, she learned from the servants that Yi Yang had left the fire-worshipping demon sect. She knew that once Yi Yang went down the mountain, those guys would definitely track him down. So she escaped and wanted to inform Yi Yang, but unexpectedly she met Qin Tian again. "Where are you going, Mr. Qin?" Yuan Ruoxuan glanced at the people around her and spoke softly. She probably had guessed that these people were going to look for Yi Yang, and Qin Tian was no exception since he was leaving the city at this moment. Yuan Ruoxuan immediately had a plan in her mind. Follow Qin Tian. Firstly, Qin Tian is very powerful, so he can be taken care of on the way. Secondly, she didn't know where Yi Yang was, and maybe she would gain something by following Qin Tian. "I heard about Yi Yang's whereabouts and wanted to go see him." In the current situation, Qin Tian has nothing to hide. What's more, this girl sneaked out at this time, probably to find out Yi Yang's whereabouts. Could it be that Master Qin is also interested in Yi Yang? Yuan Ruoxuan was a little worried. What if Qin Tian also wanted to kill Yi Yang? Wouldn't she bring danger to Yi Yang? That's the child of destiny, I want to see him too. Hearing this, Yuan Ruoxuan felt a little uneasy. But soon, she came up with a solution. If he followed Qin Tian, once he discovered Yi Yang, he could alert him in advance, thus protecting Yi Yang. "It just so happens that I also want to go and see it. Mr. Qin, how about taking me with you?" Qin Tian smiled and nodded. This girl was quite thoughtful, but it was obviously unnecessary for her to play tricks in front of him. Qin Tian set out with Yuan Ruoxuan, and on the way, he also began to inquire about the matter indirectly. Since Miss Yuan is from the Duke of Wei's mansion, she must know something about Yi Yang, right? I wonder what kind of person he is. Yuan Ruoxuan was silent for a moment. Now she also felt that Yi Yang had become a little unfamiliar. She never thought that the man who used to treat her as the apple of his eye would plot to become the crown prince. But now Yi Yang has betrayed the royal family and joined the demon sect. Even Yuan Ruoxuan cannot understand all these things. I don't know what to say, he wasn't like this before. Qin Tian looked at Yuan Ruoxuan curiously. It seemed that the girl was still thinking about Yi Yang. From this point of view, the reason she sneaked out this time was probably not to track down Yi Yang's whereabouts, but to tip off the other party. However, Qin Tian still remembered that when he first met Yi Yang, the system prompted that the guy seemed to have died at the hands of Yuan Ruoxuan. There must be some misunderstanding between the two. In this case, it would be better to let the misunderstanding deepen. If Yi Yang saw Yuan Ruoxuan bringing him with her, that guy would definitely think that Yuan Ruoxuan had betrayed him. By then, Qin Tian thought about it and took Yuan Ruoxuan directly to Heroine Palace. He knew that Yi Yang was leaving the fire-worship demon sect at this time, and he must be going to find Ning Yao. He just needs to sit back and wait. Soon, Qin Tian and the others arrived at Heroine Palace. The two stopped to rest. It was the first time for Yuan Ruoxuan to leave Wu State. Looking at everything around her, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Seeing this, Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. At this moment, a prompt suddenly came to his mind. Ding, Yi Yang's hatred is hard to dissipate, emotion value plus 1000. In a dense forest, Yi Yang slowly emerged. Since leaving the fire-worshipping demon sect, he has met countless disciples from righteous sects along the way. He knew that those people came for him. But at this moment, he obviously didn't care about those people. He just wanted to find Ning Yao as soon as possible. In his previous life, Ning Yao had always stayed by his side. But in the end, he let the other person down. In this life, he would never let Ning Yao suffer any injustice again. Along the way, he hid his tracks and finally got rid of the pursuers. Seeing that Heroine Palace was right in front of him, he suddenly saw two familiar figures. Is that Yuan Ruoxuan and that guy? Yi Yang recognized Qin Tian at a glance. If it weren't for Qin Tian, he wouldn't have been forced to join the fire demon sect. At this moment, when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other. But he still retained a bit of rationality. Qin Tian is the leader of the Wangquan demon sect, so he is naturally no match for the other party. But when he saw Yuan Ruoxuan also appear here, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. This bitch actually brought this person here. Qin Tian always thought that it was Yuan Ruoxuan who framed him and made him bear the crime of assassinating the prince. At this moment, seeing Yuan Ruoxuan and Qin Tian appear here, he naturally thought that Yuan Ruoxuan brought Qin Tian here, and the purpose was of course to get rid of him completely. This made Yi Yang even more angry. Thinking of all the sacrifices he had made for Yuan Ruoxuan in his previous life, he felt extremely pitiful. At this moment, he had completely despaired of Yuan Ruoxuan. He has already left the royal family, but this woman still doesn't intend to let him go. Bitch, I'll make you pay. Ding, Yi Yang is filled with resentment, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian felt the system prompt and quickly discovered Yi Yang's whereabouts. This guy came pretty fast. Qin Tian knew that now that Yi Yang saw Yuan Ruoxuan with him, he would definitely suspect that it was Yuan Ruoxuan who led him here. The misunderstanding between the two will only get deeper and deeper. The goal has been achieved, and Qin Tian is ready to take action. He suddenly turned his head, looked in the direction of Yi Yang, and exclaimed, "Yi Yang, where is he?" Hearing this, Yi Yang was shocked. Oops, we're exposed. Yi Yang turned around and ran without thinking. He knew that if he fell into Qin Tian's hands, he would definitely not have a good ending. Moreover, he is definitely no match for Qin Tian now, he can only run. When Yuan Ruoxuan heard this, she quickly stood up. Yi Yang, where is he? Yuan Ruoxuan looked around but did not see Yi Yang. He ran away, Qin Tian said, pulling Yuan Ruoxuan up and chasing after him. When Yi Yang saw this scene, he was suddenly filled with grief and anger. These two are so close, they must have a special relationship. This bitch actually surrendered to someone from the demon sect. Chapter 22, finally meeting, but not knowing each other. Yi Yang never forgot that in his previous life, he eventually died at the hands of Yuan Ruoxuan. In his eyes, Yuan Ruoxuan is an extremely ambitious woman who seeks power. In her previous life, after Yi Yang lost power, she turned around and threw herself into the arms of the eldest prince. Later, it moved to many people. And he himself is just a stepping stone for Yuan Ruoxuan to move forward. At the moment, Yuan Ruoxuan is with Qin Tian, so Yi Yang naturally thinks that this woman has already defected to Qin Tian. Now he dared not stay for even a moment. He shuttled through the dense forest, using his experience from his previous life to hide his body. He thought that in this way he could avoid Qin Tian. But little did he know that everything he did was useless in Qin Tian's eyes. After all, Qin Tian is a powerful being in the Nirvana realm. How could this little guy possibly escape his pursuit? However, Qin Tian deliberately let him go at this moment. Qin Tian didn't want this guy to die here. What he needed was emotional value. He didn't want this kid to die before he drained Yi Yang dry. At this moment, a series of prompt sounds came into Qin Tian's ears, which made him feel happy. Cats always like to tease their prey, and he is no exception. Mr. Qin, have you really seen Yi Yang? Yuan Ruoxuan stared at her surroundings vigilantly, her face full of anxiety. She knew that Yi Yang's situation was undoubtedly dangerous at the moment, and she urgently wanted to tell Yi Yang to leave quickly. But she didn't see Yi Yang at all. Well, it should be him. Qin Tian said this, seemingly looking everywhere, but in fact he had already locked onto Yi Yang's position. Suddenly, Qin Tian felt someone approaching. It seems that those people from the righteous sects are chasing after us. He suddenly stopped and pulled Yuan Ruoxuan into the dense forest. Be careful, someone is coming. Qin Tian spoke up to remind her, and Yuan Ruoxuan became even more nervous when she heard this. The next second, she saw countless figures following her. Those people were obviously disciples of the righteous sects. The surroundings were quickly blocked by those people. Yuan Ruoxuan knew that it was impossible for Yi Yang to escape now. She looked around anxiously, trying to find Yi Yang first, but she could not see him. Just at this moment, an explosion was heard in the distance. In the sky, two figures were fighting. It's my grandfather, Yuan Ruoxuan exclaimed when she saw this. Qin Tian looked up and saw that Yuan Chunfeng had already started fighting with Fenchen. Obviously, both of them came to find Yi Yang, but their purposes were different. The commotion here quickly attracted more people, and the heads of several major sects showed up one after another. The identity of the Child of Destiny is special enough to make these people come forward. Just as Qin Tian had said before, those people from the demon sect did not want Yi Yang to fall into the hands of the fire worship demon sect. The Zoroastrianism sect is now surrounded by enemies on all sides. Fenchen was also feeling miserable. He had originally wanted Yi Yang to stay in the fire-worshipping demon sect so that outsiders would not dare to break into the mountain gate, but he had no choice but for this kid to sneak down the mountain. Fenchen didn't know what Yi Yang was thinking, but since he had the child of destiny in his hands, he had no choice but to follow him. But I didn't expect to meet Yuan Chunfeng here. Fenchen had long known that the Wu Kingdom royal family had summoned the righteous sects to attack Yi Yang. And the leader was Yuan Chunfeng. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other, and Fenchen immediately started fighting with the old guy. Of course, Fenchen's move was also to attract everyone's attention and create conditions for Yi Yang to escape. Seeing that the leaders of all the major sects had already appeared, Qin Tian naturally didn't want to join in the fun. His target is Yi Yang. Miss Yuan, this place is dangerous. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave. But my grandfather. Although Yuan Ruoxuan was concerned about Yi Yang, she couldn't help but feel a little worried when she saw her grandfather fighting with others. You won't be able to do anything here when the battle begins. Once they discover your identity, you'll likely become a burden to your grandfather. It's best to leave as soon as possible. Hearing this, Yuan Ruoxuan nodded slightly. Indeed, the fight between such big figures was not something she could interfere with. Moreover, if Yuan Chunfeng found out that she was here, he might be distracted. Qin Tian pulled Yuan Ruoxuan and headed in the opposite direction. Those people were attracted by Fenchen, but he kept staring at Yi Yang. Yi Yang did not take advantage of the chaos to leave here. The purpose of his trip was to find Ning Yao. This is the territory of Hehuan Palace. Given the current chaos, Ning Yao will definitely show up. Therefore, he took the initiative to rush towards the Hehuan Palace. But at this moment, he found a figure in the distance blocking his way. Ning Yao. That person was naturally Ning Yao, who came in a hurry. These days, Ning Yao has been paying attention to the situation outside. Naturally, he knew about the righteous sects, encirclement and suppression of the child of destiny. However, after Qin Tian's reminder, she no longer has any interest in this so-called child of destiny. This guy is a hot potato. Whoever gets him will inevitably be attacked from all sides. The current Zoroastrianism sect is a living example. But today, all the major sects gathered here, and Ning Yao was particularly annoyed. The more you try to hide, the more trouble will come to you. She didn't want to get involved in this matter, but these people just had to come to Hehuan Palace to cause trouble. As the palace master of Hehuan Palace, she had to step forward. But he didn't expect to run into Yi Yang as soon as he left Hehuan Palace. Now she has no good feelings towards Yi Yang, and she doesn't want to have any contact with this guy. Thinking of this, Ning Yao attacked without hesitation. At this moment, she just wanted to drive this guy away quickly, but she didn't want to kill Yi Yang, otherwise, it would inevitably attract the wrath of the fire worship demon sect. Yi Yang originally wanted to go up and say a few words, but seeing Ning Yao attacked him without giving him any explanation. For a moment, Yi Yang was also a little confused. Palace Master Ning, I came here to become your disciple. Why are you attacking me? Yi Yang dodged and began to explain. Hearing this, Ning Yao was shocked. Isn't this guy a disciple of the fire-worshipping demon sect? Why is he here to become a disciple? However, Ning Yao didn't care about these things. Even if this boy really came to become her disciple, she didn't want him. A gentleman is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. She didn't have the strength to protect the child of destiny, so naturally she didn't want to be involved in this cause and effect. Hehuan Palace doesn't need you. Either leave or die. Ning Yao raised his hand and slapped Yi Yang directly. Yi Yang was filled with resentment. He didn't know why Ning Yao treated him like this. This is different from the development in the previous life. In his previous life, it was clearly this woman who took the initiative to approach him and accepted him as her disciple. How did it become like this now? Suddenly, Yi Yang seemed to remember something, and Qin Tian's image unconsciously appeared in his mind. It's that guy. Yi Yang immediately suspected Qin Tian. At that time, he saw Qin Tian standing with Ning Yao. Moreover, the relationship between the two is obviously unusual. Ding! Yi Yang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Chapter 23. Enemies turn against each other, the hero collapses. Who is that man in black? Yuan Ruoxuan looked at Yi Yang and the other man fighting in the distance, feeling extremely anxious. The palace master of Hehuan Palace, Qin Tian began to explain, but he was secretly happy in his heart. It seemed that Ning Yao took what he said to heart. Ning Yao attacked Yi Yang, obviously not wanting to have anything to do with this guy. Right now, Hehuan Palace is already busy with its own affairs, so why would it get into such trouble? Hehuan Palace Master, Yuan Ruoxuan became even more anxious when she heard this. Anyone who can become the Palace Master must be a big shot. How could Yi Yang be a match for such a person? But at this moment, Yuan Ruoxuan could do nothing. Her cultivation was not as good as Yi Yang's, so naturally she was no match for him. Yuan Ruoxuan glanced at Qin Tian silently. Although she didn't know what level of cultivation Qin Tian had, she knew that this person was definitely stronger than herself. But she also knew that Qin Tian had no reason to help her. Master Qin, Yi Yang has appeared. Should we notify the others? Yuan Ruoxuan understood that the only people who could save Yi Yang now were the people from the Fire Demon sect. Although she didn't want to have any connection with the demon sect, she had no choice but to do so for Yi Yang. As long as the people from the fire-worshipping demon sect are lured over, they will definitely protect Yi Yang. No rush, the palace master of Hehuan Palace doesn't want to kill Yi Yang. Qin Tian naturally understood what the little girl was thinking. There is no way to ask someone to rescue Yi Yang. However, Qin Tian also realized that Ning Yao did not want to kill Yi Yang. Yi Yang is now a hot potato. Everyone doesn't want him to fall into the fire-worship demon sect, nor do they want to kill him. If he died at the hands of Ning Yao, it would surely draw the wrath of the fire demon sect, but Ning Yao would not do that. Really, Yuan Ruoxuan naturally couldn't see all this. She only saw that Yi Yang was in danger at the moment. The palace master of Hehuan Palace is at the Nirvana realm. If she wanted to kill Yi Yang, that guy would have died countless times. Hearing this, Yuan Ruoxuan felt relieved. But she couldn't understand why Yi Yang didn't run away. At this moment, Ning Yao was extremely depressed. She had already left Yi Yang a way to survive, but this guy just refused to run away. Ning Yao felt ruthless and decided to attack with all his strength. The next second, she slapped him. Yi Yang wanted to dodge, but how could he dodge? The gap between the two was too huge. If Ning Yao hadn't held back, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died. Puff! Yi Yang was hit in the chest by a palm and fell down instantly. At this moment, he also understood that Ning Yao might be serious about it. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he knew that staying here would probably be a dead end. Yi Yang stood up, turned around and ran. Seeing this, Ning Yao did not chase after him, but flew straight away. After seeing the two of them leave, Yuan Ruoxuan spoke immediately. Master Qin, should we follow and take a look? Qin Tian nodded. Of course he had to follow, because there was a big show going on right now. Ning Yao is born with a charming body, and her attacks can bewitch people. Even Qin Tian in the past would not dare to withstand this woman's attack. After this move, Yi Yang was probably poisoned by the charm. How could Qin Tian miss such a good show? What's more, if Yuan Ruoxuan saw Yi Yang in that state, I'm afraid this girl would completely lose confidence in that guy. Yi Yang stumbled and flew away, but soon he could not hold on and fell heavily to the ground. Although Ning Yao had shown mercy, his cultivation was limited after all, and he was already filled with anger and resentment at this moment. Yi Yang knew Ning Yao inside and out. He naturally understood that Ning Yao was born with a charming body, and if she was beaten by that woman, she would definitely be poisoned by her charm. This thing is more terrifying than aphrodisiac. With his current level of cultivation, he would definitely not be able to detoxify. But if he continued to wait in this desolate mountain and wilderness, he would surely die. Yi Yang continued to move forward despite his seriously injured body. At this moment, he suddenly saw a man in white slowly walking towards him. Sir, are you injured? Yi Yang raised his head with force, and the moment he saw the other person, his heart suddenly shook. Miaoyi. When Miaoyi heard this, she was immediately surprised. She was originally the saint of Miaoyu Temple, the leader of the righteous sect. Not long ago, she heard that the son of destiny had defected to the demon sect, and the Wu kingdom summoned the righteous sects to encircle and suppress him. Miaoyu Temple then arranged for her to go down the mountain to check the situation. Miaoyu Temple is aloof from the world and doesn't want to care about these things, but as the leaders of the righteous path, they have to step forward. And Miaoyi was well aware of the problem, so she only spoke on behalf of the sect and gave a perfunctory response. 2 days ago, Yi Yang went down the mountain, and the righteous sects all went out to encircle and suppress the other side, and Miaoyi naturally followed along. However, she had no interest in Yi Yang and was just going through the motions. But I didn't expect to see someone injured here. Out of Buddhist compassion, she went forward to check, but she didn't expect that this person actually knew her. Sir, do you know me? And Miaoyi had just opened her mouth to say something when she saw Yi Yang suddenly raise his head, his blood-red eyes bursting with animalistic light. And Miaoyi immediately stepped back, but the next second, Yi Yang rushed up like a beast. At this moment, Yi Yang was completely controlled by his animal nature and could not tell who was in front of him. But he was already seriously injured, how could he be a match for Miaoyi? He was immediately knocked back by Miaoyi's palm. Miaoyi also noticed something was wrong at this moment, but she had never seen Yi Yang before, and she didn't look at him much when the portraits were distributed earlier. But she understood the situation. This guy is clearly a member of the demon sect, deliberately disguising himself with the intention of launching a sneak attack on him. Miaoyi was about to continue attacking, but saw Yi Yang rushing up again. Facing Miaoyi's repeated attacks, Yi Yang seemed to be as strong as iron and steel, and did not dodge at all. This was also the first time that Miaoyi encountered such a situation. Looking at Yi Yang's crazy expression, Miaoyi's face became gloomy. You lecher, you're courting death. Miaoyi fought and retreated, her pair of jade hands falling continuously, attacking Yi Yang like raindrops. But at this moment, Yi Yang seemed to be unconscious and allowed the other party to attack him. A pair of eyes stared straight at Miaoyi. That lustful look made Miaoyi feel extremely disgusted. It was the first time she met people from the demon sect, and she didn't expect these guys to be so crazy. Miaoyi knew that if she continued to drag it out, she would inevitably be at a disadvantage. This guy is like a man of iron and steel, he can't be killed at all. She wanted to escape immediately, but at this moment, Yi Yang seized the opportunity and pounced on her. Looking at the other person's almost crazy eyes, Miaoyi was shocked. Just then, a figure blocked her way. Get out of here! Qin Tian shouted angrily, raised his leg and kicked Yi Yang out. Miaoyi looked at the tall figure in front of her and couldn't help feeling a little scared. If it weren't for Qin Tian, she would have been killed by that guy. Ding, Miaoyi is grateful, emotion value plus 300. Chapter 24, Seeing the Heroine Again, an explosive scene. Qin Tian had followed Yi Yang all the way here and had already seen this scene. But when he saw Miaoyi, his eyes lit up. The destined heroine has been detected. Name, Miaoyi. Identity, the heroine of, You Chase the Heroine, I Chase the Devil. Cultivation, Qi Creation Realm 3rd level. Origin, Miaoyi is the holy maiden of Miaoyu Temple, the leader of the righteous sect. While going down the mountain to train, she encountered the poisoned Yi Yang. The two of them accidentally became involved in a relationship. Afterwards, they experienced countless things together. Miaoyi gradually fell in love with Yi Yang and eventually became his confidant. Qin Tian didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain this time. The girl in front of me is actually one of the heroines. However, Qin Tian did not help immediately. He also needs to let Yuan Ruoxuan see Yi Yang's true face. Yuan Ruoxuan didn't know Ning Yao's methods. In her eyes, Yi Yang's sudden attack and injury and his attempts to commit illegal acts were just the result of his bestial nature. Seeing this scene, Yuan Ruoxuan was completely disappointed with Yi Yang. She originally still had illusions, thinking that Yi Yang was only forced by the royal family to join the demon sect, but now it seems that this guy has been possessed by the devil and is beyond redemption. Yuan Ruoxuan is kind-hearted and naturally doesn't want to see Yi Yang tarnish other people's innocence, so she asked Qin Tian to help. And this is the moment Qin Tian was waiting for. Hurry up and leave. This person has activated his demonic power and will be unconscious for a short period of time. Don't get entangled with him. Qin Tian spoke up to remind her, grabbed Yuan Ruoxuan, and turned to leave with Miaoyi. The three of them flew a long way before they stopped. Thank you very much for saving my life, sir. May I know your name? Miaoyi stopped, and only then did Qin Tian have time to take a closer look at the woman in front of him. Not to mention, Miaoyi is worthy of being the heroine. That appearance was no less impressive than Ning Yao's. She was dressed in a white dress as white as snow, with a graceful figure and waist-length black hair, which set off her delicate face and made it look even whiter and clearer. However, she was wearing a veil on her face, so her face could not be seen clearly. But those deep and pure eyes revealed a hint of purity and innocence. She is like a snow lotus, so pure that people cannot bear to desecrate her. Purity is fully displayed in her. Picture. My name is Qin Tian. This is Miss Yuan Ruoxuan. My name is An Miaoyi from Miaoyu Temple. Nice to meet you, Master Qin and Miss Yuan. After the three of them talked for a while, and Miaoyi asked about Yi Yang's identity. Qin Tian gave a brief introduction, and An Miaoyi immediately felt a little regretful. If she had known that the child of destiny was such a devil, she should have found a way to inform others. Not good, and Miaoyi suddenly reacted. That guy has gone insane and looks difficult to deal with. If other sect disciples encounter him, they will probably be killed by him. And Miaoyi is a Buddhist after all, and has a heart of a bodhisattva. After she realized what was happening, she immediately wanted to go back and inform others to prevent them from being harmed by Yi Yang. However, Qin Tian doesn't want Yi Yang to fall into the hands of those guys now. He quickly spoke up to stop her. Miss An, that guy might have already escaped. The most urgent thing is to find Yi Yang's whereabouts. After hearing this, An Miaoyi also understood. Indeed, Yi Yang is the biggest threat at the moment. If Yi Yang is allowed to escape, he will definitely cause trouble in the future. But where are we going to find him? That guy was injured, so he must have left some clues. Let's look for him first. If we find any trace of him, it won't be too late to notify others. Qin Tian made a suggestion and An Miaoyi nodded. Yuan Ruoxuan, who was standing aside, no longer had the energy to argue for Yi Yang. She had seen everything that had just happened. That guy actually wanted to defame someone else's innocence, which was unforgivable in Yuan Ruoxuan's eyes. The three of them immediately turned around and walked back. Soon, Qin Tian found a trail of blood in the forest. In fact, Qin Tian has been paying attention to Yi Yang's movements. After being beaten by him, the guy was completely poisoned to the bone marrow and passed out. But he was rescued by someone. The three of them followed the blood trail and finally came to the outside of a cave. Qin Tian approached cautiously. But the next second, the three of them saw a scene that made them collectively explode. In the cave, Yi Yang was holding down a man and struggling hard. The man had obviously fainted. Such an explosive scene was the first time for not only An Miaoyi and Yuan Ruoxuan, but also Qin Tian to see it. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is shocked, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, An Miaoyi's mentality explodes, emotional value plus 500. Soon, An Miaoyi and the other two reacted and turned around. An Miaoyi recalled the scene just now and couldn't help feeling scared. If Qin Tian had not appeared in time, it might be me who was lying in the cave now. She glanced at Qin Tian secretly. Ding, An Miaoyi bursts into tears of gratitude, emotion value plus 600. Suddenly, An Miaoyi suddenly remembered. At this moment, the man in the cave was probably killed by Yi Yang. She immediately took out the summons and notified the people from the righteous sect. However, Yuan Ruoxuan was so shocked by the exploding scene before her that she was speechless. At this moment, she was no longer just desperate about Yi Yang. She even felt a little nauseous in her heart. She covered her ears and cleared her mind, wanting to quickly forget what she had just seen. That scene is too eye-catching. She could never have imagined that Yi Yang would become like this. She was a little shy to get to know him. Recalling the past scenes with Yi Yang, she couldn't help but want to vomit. Just when the three of them were speechless with shock at the scene before them, the sound of breaking wind came from afar. Oh no, they're from the demon sect. Let's go. Qin Tian grabbed the two of them and turned to leave. These people were naturally called by Qin Tian. She didn't want Yi Yang to fall into the hands of the righteous sect. After seeing An Miaoyi take out the communication order, he secretly notified the people of the evil sect. Now that the people from the demon sect have arrived first, they can only leave first. And just after they left, Fenchen brought people here. As soon as he entered the cave, Fenchen was stunned by the scene before him. Even though he had practiced for hundreds of years and was knowledgeable, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. However, Fenchen was an extraordinary cultivator and could see through the charm in Yi Yang at a glance. He raised his hand and set up a ban to keep outsiders out. Then he quickly came to Yi Yang's side, raised his hand and sealed Yi Yang's meridians with a finger. Then he took out a pill and gave it to Yi Yang. After a moment, Yi Yang finally regained his composure. Although he was under the spell of a charm and his body was out of control, he saw everything that had just happened. Looking at the man in front of him who had already fallen into a coma, Yi Yang clenched his fists, wanting to kill him to silence him. He didn't want outsiders to know about this kind of thing. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. For some reason, he felt a slight flutter in his heart. Chapter 25. The protagonist is gay, and the heroine is heartbroken. Kill him. Fenchen's cold voice came. As the leader of the demon sect, Fenchen quickly calmed down. He knew that what happened today would undoubtedly be something Yi Yang would not want to look back on. This may very well become Yi Yang's inner demon on his path of cultivation. Only by getting rid of this man can Yi Yang let go of everything. But Yi Yang shook his head. He couldn't bring himself to do it. He was sure that he was not interested in men, but for some reason, he had a different feeling for the man in front of him. Master, he saved me after all, please spare his life. Fenchen heard this and shook his head helplessly. Only Yi Yang can handle this matter himself. Since he doesn't want to do it, Fenchen doesn't want to force him. Otherwise, what happened today will become an indelible shadow for Yi Yang. What happened? Fenchen asked, but Yi Yang didn't want to explain too much. Firstly, he was still worried about Ning Yao and didn't want Ning Yao to be involved in this matter. If Fenchen knew that he was injured by Ning Yao, this old guy would definitely seek revenge on Ning Yao. Besides, he was too embarrassed to talk about what happened today. However, Yi Yang knew in his heart that the reason why things turned out like this was all because of Qin Tian. If it weren't for that guy, Ning Yao and I wouldn't be like this. If it weren't for that guy, I might be with An Miaoyi. Thinking of An Miaoyi, Yi Yang felt even more angry. In his previous life, when he was seriously injured, he met An Miaoyi by chance and was rescued by her. That time and that moment is just like this moment. It was because of that incident that the two came together. But today, all this was stopped by Qin Tian. If Qin Tian had not appeared, he could have captured An Miaoyi. He believed that with the memories of his previous life, he could subdue that woman. But Qin Tian's appearance broke all this. It also caused him to end up in this situation with a man. Qin Tian, I will kill you. Yi Yang's eyes were red and he stood up. Ding, Yi Yang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Yi Yang glanced at the unconscious man on the ground, then took out a pill from his arms and gave it to him. Fenchen looked at this scene, and his expression gradually became strange. Could it be that my disciple really fell in love with a man? However, he knew that Yi Yang probably couldn't accept all this now, so he simply remained silent. Master, please keep today's events a secret for me. Fenchen nodded. Yi Yang turned around and looked at the other person again, then followed Fenchen out of the cave. Now that all the righteous sects have gathered here, Fenchen naturally did not dare to delay and immediately took Yi Yang back to the fire-worshipping demon sect. The righteous sects did not find Yi Yang and subsequently dispersed. On the other side, Qin Tian took An Miaoyi and the other one back. Looking at the two dazed women beside him, Qin Tian knew that today's scene had had too much of an impact on them, and they also needed to digest it. Qin Tian remained silent along the way. When the three of them returned to Wuhan City, they heard a bolt from the blue. Yuan Chunfeng was besieged by several members of the demon sect and was seriously injured. When Yuan Ruoxuan heard this, she hurried home. And Miaoyi was also a little surprised at this moment. This time the leader of the righteous sect also showed up, so how could Yuan Chunfeng be besieged? What are those people from the righteous sects doing? As the holy maiden of Miaoyi Temple, and Miaoyi naturally needed to go and take a look. Master Qin, the Duke of Wei is injured, and I should come out to visit him. Would you like to come with me? Okay, Qin Tian nodded. When the two arrived at the Duke of Wei's mansion, they saw that the entrance was already heavily guarded. Yuan Ruoxuan immediately stepped forward to inquire about the situation, and only then did she learn that Yuan Chunfeng had already been seriously injured and unconscious, and had been carried back. Yuan Ruoxuan immediately rushed towards the mansion, and Qin Tian and the others followed. But the guard at the door looked at An Miaoyi with a hint of malice. After entering the mansion, they soon saw Yuan Chunfeng. At this moment, he was lying in the lobby, surrounded by his family's younger generations. Grandpa, Yuan Ruoxuan walked forward. Why don't you find someone to help treat the disease? Yuan Ruoxuan looked at the uncles and aunts around her and asked. She is already deeply favored by Yuan Chunfeng, and is also the princess appointed by the royal family. In the future, she is more likely to become the Queen of Wu State. Naturally, her status in the palace is extraordinary. Even these uncles and aunts did not dare to be careless when facing her. Xuaner, it's not that we don't want to hire someone to treat our illness. Previously, those righteous sects also sent people to deliver various elixirs and miraculous medicines, but father didn't use their medicine. Yuan Wen on the side began to explain, but his eyes fell on An Miaoyi. What's going on? Yuan Wen took a deep breath and spoke viciously. The leaders of those righteous sects sat on the mountain and watched the fight between the tigers, watching helplessly as my father was besieged by the demon sect members. If they had taken action, how could my father have suffered such a fate? After hearing this, An Miaoyi finally understood why these people showed malice towards her. The righteous sects all have their own ulterior motives. Those guys don't want to deal with Yi Yang at all. They just want to recruit Yi Yang as their disciple. They would naturally be happy to see the Wu Kingdom and the demon sect fighting each other, so that they could take advantage of the situation and snatch Yi Yang away. Yuan Ruoxuan was simple-minded and naturally couldn't figure out the problem. Her thoughts at the moment were all on Yuan Chunfeng. Then we must quickly find a way to help Grandpa heal his injuries. We've given father medicine, but his injuries are too severe and he's not getting better. Yuan Wen sighed. Just when Yuan Ruoxuan was extremely anxious, Qin Tian suddenly spoke. The Duke of Wei is not injured, but his soul is damaged and he has fallen into a coma. This is the Netherworld Demon Sect's method of burning the sky. When everyone heard this, their eyes fell on Qin Tian. Qin Tian had just been here a few days ago, so everyone naturally knew him. Seeing this, Yuan Wen quickly spoke. Little brother, do you know how to rescue him? Little brother, if you can save my father, you will be the great benefactor of our Yuan family. If you have any request, our Yuan family will go through fire and water and will not hesitate to help you. Everyone didn't know much about Qin Tian, but they all knew that Qin Tian had an extraordinary origin. Yuan Chunfeng had told them before that Qin Tian was unfathomable. Hearing Qin Tian say this, they could only place their hopes on Qin Tian. I can try. Qin Tian walked forward and put his hand on Yuan Chunfeng's forehead. Qin Tian knows everything about the Netherworld Demon Sect. Their Wangquan Demon Sect and Netherworld Demon Sect are old enemies. The people in the Netherworld Demon Sect practice Taoism with their souls and bodies, specializing in the spirit, and their methods are strange and unpredictable. Even Qin Tian suffered at their hands. However, speaking of it, the Wangquan Demon Sect can also be considered their nemesis. When the dead air condenses, it becomes the Yellow Springs. The Wangquan Demon Sect has always practiced by absorbing death energy, and the ghost cultivators of the Netherworld Demon Sect have become their best nourishment. It is precisely because of this that the two major demon sects became mortal enemies. At this moment, Yuan Chunfeng's soul was injured, and the death energy invaded his spirit, causing him to fall into a coma. Qin Tian silently practiced his skills, and saw a wisp of black smoke rising from between Yuan Chunfeng's eyebrows. The originally pale face gradually showed a hint of blood color. Yuan Ruoxuan was delighted when she saw this. Ding! Yuan Ruoxuan bursts into tears of gratitude, emotion value +1000. Chapter 26 Mr. Yuan's Plan. As Yuan Chunfeng's complexion gradually returned to normal, a hint of doubt flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. Let the Duke of Wei take a rest. He will wake up naturally when the time comes. Qin Tian spoke. Yuan Wen hurriedly ordered his servants to send Yuan Chunfeng back to his room. Afterwards, the whole Yuan family began to get busy. Seeing that the Yuan family was resentful of her at the moment, An Miaoyi simply offered to leave. After An Miaoyi left, Yuan Ruoxuan took Qin Tian back to her residence. Mr. Qin, is my grandfather okay? Yuan Ruoxuan was still a little worried. Although she was a little naive, she knew very well that Yuan Chunfeng was the pillar of the Yuan family. There were too many people around just now, so she didn't dare to ask too many questions. It was not until they were left alone that Yuan Ruoxuan spoke. Don't worry, after tonight, the Duke of Wei will wake up. Qin Tian spoke loudly, his eyes subconsciously glancing outside the yard. Yuan Ruoxuan obviously didn't notice Qin Tian's abnormality. When she heard this, she was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Master Qin. Yuan Ruoxuan knelt on the ground. Master Qin saved me, and now he has saved my grandfather. I will always remember this great favor. If Master Qin needs anything in the future, I will be happy to help you. Yuan Ruoxuan lost her parents at a young age and was raised by Yuan Chunfeng. The relationship between the grandfather and grandson cannot be faked. In order to let Yuan Ruoxuan spend the rest of her life in peace, Yuan Chunfeng asked the emperor to marry her to Yi Yang, in order to find a way out for Yuan Ruoxuan. Yuan Chunfeng has devoted all his energy to her and paved the way for her future. But now, Yi Yang has rebelled against the royal family, and everything has changed. Miss Yuan, there's no need to be like this. Today's matter is just a piece of cake. Qin Tian reached out to help Yuan Ruoxuan up, and was slightly stunned by a cold touch. This girl seems to be very scared today. Don't worry, Miss Yuan. I can guarantee that your grandfather will be absolutely safe and sound. Qin Tian spoke to comfort her, and Yuan Ruoxuan tried hard to force a smile. Suddenly, she felt a hint of warmth on her hands, and then she realized that Qin Tian was holding her hands. Her face immediately turned red with embarrassment and she wanted to pull her hand back immediately. Don't move, Qin Tian said, holding Yuan Ruoxuan's small hand tightly, and continued, Miss Yuan, you have been exhausted all the way, both physically and mentally. Let me help you recuperate. Yuan Ruoxuan looked at Qin Tian in front of her, her face flushed with embarrassment, but she still nodded slightly. Soon, that warmth spread throughout my body, as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. This was the first time Yuan Ruoxuan had such close contact with another man, and her heart couldn't help but beat fast. Even Qin Tian could feel the other person's nervousness. Don't worry, Miss Yuan, there might be another big show tonight. Hearing this, Yuan Ruoxuan looked confused. What do you mean, Master Qin? You'll understand when the night comes. Qin Tian kept the secret. The two chatted as the sky gradually darkened. Until late at night, the palace was silent. A dark shadow flashed by and sneaked into Yuan Chunfeng's residence. The black shadow pushed open the door and looked at Yuan Chunfeng, who was unconscious on the bed. He slowly approached. At this moment, a candle suddenly lit up in the room. Yuan Chunfeng sat up instantly and raised his hand to strike. The black shadow was caught off guard and was knocked away in an instant. He immediately turned and fled, hiding in the darkness. At this time, Yuan Ruoxuan hurriedly ran in from the gate of the courtyard. Grandpa, are you okay? Yuan Chunfeng smiled and nodded, but his eyes fell on Qin Tian behind Yuan Ruoxuan. Who is that person? How dare he try to assassinate Grandpa? I'll immediately order a search of the palace. Yuan Ruoxuan immediately became angry and wanted to call for help, but was stopped by Yuan Chunfeng. No need, I already know his identity. Hearing this, Yuan Ruoxuan quickly asked. Who is it? Yuan Chunfeng shook his head and said nothing, but looked at Qin Tian to change the subject. Thank you, Sect Master Qin, for cooperating with me in this play. Qin Tian smiled and waved his hand. When he was helping Yuan Chunfeng heal his injuries during the day, he found that the old man was not injured at all. Even the damage to his soul was caused by him on purpose. Qin Tian realized at that time that this old man was probably trying to use this opportunity to shirk the task of encircling Yi Yang. But Yuan Chunfeng pretended to be sick in front of his family, which surprised Qin Tian a little. After thinking about it carefully, Qin Tian realized that there was a problem within the Yuan family. The old man did this on purpose, probably to lure the snake out of its hole. He simply pretended not to know and cooperated with the other party in putting on a show. Later, Qin Tian also realized that someone was secretly monitoring him, so he deliberately said that Yuan Chunfeng would wake up tonight. Sure enough, the man couldn't help but take action. But when Yuan Ruoxuan heard this, she was confused. What acting? What sect leader? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Yuan Chunfeng chuckled and made a gesture of invitation. Qin Tian followed the other person into the house. Yuan Chunfeng made a pot of tea, asked Qin Tian to sit down, and then began to explain. Xuaner, the person in front of you is the famous Wangquan demon sect's leader Qin Tian. Hearing this, Yuan Ruoxuan was so scared that she stood up instantly. A pair of eyes stared at Qin Tian, and his lips trembled as he spoke. Young Master Qin is the leader of the Wangquan demon sect, the infamous demon. When Qin Tian heard this, he couldn't help but cough lightly. Miss Yuan, is this how I look to you? Yuan Ruoxuan was surprised and said nothing, obviously agreeing. Everyone in the southern region knew that Qin Tian, the leader of the Wangquan demon sect, was a notorious demon with a bloodthirsty nature, the kind that would make children cry just hearing about him. But Yuan Ruoxuan never imagined that this famous leader of the demon sect was actually such a handsome, yet kind man. This is completely different from the image of a demon who eats children that she imagined. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is shocked, emotion value plus 1000. Xuaner, don't worry, sit down. Yuan Chunfeng spoke to comfort her, and Yuan Ruoxuan sat back carefully. However, at this moment, she did not dare to get close to Qin Tian, but instead stayed close to her grandfather. Alas, child, Sect Master Qin is your savior after all. If he wanted to harm you, why would he wait until now? Yuan Chunfeng rubbed his granddaughter's little head and comforted her softly. Don't be so scared. Grandpa, he is the leader of the demon sect. Yuan Ruoxuan stared at Qin Tian vigilantly. Has this demon sect leader ever harmed you? Yuan Ruoxuan shook her head slightly. The demonic sect, the righteous path. What's the difference between good and evil? It's just a fight between the Taoist sects. Those who claim to be righteous are also watching people die without helping them today, aren't they? Yuan Chunfeng's face was gloomy. His injury was indeed intentional. Under the circumstances at that time, if he had not been injured, he would probably have been besieged and killed by the leaders of the major demon sects. Chapter 27. Accepting a disciple. Yuan Ruoxuan thought about what Qin Tian had done in the past 2 days and finally let down her guard. Grandpa, you already knew the identity of young Master Qin No, Sect Master Qin. Yuan Chunfeng smiled and shook his head. The identity of the demon sect's leader is secret. How can outsiders know it? If Sect Master Qin hadn't come to my rescue today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to detect Sect Master Qin's identity. Qin Tian nodded. Indeed, if he didn't take action, the old man would definitely not be able to detect his identity. But at that time, Qin Tian was also deceived by this old man. However, Yuan Chunfeng did not make any move at that time, so Qin Tian realized that the other party had no hostility towards him, so he cooperated in the play. Grandpa, what about the acting you just mentioned? At this moment, Yuan Ruoxuan was still confused. Yuan Chunfeng knew that now that Yi Yang had rebelled against the royal family, there were some things that Yuan Ruoxuan should know. Today, I was besieged by several leaders of the demon sect and was in imminent danger. However, the leaders of the righteous sect stood by and watched. If I continued to fight, I would definitely be defeated. I had no choice but to pretend to be injured and flee. Then why did you hide it from me after you came back? Yuan Ruoxuan was a little annoyed. She was almost anxious to death before. Not only you, but no one in the mansion knows that I faked my injury. Yuan Chunfeng glanced at Qin Tian and began to explain. Xuaner, you've been attacked repeatedly over the years. Do you know how those people were able to accurately track your whereabouts? Yuan Ruoxuan shook her head. Because the person who attacked you is in the Yuan family. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ruoxuan's expression suddenly changed. She would never suspect that anyone in the Yuan family was against her, after all, they were her relatives. Seeing Yuan Ruoxuan's surprised face, Yuan Chunfeng shook his head helplessly. Over the years, he protected this girl so well that Yuan Ruoxuan had no guard against him at all. Xuaner, I am the Duke of Weiguo, holding great power. Both Yi Yang and Yi Lan want to win me over. And I chose Yi Yang, so Yi Lan was naturally unhappy. He can't win me over, so he can only find a way to get rid of me and support someone else to control the Yuan family and inherit the position of Duke of Wei. They assassinated you because they wanted to use you to threaten me. I pretended to be injured today in order to force the Yuan family to take action. Yuan Ruoxuan nodded as if she understood, and then quickly asked. Who is that person? Yuan Chunfeng shook his head. Xuaner, you can't know his identity. Now that Yi Yang has rebelled against the royal family, Yi Lan will surely become the crown prince. That man is now the crown prince's man. If you touch him, you will be making an enemy of the crown prince. Today I'm just trying to scare him into making another move. But this isn't a long-term solution. Yuan Chunfeng looked at Yuan Ruoxuan with a kind face and sighed softly. Grandpa will die one day. When Yi Yang is gone, no one in the Yuan family will continue to protect you. Having said that, Yuan Chunfeng glanced at Qin Tian. I originally planned to take this opportunity to choose a righteous sect for you so that you can have a place to stay, but now it seems that they are not a good place. Yuan Chunfeng paused, then suddenly stood up and bowed to Qin Tian. Sect Master Qin, I don't know why you came down the mountain this time, but today I beg you to protect this child. Although I am old, I still have some years left. I believe I can still do something for Sect Master Qin. After hearing this, Qin Tian probably understood Yuan Chunfeng's thoughts. He did all this just to pave the way for Yuan Ruoxuan. But Yi Yang, the man he had originally chosen, has now become the target of public criticism, and Yuan Chunfeng looks down on the righteous sect. It just so happened that he appeared here, so he could only turn to himself for help. However, this old man was also smart. He knew that Qin Tian was a member of the demon sect. Although he asked Qin Tian for help, there was a hint of threat in his words. After all, he is still the Duke of Weiguo of Wu State. He is very powerful and holds great power in his hands. He said this to remind Qin Tian not to set his sights on Yuan Ruoxuan. Secondly, it also shows Qin Tian that he still has the ability to help Qin Tian. It's a deal. Yuan Chunfeng still didn't dare to fully trust the leader of the demon sect in front of him. But in the past 2 days, Qin Tian showed interest in Yuan Ruoxuan again, which gave Yuan Chunfeng the opportunity. Although he didn't know what Qin Tian's purpose was, given Qin Tian's status and position, if he wanted to harm Yuan Ruoxuan, he would have done it long ago. Only after realizing Qin Tian's good intentions did he dare to propose a deal with Qin Tian. But when Yuan Ruoxuan heard this, she was shocked. Doesn't this mean that she should also join the demon sect? Yuan Ruoxuan was a little surprised, but she had great trust in Yuan Chunfeng's arrangements. Moreover, after these 2 days of contact, she also realized that Qin Tian was not what people described him to be. This demon sect leader seems to be quite easy to get along with. Qin Tian didn't expect that this old man would take the initiative to send Yuan Ruoxuan to him. He originally wanted to take this girl in as his disciple and slowly harvest her emotional value. Now that she has come to him on her own initiative, how could he not accept her? Miss Yuan has a simple personality and is very much in my heart. It's rare for the Duke of Wei to trust her. I promise you. Yuan Chunfeng took a deep breath and finally felt relieved. I swear on my life that if Sect Master Qin needs me one day, I will definitely help you with all my might. Yuan Chunfeng raised his right hand and swore an oath to the heavens. Seeing this, Qin Tian also stretched out his hand. The two of them put their hands together and smiled at each other. Ruoxuan, why don't you kneel down and become my disciple? When Yuan Ruoxuan heard this, she looked strange. Looking at Qin Tian, who was about the same age as her, she felt a little uncomfortable. Although it is said that the age of a person who practices Taoism cannot be judged by his appearance. But Yuan Ruoxuan still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, her master looked about the same age as her. After a moment's silence, Yuan Ruoxuan knelt down obediently. Disciple, I pay my respects to the master. Get up. Qin Tian waved his hand and took out a jade pendant and handed it to Yuan Ruoxuan. Carry this with you. If you are in danger, I will come to you. Seeing this, Yuan Chunfeng smiled and nodded. This is like a talisman. With the protection of Qin Tian, the leader of the demon sect, Yuan Ruoxuan should no longer be in any danger. I wonder what brings Sect Master Qin to Wuhan City. If you need anything, I can be of service. Seeing Qin Tian like this, Yuan Chunfeng naturally stopped being reserved. I just heard about Yi Yang and came to see him. Qin Tian chuckled. Duke Wei should also know the importance of the child of destiny. However, it seems that those righteous sects are not united now, so I don't have to worry about it. Yuan Chunfeng nodded. He had long guessed that Qin Tian came for this purpose. I'm afraid that Yi Yang's matter will not have any results. The imperial city is now in danger. I hope Sect Master Qin can take Ruoxuan away as soon as possible. If there is any news, I will inform you. Chapter 28 Return to the Demon Sect. That night, Qin Tian took Yuan Ruoxuan away from the Duke of Weiguo's mansion. Just as Yuan Chunfeng said, those righteous sects are obviously not powerful enough now, and now is not the best time to deal with Yi Yang. On the contrary, because of Yi Yang's departure, the capital of Wu Kingdom has been undercurrent. As the Duke of Weiguo, Yuan Chunfeng was bound to be involved in this, which was why he was anxious to send Yuan Ruoxuan away. Qin Tian's purpose of this trip has been achieved, so naturally it is not convenient for him to stay for long. The next morning, Yuan Ruoxuan followed Qin Tian back to the Wangquan demon sect. At first, she was a little afraid of this strange place. But soon, she was attracted by the fairyland-like environment of the sect. This was the first time in her life that she had set foot in a Taoist sect, and she was extremely curious about everything around her. Qin Tian returned to his residence, and just as he walked out of the yard, 4 figures fell down. The servants Chen Hao, Chuyu, Shaju, and Dongyang pay their respects to the sect master. The 4 maids bowed and knelt on the ground, which scared Yuan Ruoxuan. Even Qin Tian was a little surprised. "What are you doing?" "I am here under the orders of the great elder to protect the sect master's wife." Qin Tian chuckled when he heard this. Ning Dao is a reliable girl. These 4 people have the cultivation level of Yangzan realm. When they work together, they are enough to fight against the masters of Yinzan realm. With them here, Suya is safe. "Everyone, stand up." Qin Tian waved his hand and introduced, "This is my new disciple, Yuan Ruoxuan. Sha Zhu and Dong Yang, you 2 will be responsible for protecting her from now on." "Yes." Qin Tian waved his hand, and the 4 people disappeared in a flash. Yuan Ruoxuan looked at the scene in front of her and felt a great shock in her heart. She has lived in the palace since she was a child and has met countless masters, even Yuan Chunfeng has reached the Nirvana realm. But after all, her cultivation was still shallow, and facing these people, an invisible pressure still made her feel a little nervous. Qin Tian seemed to sense the other person's emotions, and reached out to pull her into the yard. The moment she stepped out of the yard, Yuan Ruoxuan was instantly attracted by a graceful figure in the distance. The person was dressed in a green shirt, with a pretty and gentle face, black hair that reached her waist, and a pair of tender eyes. Even though Yuan Ruoxuan was naturally beautiful, she was still shocked by the appearance of the woman in front of her. "You're back." Suya stood up and walked forward. Now she looks more mature and charming. After going through this period of time, she was no longer so resistant to Qin Tian. But as Qin Tian's wife, she could never fully accept her identity. "What? I've been away for a few days and you don't even call me husband." Qin Tian reached out and brushed away the hair on Suya's cheek. Seeing this, Suya blushed immediately, lowered her voice, and spoke softly. "Husband, be good." Qin Tian pinched Suya's little face. Suya quickly stepped back, her little face flushed red, and she looked cautiously at Yuan Ruoxuan behind Qin Tian. "There are still people here," Suya reminded in a low voice. Ding! Suya is extremely ashamed, emotion value plus 1000. Yuan Ruoxuan was also shocked when she saw this scene. For one thing, she didn't expect that Qin Tian actually had such a beautiful wife. Secondly, she really couldn't imagine that this famous leader of the demon sect had such a gentle side. The point is, for some reason, when she saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Ding! Yuan Ruoxuan is harboring resentment, emotion value plus 1000. Let me introduce you. This is my new disciple, Yuan Ruoxuan. You 2 are of similar age, so you should be able to get along very well. You can communicate more in the future, and you can have company. Suya raised her head curiously and looked at Yuan Ruoxuan. Speaking of which, although she lived a good life in the Wangquan demon sect during this period, she had access to all kinds of cultivation resources. But this place is the demon sect after all, and she still feels a little bored after practicing. Now, seeing a woman of the same age coming here, Suya couldn't help but feel a sense of intimacy in her heart. Yuan Ruoxuan was a little surprised to hear that the woman in front of her was the same age as her. She became the clan leader's wife at such a young age. At this moment, a trace of envy arose in her heart. But soon, she reacted. No, Qin Tian is her master now, and Suya is her master's wife. How can she have such random thoughts? Yuan Ruoxuan hurriedly bowed. Disciple, Yuan Ruoxuan greets master's wife. It was the first time that Suya was called master's wife, and the other person was about the same age as her. For a moment, she was a little at a loss. After hesitating for a long time, she spoke in a low voice. No need be polite. Ding! Suya is feeling anxious, emotional value plus 1000. Looking at the 2 people's nervous expressions, Qin Tian couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, you 2 are the same age, there's no need to be so nervous. Shuaner, although you have accepted me as your master, you and your master's wife can also call each other sisters in private. It's rare for her to have someone accompany her, so you 2 should get along well with each other. If you have any difficulties in your daily training, you can also ask Yar for advice. Yes, Yuan Ruoxuan had a cheerful personality and quickly adapted to the situation. Afterwards, Qin Tian called Sha Zhu and arranged a cave residence for Yuan Ruoxuan. After seeing Yuan Ruoxuan leave, Qin Tian hugged Suya. I've been away for the past 2 days. Have you been practicing well? Feeling the warm breath coming from her ear, Suya instantly became nervous. Ding, Suya is feeling uneasy, emotional value plus 1000. She nodded slightly, but didn't dare to speak at all. Come, let me check and see if you've been slacking off. Hearing this, Suya blushed instantly. She couldn't help but recall what happened last time, and a feeling of anxiety mixed with a little fear surged in her heart. It's still daytime, how about waiting until night? Suya begged softly. Not good. Shall we go back to the house then? Not good. Suya collapsed instantly, tears streaming down her face in anxiety. Ding, Suya's mood collapsed, emotional value plus 1000. But Qin Tian didn't care about that at all. He needed to harvest emotional points, so naturally he had to discipline this girl. Moreover, Qin Tian believed that this girl would soon adapt. Sure enough, Suya realized that she was powerless to refuse and could only let down her guard. The moment she relaxed, she gradually became addicted to it. Ding, Suya unlocks a new scene, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, Suya is in high demand, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Suya explains things in simple terms, emotional value plus 1000. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkens. Looking at Suya who was sleeping beside him, Qin Tian was speechless for a moment. Ever since he acquired the 9 Dragons Thunder body, his physical fitness has improved significantly. Now his yang energy is full and his vitality is abundant. This little girl obviously can't handle it. Oh, so useless, Qin Tian sighed. He originally wanted to harvest more emotional points, but he didn't expect this girl to be so fragile. Fortunately, Qin Tian has accumulated tens of thousands of emotion points in the past few days. He sat up and opened the system panel. Start the lottery. Chapter 29, Heaven-Defying Rewards, Abundant Harvest. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Thunder Emperor Scepter. Note, this innate Taoist treasure was forged by the ancient Emperor Lei Xun with the power of thunder. It has the power to drive thunder and can command the 9 heavens' divine thunder. A golden dragon head scepter appeared within the system space. The entire system space was instantly filled with thunder, like a minefield. The thunder exploded, and Qin Tian was shocked. Rather than calling it a scepter, it would be better to call it a halberd. 2 golden dragon patterns are coiled on the scepter, from bottom to top, and separated at the top like 2 crescents. 2 dragons fought each other, and a sharp blade extended from it, with strands of lightning wandering on it, erupting with terrifying pressure. Innate Taoist treasure, Qin Tian exclaimed inwardly. Those who practice Taoism use Taoist methods to condense magical weapons. The divine soldiers have their own way, and they are called Taoist soldiers. The Tao soldiers contain Tao patterns, which can drive the power of the Tao and become Tao treasures. Above the Tao treasures, there is the innate Tao rhyme, which is the innate Tao treasure. The Shantian Tao treasure can drive the power of the heavenly Tao, and when it moves, it can split mountains and crack rocks, and it has great supernatural powers. Currently, the most powerful divine weapon of the Wangquan demon sect is only the Wangquan sword, a top-grade Taoist treasure. Looking across the entire southern region, there are only a handful of innate Taoist treasures. Once such a treasure comes into the world, it will surely attract everyone to fight for it. As expected of a limited prize pool, this reward is truly extraordinary, and it's worth all the emotion points I wasted. Qin Tian sighed. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Mysterious Heart Jade Maiden Technique. Note, this is an immortal level technique. Practitioners must have a pure heart and be detached from all worldly desires. After practicing, they can gain a profound Tao heart, unfettered by external constraints. Qin Tian was speechless when he saw this. It is obvious that I cannot use this technique myself. However, he soon thought of someone who was definitely suitable for this kind of practice. In Miaoyi. The woman was born in Miaoyu Temple and practiced Buddhism, so she was naturally able to achieve the state of having nothing in her mind. Moreover, that woman is also one of the heroines, so this thing can be kept for her to harvest emotional value in the future. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the reward. Su Xin Jing, a heavenly grade, top grade technique, pure mind, no intention, and the way to enlightenment. Qin Tian felt a little discouraged when he saw this. It seems that this limited prize pool does not necessarily produce fairy-level quality rewards. However, the top-grade heavenly skills are enough. Moreover, this Su Xin Jing is also a long-lost martial art. In the past, there was a righteous sect in the southern region called the Su Nu sect. Only women are accepted as disciples of the Su Nu sect. It is rumored that disciples of the Su Nu sect will never have any bottlenecks in their cultivation throughout their lives, and the reason for this is because of the Su Heart Sutra. Those who practice the Su Xin Jing will have smooth practice and success will come naturally. As long as one's aptitude is not weak, achieving the yin-yang realm is a sure thing. Back then, the Su Nu sect used this opportunity to gain a foothold in the southern region. Unfortunately, because this technique was too powerful, the Su Nu sect also suffered a disaster, and no one in the sect survived overnight. Since then, the Su Xin Jing has been lost. Qin Tian put away the Su Xin Sutra. He couldn't practice it either, but it was just right for Suya and the others. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 9 Transformation Soul Restoring Pill. Note: an 8th grade divine pill that can revive the dead, turn bones into flesh, reshape the spirit, and restore the body to life. Qin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good thing. You must know that the Chu family's heirloom, the Soul Shepherding Pearl, has the power of reincarnation, and thus it brought disaster to the Chu family. The 9-turn soul restoring pill can directly reshape the spirit and bring the soul back to life, which is much more amazing than the soul restoring pearl. The soul shepherding pearl needs to be rebuilt after reincarnation, but this thing can directly bring the dead back to life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Phoenix Feather Heavenly Feather Rope. Note: a heavenly grade, top-grade defensive Taoist treasure forged with phoenix feathers, capable of suppressing inner demons, concealing cultivation, and shielding heavenly secrets. Defensive Taoist treasure, Qin Tian exclaimed. Tao treasures are similar to martial arts, and defensive Tao treasures are often rare. And this is a top-grade defensive Taoist treasure of the heavenly rank. Looking across the entire southern region, I'm afraid there is no other like it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 9 Heavens Thunder Formation, an innate formation, born above the 9 heavens, capable of withstanding attacks from saints and raining down divine thunder from the 9 heavens, comparable to a saint's strike. Now Qin Tian really couldn't sit still anymore. Saints have always been a mountain in the hearts of practitioners. As the saying goes, below a saint, we are all ants. Even Qin Tian was powerless to resist a saint. One strike from a saint can destroy heaven and earth, but this formation can actually withstand the saint's attack, which shows how terrifying its power is. The key is that this formation is both a defensive formation and an offensive formation. The 9 heavens divine thunder is comparable to a blow from a saint. If someone falls into it, even if the other person is a saint, it would probably not be pleasant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 9 Transformations of the Dragon. Note: a lower grade immortal level magical power, capable of controlling a dragon for 9 days and transforming into a real dragon in a fraction of a second. Qin Tian only felt the sound of dragon roars coming from his mind. In a flash, the 9 transformations of riding the dragon were imprinted deep in his mind. He already possessed the 9 dragon's thunder body, which was a perfect match for this technique. Unconsciously, dragon patterns appeared under his skin. Those dragon patterns were different, totaling 9, and finally converged on his chest. Hiss! Am I turning into a 9-striped dragon? Qin Tian complained secretly, but he was very happy in his heart. Immortal level magical power, this is his most powerful means of attack at present. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Netherworld Blood Transforming Pill. Note: a 6th grade pill that can transform blood into rebirth, creating icy skin and jade blood. Qin Tian's mind moved. The 6th grade elixir was of little use to him now. However, this Netherworld Blood Transforming Pill has a great origin. This item was originally created by the ancestors of the Netherworld Demon sect. The Netherworld Demon sect practices with the soul body. To join the sect, one needs to shed the mortal body and reshape the soul body. In order to condense the soul, the old ancestor of the Netherworld developed the Netherworld Blood Transforming Pill. Before shedding the mortal body, taking this pill can make the soul body also have blood, thereby condensing the soul. And because the soul is pure, the blood born from it is also pure and flawless, so it is called pure blood. But the effect of this thing is far more than that. If an ordinary person exchanges the blood in his body and produces pure blood, he can be reborn and create pure blood. This kind of bloodline is twice as effective with half the effort to cultivate, and is not inferior to those holy bodies or divine bodies. However, because this elixir was too powerful, the netherworld ancestor was directly besieged by 5 saints, his soul dissipated, and the elixir recipe was lost from then on. Qin Tian stared at the pill in his hand and was stunned for a moment. Although the grade of this elixir is not high, it can create pure blood that is not inferior to the divine body. This thing is of great value. Qin Tian put away the pills, and the next rewards were just some ordinary pills that could improve his cultivation. After 10 consecutive draws, all the emotional value he had accumulated was completely used up. Fortunately, these rewards are pretty good. After studying for a while, Qin Tian looked at his drained emotional value and fell into deep thought. This girl isn't very good. Looks like we need to find a few more to try. Chapter 30, The Lost Heart Sutra shocks the heroine. The next morning, Qin Tian had just gotten up when Yuan Ruoxuan found him early. As an apprentice, Yuan Ruoxuan knew the etiquette and naturally needed to pay her respects on the first day of her apprenticeship. But as soon as she saw Suya, she realized something was wrong. At this moment, Suya looked tired, as if she had not woken up yet. Yuan Ruoxuan was a clever girl, and she understood the reason in an instant. She gave a meaningful smile and saluted respectfully. Disciple pays homage to master and mistress. I apologize for disturbing their rest. Hearing this, Suya's face suddenly turned red. Ding, Suya is filled with shame and anger, emotional value plus 1000. She glanced at Qin Tian viciously. It's all this guy's fault. He didn't let me rest the whole night. Suya complained in her heart and felt a little worried about the future. If this continues, even a man of iron won't be able to bear it. Suya knew that she might not be able to escape Qin Tian's clutches, so she had to quickly find a sister to help share the burden. Looking at Yuan Ruoxuan with a smile on her face, Suya couldn't help feeling a little angry. This girl just came here and she's already making fun of herself. It's decided, it's you. Suya had already chosen her candidate in her heart. Who made this girl laugh at her? When the time comes, let this girl follow Qin Tian and see if she can still laugh. Just as Suya was thinking, Qin Tian waved his hand. You've come just in time. Now that you've accepted me as your master, I should naturally teach you how to cultivate. Today I will teach you a set of skills. Qin Tian said, turning his head and holding Suya, whispering. You also practice with her. Suya and the others couldn't help but look surprised when they heard this. They all had some practice and naturally had their own techniques. It was a big taboo for people who practiced Taoism to change their techniques midway. You should know that different martial arts have different ways of practicing. If you practice them casually, you may go astray. Does he want me to practice magic? Suya's heart instantly became alert. Yuan Ruoxuan also stared at Qin Tian with a vigilant look. After all, Qin Tian is the leader of the demon sect. In their opinion, the skills taught by Qin Tian must be the skills of the demon sect. Although they all followed Qin Tian, they still had concerns about the demon sect. Husband, I have been practicing the family's martial arts since I was young, so I don't need to change it. Suya spoke softly, wanting to refuse. Yuan Ruoxuan also nodded quickly. Although her cultivation was still shallow, she also knew the disadvantages of rashly changing the skills. You are my wife now. How can ordinary skills be worthy of you? Qin Tian probably guessed what the two girls were thinking. People in the world would have some grudges against the demon sect. Qin Tian naturally would not teach them the magic sect skills. The so-called magic sect mostly took unconventional approaches, and the same was true for their skills. Therefore, it is easy to go to extremes when practicing the magic sect skills and become possessed by the devil. Qin Tian didn't want them to become like that. Suya felt a little uneasy when she heard this. She was born in the Su family, which was just a small family, and the martial arts she practiced was only the Zan-level martial arts, which was already the most advanced martial arts in the Su family. Compared with large sects like the Wangquan demon sect, the Su family's foundation is naturally insufficient. But Suya also knew the drawbacks of the demon sect skills, and she still couldn't accept it in her heart. As for Yuan Ruoxuan, she was even more unwilling. The martial arts she practiced was taught to her by her grandfather. It was an authentic earth-level martial arts technique, and she was the only one in the entire Yuan family who was qualified to practice it. She didn't want to change her martial arts, nor did she want to practice the magic sect's martial arts. Of course, she also didn't believe that Qin Tian would teach her those advanced skills. You should know that it is already good enough for ordinary disciples to be able to practice earth-level skills. As for heaven-level skills, those are the secrets that are not passed down by major sects. Except for the sect leader, ordinary people are not qualified to practice them at all. Just when Suya was about to say something, she saw Qin Tian pointing his finger directly at her forehead. A set of martial arts formulas slowly emerged in his mind. Suya, who was originally a little resistant, suddenly calmed down the moment she saw the martial arts technique. Then, a layer of fear appeared on her little face, and then turned into joy. Seeing this scene, Yuan Ruoxuan couldn't help but feel curious. She didn't know what kind of martial arts Qin Tian taught Suya, but she could tell from her face that this martial arts was definitely not simple. A moment later, Qin Tian waved at Yuan Ruoxuan. Seeing Suya's reaction, Yuan Ruoxuan also walked forward with curiosity. In the blink of an eye, a set of exercises appeared in her mind. At this moment, she finally understood why Suya was so shocked. Heavenly level technique. Yuan Ruoxuan opened her eyes wide and looked at Qin Tian in surprise. She also didn't expect that she could actually practice heaven-level martial arts. Not to mention her, even her grandfather had never practiced this kind of martial arts. After all, the Yuan family is only the Duke of Weiguo in Wu State, so the Yuan family's foundation is naturally not as good as that of the Wangquan demon sect. But Yuan Ruoxuan never thought that Qin Tian would actually teach her the heavenly level skills. You know, these skills are the foundation of the sect. Suya also looked at Qin Tian in surprise. Although Qin Tian had been nice to her these days, she had never expected that Qin Tian would actually teach her such a secret of the sect. Even the elders of the Wangquan demon sect were probably not qualified to practice the heavenly level skills, but now Qin Tian taught them this skill. Ding, Suya is shocked, emotion value plus 1000. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is terrified, emotion value plus 1000. Okay, stop standing there like an idiot and go practice. I've already taught you the technique. If you don't practice diligently in the future, don't blame me for getting mad. Qin Tian looked at the two girls' surprised expressions and couldn't help but chuckle. Master, this is a heavenly level technique. Yuan Ruoxuan looked at Qin Tian nervously, still a little bit unbelievable in her heart. What happened to the heavenly rank technique? My disciple is dull, what if I? Suya stammered as she spoke, saying that it was not easy to practice heaven-level techniques. If one did not have enough talent, one would not even be able to understand them, let alone practice them. Don't worry, this technique is called the Su Shin Jing. It's simple and easy to understand. After practicing it, it will ensure that your future will be smooth sailing without any bottlenecks. When Qin Tian said this, Suya and the other person were stunned for a moment. Although it was their first time to come into contact with a heavenly grade technique, they had never heard that a heavenly grade technique could be so heaven-defying. Suddenly, Yuan Ruoxuan reacted. Wait, Su Shin Jing. Could it be the Su Shin Jing that was lost from the Sun V sect? After all, Yuan Ruoxuan came from a prominent family and had extraordinary knowledge. Naturally, she had heard of the legend of the Su Nu sect. When Suya heard this, she was shocked. Is this the legendary Su Shin Sutra? She had naturally heard about the Su Nu sect's power in the southern region, but she just didn't react at the moment. The Su Shin Jing is a peerless martial art that practitioners of Taoism dream of. It is rumored that this martial art has no threshold and there is no bottleneck after practicing it. Even if one has ordinary qualifications, practicing the Su Shin Jing can successfully break through the yin-yang realm. Chapter 31 Xiaoyao Valley. It's good that you know. Qin Tian was very satisfied with their reactions, but he still gave them some advice. This technique is top secret. You must not spread it out, or it will bring disaster. Suya and the other two nodded quickly, they naturally knew this. The reason why the Su Nu sect was wiped out was related to this technique. Of course they dare not publicize it. Just watching Qin Tian casually give them such a big gift, the two girls still felt like they were dreaming. You must know that for cultivators, the yin-yang realm is the peak they can reach in their lifetime. As for nirvana and reincarnation, they are realms that can only be achieved by those with extraordinary talents. The qualifications of Suya and the other two can only be considered average, and they did not have such extravagant hopes in the past. Even though Suya had just taken the immaculate pill to reshape her bones not long ago, she did not dare to hope that she would be able to achieve the yin-yang realm in the future. But now that she had the Su Shin Sutra, she had confidence. As for Yuan Ruoxuan, she was even happier. The way the two looked at Qin Tian changed at this moment. "Thank you, husband. Thank you, master," the two said in unison. Ding, Suya is feeling inexplicably nostalgic, emotional value plus 1000. Ding, Yuan Ruoxuan is deeply moved, emotion value plus 1000. You are all my closest people, no need to be polite. Just practice hard from now on. Qin Tian waved his hand and stood up. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, you guys can practice first. Suya and the other person watched Qin Tian leave, and it was a long time before they came to their senses from their joy. The two of them hurriedly began to practice. Although changing the technique is dangerous, it is a heavenly technique after all. Qin Tian had just left the yard and was about to look for Ning Dao, but he happened to meet Ning Dao rushing over. Master, I have some clues about the matter you asked me to investigate last time. Ever since Qin Tian learned from Ning Yao that the Netherworld Demon sect might be involved in the attack on him, he arranged for Ning Dao to secretly investigate the matter. These days, Ning Dao finally got some clues. Explain. I've found out that the Netherworld Demon sect seems to have had close contact with Xiaoyao Valley recently. Moreover, a few days ago, when the righteous sects were besieging the demon sect, the Netherworld Demon sect's leader, Sha Juyu, secretly went to Xiaoyao Valley. He hasn't come back yet. Qin Tian felt a little curious when he heard this. Xiaoyao Valley is a small sect, or it is not quite appropriate to call it a sect. Xiaoyao Valley is located deep in the Yunmeng's Lake and is a lawless area. Later, the free and easy wanderer Han Shang occupied this place, built a town, and started doing black market business. Therefore, that place was called Xiaoyao Valley. Han Shang was originally a disciple of Medicine Valley. Because he stole the secret book of Medicine Valley, he defected from the valley and was hunted down by the valley. He wandered around everywhere. This is how he got the name Xiaoyao Sanren. This person's cultivation is not inferior to Qin Tian's, and he is proficient in medicine and poisons, so he can gain a foothold in Xiaoyao Valley. However, she never participated in the battle between good and evil. What did Sha Juyu do in Xiaoyao Valley? Could it be to heal the wounds? The last time Qin Tian fought with Sha Juyu, that guy was also seriously injured. Qin Tian recovered from his injuries with the help of the system, but that guy is probably still seriously injured. Han Shang is proficient in medicine. Could it be that Sha Juyu went there to ask for elixirs? I'll go check it out. Qin Tian was silent for a moment, and immediately decided to go and take a look. No matter what Sha Juyu wants to do, even if he wants to celebrate the birthday, Qin Tian can't let him succeed. Speaking of which, Qin Tian and Han Shang also have a friendship. After Han Shang rebelled against Yao Valley, she asked Qin Tian for help. At that time, Han Shang promised Qin Tian that she would find a girl born on a yin day and at a yin time for him in exchange. All these years have passed and no one knows how she is doing. Qin Tian just took this opportunity to go and see her. Yunmeng's is a marshland deep in the wilderness. The great wilderness stretches for thousands of miles, crossing the entire southern region, forming a natural barrier that separates the righteous path from the evil sect. Therefore, the great wilderness also became a territory outside the righteous sect and the evil sect. People traveling from north to south have to pass through here, and this place has become a mixed crowd and full of dangers. Han Shang was able to establish Xiaoyao Valley here, which shows that her strength is extraordinary. Although the great wilderness is desolate, Xiaoyao Valley located here seems particularly lively. Many businesses that cannot be put on the table are concentrated here. This has become the best choice for black market transactions. In a pub, Qin Tian was enjoying his wine comfortably with his glass in hand. But then a girl in red rushed in. The girl was about 20 years old, with a standard oval face, delicate eyebrows and eyes, and a hint of heroic spirit. But at this moment, she was holding a spear, sweating profusely, and her body was covered in dust, looking a little sloppy. It looked as if a great battle had just taken place. Picture. Hey, young master, what have you been up to? Are you fighting with the geese outside the valley again? When the diners in the restaurant saw this scene, they immediately started laughing. Obviously everyone here knows the girl. How can I fight that goose every day? There was a guy in the store who ate 2 bowls of noodles and paid for one. I taught him a lesson. Hey, young master, you're so powerful. Did you win the fight? What a joke. Is there any fight I can't win? As the girl spoke, she went behind the counter, grabbed a pot of wine and drank it. Such behavior immediately attracted laughter from everyone. But at this moment, Qin Tian's eyes lit up when he looked at the girl. The destined heroine is detected. Name: Hongshou. Identity: the heroine of Martial Blade. The male protagonist Chu Fan's savior. Cultivation: Qi creation realm level 2. Origin: Hongshou is the daughter of Hong Ling, the saint of Medicine Valley. Hong Ling died unexpectedly, and before her death, she asked someone to hand her over to Han Xiong for upbringing. She has lived in Xiaoyao Valley since she was a child, never leaving. By chance, she met Chu Fan who had fled there, and rescued her and brought her back home, but this led to the destruction of Xiaoyao Valley. Qin Tian was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Chu Fan is here? Thinking of this, Qin Tian suddenly had a bold guess. The guy from the Netherworld demon sect probably didn't come here to find Han Xiong to heal his injuries, but because he found out the whereabouts of Chu Fan. This means that Xiaoyao Valley is in danger. While Qin Tian was thinking, a cold voice came from upstairs. Hey, our wild boy finally knows how to come back. Hearing this sound, the diners in the restaurant instantly quieted down. The next second, a woman came down from upstairs. She was wearing a red dress, which was somewhat similar to Hongshou's. Her black hair was tied up on top of her head, and she had a cool, pretty face with a hint of maturity and a hint of enchantment in her deep eyes. Qin Tian recognized at a glance that this person was Han Xiong. At this moment, Qin Tiansai truly realized what it meant to still have charm. This woman is simply a congenital widow. But what really shocked Qin Tian was that Han Xiong was also a heroine. Chapter 32, The Cold and Beautiful Female Lead Han Xiong. The destined heroine is detected. Name: Han Xiong. Identity: the heroine of Wu Po Kang Chong. Cultivation: Nirvana Realm 6th level. Origin: Han Xiong was once Medicine Valley's most outstanding disciple, but she accidentally contracted a cold blood poison. Once her blood clotted, she would surely die. Seeking a cure, she stole the Medicine Valley's secret manual and defected. Later, Hongshu accidentally rescued Chu Fan. Learning of his identity, Han Xiong took him in, hoping to learn the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl from him, but this led to her own death. Qin Tian looked at Han Xiong in surprise. Although he had some impression of Han Xiong in his memory, he didn't expect that this woman was also one of the heroines. If Qin Tian guessed correctly, that Hongshou was most likely the woman born on an inauspicious day and at an inauspicious time that Han Xiong had found for him. In other words, Hongshou is most likely his fiancée. If this is true, what should Han Xiong do? Just as Qin Tian was thinking about it, Hongshou walked forward with a look of grievance and took Han Xiong's arm. Auntie Han, I'm here to collect the debt. Someone ate without paying. Han Xiong glanced at Hongshou unhappily, shook off her arm, and walked straight to the counter. Oh, then I have to thank you. Hey, Aunt Han, we are all family, why are you being so polite to me? Hongshou approached with a smile, but the next second, Han Xiong picked up the abacus on the table and smashed it on Hongshou's head. Polite? Do I need to be polite to you? Seeing this, Hongshou dodged away. Fortunately, she has a lot of experience in being beaten over the years and has mastered the skills of dodging. Aunt Han, don't be angry. Anger makes you age faster. Hearing this, Han Zhang's face turned pale and she raised her hand and threw the abacus away. Hongshou turned her head to avoid it, and the abacus flew straight towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian raised his hand and caught the abacus. When Han Xiong saw Qin Tian, her expression suddenly turned gloomy. Sir, I'm sorry. Hongshou walked forward, smiling and extending her hand. Please return the abacus to me. Qin Tian smiled but didn't say anything. This girl has a bit of a quirky personality. No wonder Han Xiong called her a wild boy. Hongshou took the abacus and was about to return it to Han Xiong, but saw Han Xiong walking towards Qin Tian. Why are you here? Han Xiong stared at Qin Tian warily. If you have nothing to do, come and sit down. You don't look like someone who has nothing to do. Han Xiong waved her hand and continued, there's a private room upstairs. We dare not neglect you. After saying that, Han Xiong turned and walked upstairs. Seeing this, Qin Tian followed. Only Hongshou was left looking at Qin Tian with a confused look on her face. This boy is quite handsome, he can't be Aunt Han's. No,
Aunt Han is already quite old, but this guy looks about the same age as me. Aunt Han shouldn't be the type to go for a young guy. That's not right. What if Aunt Han likes this? Hongshou's expression changed, as if she had discovered some shocking secret. Qin Tian followed Han Xiang to the private room upstairs. As soon as they sat down, Han Xiang couldn't wait to speak. What are you doing here? Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Tian simply stopped hiding. Is Chu Fan here with you? Hearing this, Han Zhang's expression changed instantly. You came for him. It's not me, someone is targeting him. Have you seen Sha Juyu these days? Han Xiang nodded. Those guys coming here naturally couldn't escape her eyes. You shouldn't keep Chu Fan. He will bring disaster to you. Han Xiang heard this but remained silent. Of course she understood that Chu Fan was a hot potato now, but she also had her own plans. You want to find out the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl so you can cure your illness. Qin Tian directly pointed out Han Zhang's thoughts. Han Xiang went to the Wangquan demon sect in order to obtain the Wangquan spirit liquid to suppress the cold poison in her body. Qin Tian naturally knew about these things, and Han Xiang was not surprised at all. What about you? Do you want to snatch it from me? Qin Tian shook his head. I'm not interested in the soul shepherding pearl. I'm only here for Sha Juyu. Hearing this, Han Xiang frowned slightly. She also knew that Qin Tian had fought with Sha Juyu not long ago. When she saw Sha Juyu before, she clearly felt that the guy's injuries had not healed. But Qin Tian in front of him seemed to be fine. She heard that Qin Tian was also injured in that battle. Could it be that he has recovered? If you have any problems, go out and solve them. Don't disturb the peace of Xiaoyao Valley. Han Xiang didn't care about the conflict between Qin Tian and the others, but now that these two great gods were here, if they fought, the entire Xiaoyao Valley would probably be destroyed. I didn't plan to fight that guy. I just noticed Sha Juyu's thoughts and told you. Oh, are you so kind? Han Xiang sneered. The person in front of her is the leader of the demon sect. Han Xiang doesn't believe that Qin Tian will become a good person. We had an agreement, so we still have some friendship. I'm just reminding you out of kindness. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Qin Tian knew that Han Xiang was an old hand, and this woman was not as easy to fool as those little girls. Thank you for your reminder, Han Xiang snorted coldly, turned around and left, but stopped at the door. If you come as a guest, I welcome you. If you want to fight, don't blame me for being rude. Wait, Qin Tian stopped Han Xiang and asked. Is that girl downstairs the condition you promised me? Han Xiang nodded. If you're here to take her away, then hurry up. After saying that, Han Xiang walked straight out of the box. As soon as they walked out of the box, Han Xiang turned around, raised her hand, and pulled Hongshou out. No, your fiancé is here, follow him. After Han Xiang said this, she threw Hongshou into the room and went downstairs directly. Hongshou looked at the man in front of her with surprise on her face. She had heard since she was a child that she had already been engaged to Qin Tian, the leader of the Wangquan demon sect, but she did not expect that this day would come so soon. Looking at this strange yet handsome man, Hongshou didn't know how to start speaking for a moment. But fortunately, she has a cheerful personality and reacted quickly. Are you the leader of the demon sect? Qin Tian nodded. Why are you different from the demon I imagined? Qin Tian almost spit out his wine when he heard this. This girl's train of thought is so weird. Who among ordinary people would dare to speak to the leader of the demon sect like this? However, Qin Tian quite likes this personality. What do you imagine the devil to be like? Hongshou thought for a moment and gestured with her hand. Probably someone who wears a black robe and laughs creepily when he opens his mouth. Just like this, Hongshou lowered her voice, her face gloomy, and a strange laugh came from her throat. He. Qin Tian was speechless when he saw this. Then I disappoint you. No, you're much prettier than I thought. Chapter 33 The little girl who came to my door. Hongshou is indeed a bit insensitive. However, this kind of personality allowed her to quickly become familiar with Qin Tian. Hongshou knew very little about her fiancé. Han Xiang only mentioned her name and didn't say anything else. She even heard the title of demon sect leader from others. Hongshou even had no idea about the so-called evil path and the righteous path. After all, she had never left Xiaoyao Valley and knew nothing about the outside world. Ignorant like a blank sheet of paper. Are you here to take me away? Seeing that Qin Tian was easy to get along with, Hongshou simply sat down.
She had no idea about getting married, but she always wanted to leave here. If there hadn't been a big goose guarding outside Xiaoyao Valley, she would have run away long ago. Well, do you want to leave? Qin Tian didn't expect that Hongshu didn't seem to be very opposed to this marriage. On the contrary, she seemed to be a little excited and impatient. Suya was not like this before. Han Shang knew the purpose of Qin Tian's engagement with Hongshu. Qin Tian always thought that Han Shang would just find a woman born in an unlucky time and adopt her and then perfunctorily deal with him. But Hongshu seems to be the descendant of an old friend of Han Xiang. Logically speaking, Han Xiang should not push her into the fire pit. At the very least, Han Xiang should tell Hongshu the truth. But now it seems that Hongshu doesn't seem to know Qin Tian's purpose in marrying her. When Hongshu heard this, she nodded quickly. Of course I want to leave. I haven't even left Xiaoyao Valley in all these years. I heard there are many powerful sects out there, and I've always wanted to go and see them. It's just that Aunt Han won't let me leave. There's a big goose guarding the outside of the valley, so I can't get out. Hongshu pouted, looking aggrieved. Then, she looked at Qin Tian excitedly and continued. Can you take me away? Do you know what will happen if you leave with me? Qin Tian was still a little curious about whether this girl knew the truth of the matter. I know, I just want to marry you. Aunt Han told me that you have 9 fiancées, all born on yin days and yin times. You have to wait until they cultivate their golden elixirs, then take their golden elixirs to cultivate your magical skills. Qin Tian was surprised when he heard this. Didn't this girl know everything? Why was she so calm? Aren't you afraid? Hongshu shook her head. Don't be afraid. Aunt Han poisoned me. If I cultivate to the golden elixir in the future, it will be the evil poison pill. If I touch it, I will die. No one can extract my golden elixir. When Qin Tian heard this, he was stunned. No wonder Han Xiang didn't mind taking Hongshu away. This woman is very thoughtful. If Hongshu really makes the poison pill of disaster in the future, he will definitely not be able to extract her golden pill, otherwise he will be poisoned to death. And if Hongshu follows him, her safety can be guaranteed. Otherwise, how could Han Xiang gain a foothold here? This method is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Why are you telling me all this? Aren't you afraid that I won't take you with me? Qin Tian was also somewhat curious about Hongshu's train of thought. If she hadn't told him about this, she might have plotted against him in the future, but this girl actually told him everything. I don't know if she is heartless or just plain stupid. Don't be afraid. Aunt Han said that you will definitely take me away. There are not many people in this world who are born on an inauspicious day and at an inauspicious time and have such a good foundation. You have no choice. Moreover, you will do everything you can to help me practice, and you will also find a way to remove the poison pill from my body. Over the years, I have been suffering from the poison pill, and I have been waiting for you. Tell me, why did you come just now? Qin Tian was completely upset now. He had been completely tricked by Han Shang. What the girl said was right. There were not many people in this world who were born on an unlucky day and at an unlucky time and yet had good natural qualities. He really had no choice. It took him nearly 100 years to find these 9 women who were born on yin days and hours. He no longer has a choice. However, Qin Tian doesn't care about this now. Anyway, he has no intention of taking their golden elixirs to practice. Since he has the system, does he still need to rely on those unorthodox methods to practice? Han Zhang's actions were indeed unnecessary. Fortunately, this girl doesn't reject me, so it shouldn't be difficult to harvest emotions from her. Well, since you want to leave, I'll take you away when the time comes. When Qin Tian said this, Hongshu became excited. Then when are we leaving? I'll go back and pack my things right away. Qin Tian, why is this girl more anxious than me? You're so eager to get married. No rush, I still have some things to do and will stay here for 2 days. Don't worry, I will definitely take you away when the time comes. When Hongshu heard this, she pouted and looked unhappy. Ah, I'm tired of this crappy place. Never mind. Finally, there's hope. I'm going back first. Remember to call me when you leave. Hongshu stood up and was about to leave when Qin Tian called her. I just arrived here, please take me around. You want me to be your guide? I'm the young master of Xiaoyao Valley. You have to pay more. Hongshu stretched out her little hand, as if she had become a different person. 100 yuan stones, no bargaining. Qin Tian looked at this little money grubber and found it a little funny for a moment. This little girl has a very likable personality. He took out the yuanxi and handed it over. Tisk tisk tisk, you are indeed the leader of the demon sect. You gave me 100 yuan stones just by asking. Hongshou originally wanted to cheat Qin Tian. After all, 100 yuan stones is not a small amount of money for a cultivator. Ordinary cultivators who come here and can take out 10 yuan stones are considered rich. She carefully put away the yuan stone, then looked at Qin Tian with a smile and spoke. Where do you want to go? There's no place in Shaoyao Valley that I don't know. As long as you give me enough yuanxi, I can take you into Aunt Han's boudoir. That's not necessary, Qin Tian waved his hand. This girl is really a filial son. Qin Tian was speechless because of her. Just show me around. Hongshou nodded and took Qin Tian out of the tavern. Shaoyao Valley was originally built by Hanxiang. It is no different from an ordinary town. There are small wooden buildings on both sides of the street and various shops. Qin Tian knew that behind these seemingly glamorous shops were actually black market businesses. Along the way, people passing by were greeting Hongshou. Obviously she has some status here. After all, Hanxiang is a powerful person in the Nirvana realm. With such a big shot behind her, no one here dares to mess with her. Huh, do you think that person looks like someone from the demon sect? Suddenly, Hongshou stopped, pointed at a figure in the distance and spoke. Qin Tian took a look and saw a figure in a black robe entering the alley and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Judging from what he was wearing, he really fit the image of the devil that Hongshou had imagined. Qin Tian recognized the man's identity at a glance. Sha Juyu. Chapter 34, The Female Ghost in Yaowang Temple. Sha Juyu. Is that the leader of the Netherworld demon sect that you told Aunt Han about? Hongshou was hiding outside just now and heard what Qin Tian and the others said, so she naturally knew who Sha Juyu was. I didn't expect to meet so many important people this time. That guy doesn't look like a good person, let's follow him secretly and see for ourselves. If he wants to cause trouble, I, the young master, can't just sit back and watch. After Hongshou finished speaking, she wanted to follow, but was stopped by Qin Tian. Wait a minute, that guy has extraordinary cultivation, be careful not to be discovered by him. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. This girl was really naive. She had just eavesdropped outside, and Qin Tian and Han Shang both knew about it, but because those things were not important, they pretended not to know. However, it was obviously a pipe dream for her to follow Sha Juyu like this. How could a powerful being in the Nirvana realm not be aware of her existence? After Sha Juyu walked away, Qin Tian followed with Hongshou. Qin Tian knew in his heart that this guy probably came for Chu Fan. Coincidentally, the reason why Qin Tian stayed was to find out Chu Fan's whereabouts. Han Shang took Chu Fan in, obviously wanting to get the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl from that kid. Now Chu Fan must have been hidden by Han Shang. Instead of looking for it myself, it's better to let Sha Juyu do it for me. Moreover, Sha Juyu had arrived here a long time ago, so maybe he had found some clues. The two followed Sha Juyu and soon left the town. The guy walked towards the hill at the east end of the town, being extremely cautious along the way, and Qin Tian could only follow him from a distance. Where does this road lead to? Qin Tian asked. After all, he was not very familiar with this place. After crossing that mountain, there's the great wilderness on the other side. However, there's an ancient temple on that mountain called the Medicine King Temple. There are ghosts in that temple, so people in this town don't dare go there. When Qin Tian heard this, he was immediately surprised. Yaowang Temple. Haunted. Why does this plot sound so familiar? Qin Tian complained in his heart, but he also noticed something unusual. With Han Zhang's strength, ordinary ghost cultivators are no match for her. The rumor that Yaowang Temple is haunted is most likely spread by her. This is to prevent anyone from getting close to there. Thinking about it this way, Qin Tian probably guessed that the Medicine King Temple must be hiding some secrets. Following the path into the forest, the dense trees blocked out the sun, and even in broad daylight, the forest was pitch black. Coupled with the fog in the forest, it looks even more terrifying and eerie. Hongshou seemed particularly familiar with this place. It was obvious that this girl had been here before. Soon, the two saw a ruined temple among the woods. There is a stone tablet at the entrance of the temple with the words, Medicine King, inscribed on it. The Yaowang Temple is not big, with a large hall in the front and a small courtyard in the back. Qin Tian did not get close, but his spiritual sense had already seen the situation in the temple clearly. In the yard, two men in black robes were talking. One of them was Sha Juyu, and the other one, judging by the voice, was a woman. How is it? Did the boy say anything? He said the Chu family was destroyed and the soul shepherding pearl is missing. That thing is not with him. That's strange. As far as I know, those guys don't seem to have found the whereabouts of the soul shepherding orb. This kid definitely knows where the soul shepherding orb is hidden. You still need to use some tricks. Doesn't that kid have some ideas about you? You know what to do. But you don't want to. I dare not. Then do it. After the conversation between the two ended, Qin Tian hurriedly pulled Hongshou and hid. Soon, Sha Juyu walked out and turned to walk down the mountain. This time, Qin Tian did not follow. It was obvious that Sha Juyu was using the woman in black robe to contact Chu Fan and find out information. Instead of asking for information from Sha Juyu, it would be better to start with this woman. After a long time, the woman in black robe walked out of the Medicine King temple. But as soon as she appeared, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed her throat. The cloak was lifted, and a pretty little face appeared in front of Qin Tian. But Qin Tian recognized at a glance that the person standing in front of him was not a living person. Or maybe it's just a shell. The Netherworld Demon Sect practices with the spirit and soul. All disciples of the Netherworld Demon Sect have no physical body. They always appear as souls, so they wear cloaks all year round to cover their bodies. The woman in front of me probably found a body to house her soul in order to hide her identity. Who are you? The woman was obviously startled. She could feel that the person in front of her was much stronger than her. Facing this person, she didn't even have the courage to resist. I should be the one asking you this. Qin Tian exerted a little force in his hands, and the body shrank instantly. Then, a shadow emerged from the body. Yellow Spring Secret Technique. Are you from the Yellow Spring Demon Sect? The woman felt Qin Tian's method and was immediately trembling with fear. The Yellow Spring Secret Technique naturally restrains the soul, so the woman naturally didn't dare to make any more moves. But at this moment, Qin Tian's expression changed slightly, and he looked at the soul body in front of him curiously. The woman has a charming appearance, but not as enchanting as Ning Dao. There is a hint of purity and moving between her eyebrows, and her eyes are filled with autumnal charm. She looks so pitiful that I feel pity for her. Picture. But what really surprised Qin Tian was that this woman was actually one of the heroines. The destined heroine is detected. Name: Yu Ruowei. Identity: the heroine of Wu Po Kang Chong. Cultivation: 5th level of God-making realm. Origin: Yu Ruowei was originally a koi fish. When she leapt over the dragon gate and transformed into a divine body, she failed to survive the tribulation and her divine body was destroyed, leaving only a remnant soul. She was later discovered by Sha Juyu and taken into the Netherworld Demon Sect. In order to obtain the soul shepherding pearl, Sha Juyu ordered her to approach Chu Fan. Later, with Chu Fan's help, she rebuilt her body. Qin Tian was also a little surprised for a moment. Chu Fan is worthy of being the destined male protagonist, with so many female protagonists gathered around him. Qin Tian remembered that in the original novel, Chu Fan was a sea king. He was surrounded by many women, but in the end they were just his confidants, while he himself followed his good brother. At that time, Qin Tian was disgusted by the old eunuch male protagonist. The author clearly arranged many female protagonists, but he just kept the readers hanging and only let the male protagonist have ambiguous relationships, refusing to have any intimacy. Now, Qin Tian just arrived here and met the three heroines. Even Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh that the author of the original work was not a human being. He wasted the lives of these heroines, but in the end he refused to give them even a name. Thinking in his mind, Qin Tian already had a plan. Chapter 35 Transaction. Since you know my identity, I hope you will behave yourself. Qin Tian spoke softly. How could Yu Ruowei dare to have any other thoughts at this moment? She is originally a body of soul, and the Yellow Spring Secret Book naturally restrains the soul. If she moves now, the man in front of her will drain her soul and she will disappear into thin air. Yu Ruowei nodded. Tell me, where is Chu Fan? Chu Fan. Didn't he leave? Hongshou, who was behind him, was a little surprised when she heard this. She had heard Qin Tian mention Chu Fan before. It was she who met the seriously injured Chu Fan on the mountain and rescued him. But after Chu Fan recovered from his injury, he left here. Hongshou has always longed for the outside world. During that period, she learned a lot about the outside world from Chu Fan. After Chu Fan left, she was depressed for a long time. Qin Tian ignored Hongshou. He knew that Han Xiang would not tell this girl about Chu Fan. This girl is too naive, Han Xiang will definitely hide that kind of thing from her. Therefore, Qin Tian had never thought of asking Hongshou for information about Chu Fan. Yu Ruowei glanced at Hongshou. She had been lurking here for a long time, so she naturally knew the young master of Xiaoyao Valley. He was hidden by Han Xiang, and I don't know his whereabouts. Usually, he just sneaks out to find me. When Hongshou heard this, her face turned ashen with anger. She had always considered Chu Fan a friend, but that guy had been hiding in Xiaoyao Valley without telling her. Moreover, even Han Xiang kept it a secret from her. When Qin Tian heard this, he was a little surprised. Han Xiang was a very alert woman. Since Chu Fan was able to sneak out, how could he not know her hiding place? Unless someone deliberately let him out and hid him in a secret place. Thinking of this, Qin Tian suddenly reacted. Han Xiang is indeed very scheming. That woman might not have been able to get any information from Chu Fan, so she was using Yu Ruowei to get clues. Qin Tian turned his head to look around and spoke loudly. Don't hide anymore, your plan has been exposed, come out. Upon hearing this, Hongshou and the other two were immediately surprised. But at this moment, a secret door opened in the dilapidated temple, and Han Xiang walked out silently. Aunt Han, seeing Han Xiang, Hongshou immediately hid behind Qin Tian like a mouse seeing a cat. Yu Ruowei didn't expect that this woman had been hiding here all the time. At this moment, she finally understood that her every move was under Han Zhang's surveillance. At this moment, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. This woman is very thoughtful. If Qin Tian hadn't spoken up, she would have been played around by this woman forever, and would never have known she was being used until she died. Han Xiang stared at Qin Tian fiercely. If Qin Tian had not appeared and disrupted her plan, she could have used this opportunity to find out the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl. Now that Yu Ruowei knows of her existence, if she wants to continue to use this woman, she will probably have to use some tricks. What on earth do you want? Han Xiang stared at Qin Tian with a bad face. Although Qin Tian had said before that he was not interested in the soul-muddling pearl, Han Xiang did not believe it. After all, the soul shepherding pearl is a treasure that can allow people to live a new life. According to Chu Fan, it was the Wangquan demon sect that took action and wiped out the entire Chu family. I told you that the soul shepherding pearl has limited effect on you. I do have a way to cure your internal illness, but you have to hand Chu Fan over to me. This woman was obviously well prepared and had calculated everyone's situation. It would probably not be easy to find Chu Fan's whereabouts from her. Originally, Qin Tian planned to find Chu Fan himself, so that he could save the trouble of the netherworld blood-transforming pill. At that time, he could use this pill to threaten Han Xiang into submission. But now it seems that this woman is much more cautious than he thought. You. Why should I believe you? Han Xiang knew very well that there was no cure for her cold blood poison, otherwise, with her medical skills, she would have found a treatment long ago. The reason why she wanted to get the soul shepherding pearl was because she really had no other choice. She wanted to use the soul shepherding pearl to live a new life and completely give up this body. Although she has got Chu Fan now, she still can't get the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl from that boy. The key is that to open the soul shepherding pearl, one needs the blood of the Chu family. Therefore, she did not dare to search Chu Fan's soul directly. The soul-searching technique requires forcibly erasing the soul and consciousness. In this way, the person whose soul is searched will definitely die. If Chu Fan dies, the last bloodline of the Chu family will be cut off. The soul shepherding pearl will become a useless object from now on. This is not the place to talk. Let's talk somewhere else. Qin Tian didn't dare to trust Han Xiang too much, because this woman was full of tricks. It's easy to fall into her trap if you're not careful. Moreover, Qin Tian didn't want others to know about this matter. After all, he was not the only one who was eyeing Chu Fan. Okay, please come in. Han Xiang turned sideways, revealing the entrance to the secret passage behind her. Seeing this, Qin Tian hesitated for a moment. Your place is probably not very safe. I'm afraid I can't stop you anywhere else. The two looked at each other. Han Xiang knew that Qin Tian was very powerful, and she was not sure she could stop Qin Tian if she fought alone. Now that the truth has been revealed, she must ensure that if Qin Tian does not stand on her side, she will never let him ruin her plan. After a long silence, Qin Tian had no choice but to follow Han Xiang into the secret passage. There was no way, the woman didn't believe him. Besides, Qin Tian was not worried that he would be trapped in the secret passage. At worst, he could just demolish the dilapidated temple. Hongshou and the other two naturally followed him in. They didn't dare let Yu Ruowei leave now. The secret passage was not deep. After walking a few steps, Qin Tian arrived at an underground palace. The surrounding area is filled with various medicinal herbs and pills. Apparently, Han Xiang has been researching ways to eliminate the cold blood in her body over the years. However, Qin Tian did not find Chu Fan's whereabouts here. It seems that Han Xiang has hidden Chu Fan quite well. Well, what do you want in exchange? Han Xiang glanced at Qin Tian and asked. Have you ever heard of the Netherworld blood transforming pill? As soon as Qin Tian said this, Han Xiang instantly became alert, but she still remained calm. That elixir has been lost for many years. Why bring it up? Qin Tian didn't say anything, but took out a pill from his arms. When Han Xiang saw the pill, her eyes widened. Netherworld blood transforming pill. Why do you have this pill? Han Xiang naturally knew about the Netherworld blood transforming pill, and she had been trying to find out the whereabouts of this pill over the years. The Netherworld blood transforming pill can exchange the blood in the body and transform it into pure blood. Although the soul shepherding pearl can give one a new life, one still needs to practice again. The Netherworld blood transforming pill can completely solve her physical problems without any side effects. The key is that the immaculate blood can also change one's bones, making their aptitude no weaker than that of a divine body. This thing is much more useful than the soul shepherding bead. Don't worry about this. Hand Chu Fan over to me, and this thing will be yours. Chapter 36, A Sudden Change, a disaster that wipes out the family. Han Xiang no longer had the ability to think at this moment. She knew very well how important the Netherworld blood transformation pill was to her. Compared to this thing, what was Chu Fan? What about the soul shepherding pearl? I can give Chu Fan to you. Han Xiang agreed immediately. But as soon as she finished speaking, Yu Ruowei's expression changed. The whole person suddenly collapsed to the ground, becoming extremely weak. Qin Tian and the other two exclaimed in surprise when they saw this. Soul contract. A blood-red rune faintly appeared on Yu Ruowei's body. The rune slowly absorbed her already weak soul. Her body gradually grew dim. Oh no, Sha Juyu knows that this girl has been exposed. Han Xiang glanced at Qin Tian unhappily. It is obvious that Sha Juyu has planted a soul contract in Yu Ruowei. Once this girl is exposed, Sha Juyu will know that something has happened. Qin Tian didn't expect Sha Juyu to be so cruel. Once the soul contract is detonated, Yu Ruowei will be killed. I'm afraid this girl herself doesn't know that Sha Juyu actually did such a cruel thing to her. Qin Tian immediately took action to seal Yu Ruowei's remaining soul, then waved his hand to take out a soul flag and put it away. This way, she could temporarily relieve the dissipation of her soul. But the next second, the entire underground palace began to shake violently. Han Zhang's face changed and she immediately rushed outside. When they walked out of the underground palace, they saw that the town at the foot of the mountain in the distance had already been engulfed in flames. Damn it, Sha Juyu, you're looking for death, Han Xiang shouted angrily and flew down the mountain. Qin Tian also hurriedly pulled Hongshou and followed. When they returned to the town, they saw a mess. Countless dark shadows shuttled through the town, and the streets were already littered with corpses. Han Xiang found Sha Juyu in the distance. When the two met, they started fighting without saying a word. At this moment, Qin Tian was looking for Chu Fan everywhere. He couldn't let that kid run away. Although Chu Fan is not worth mentioning now, he is ultimately a huge hidden danger. At the same time, Chu Fan quietly emerged from the entrance of a cave. Looking at the town engulfed in flames in the distance, a smile appeared on his face. Naturally, these people were all brought here by him. At the beginning, he was rescued by Hongshou and Han Xiang helped him heal his wounds. He originally thought he had met a good person. However, after his injury healed, Han Xiang kept him behind on the pretext that someone was chasing him outside. Although Han Xiang had been nice to him these days, Chu Fan also realized that the woman had ulterior motives. He was locked in the cave during the weekdays and only had the chance to sneak out at night. Not long ago, he finally met a group of people in the valley. He pretended to chat with them and spread the news of his stay in Xiaoyao Valley through their mouths, hoping to lure people here. Then we can take advantage of the chaos to leave here. Sure enough, not long after, he met Yuruawei. Although the woman hid very deeply, he still realized that her purpose was not simple. At that time, he knew that the person he needed had come. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that those people have broken in. He wanted to leave immediately, but before that, he had one more thing to do. That is to take Hongsho away. This was the agreement between him and Hongsho. No matter what, that girl at least saved him, and he couldn't harm Hongsho. Moreover, during this period of contact, he and Yu Ruowei developed feelings for each other, and he knew that Yu Ruowei was being coerced. Previously, he had deliberately revealed a fake hiding place to test Yu Ruowei, but those people did not show up, which meant that Yu Ruowei did not betray him. He still had sympathy for the poor woman. There is chaos here right now, so this is a good opportunity to help him escape from his suffering. Chu Fan quietly changed into a black robe, disguised himself as one of the men in black, and walked towards the town. Suddenly, he stopped. A familiar figure in the distance caught his attention. That's Qin Tian. Chu Fan was immediately enraged. He would never forget that it was Qin Tian who had snatched away his childhood sweetheart, and it was Qin Tian who had wiped out the entire Chu family. The hatred for his father's murder and his wife's abduction made his eyes red in an instant. Ding! Chu Fan is furious, emotion value +1000. Suddenly, he noticed that the person standing next to Qin Tian was Hongsho. Also, why are they holding hands? Seeing this scene, Chu Fan was extremely angry. Not only did this guy steal his childhood sweetheart, but now he's even attacking Hongsho. Chu Fan stared at Qin Tian viciously, wishing he could eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. Ding! Chu Fan is furious, emotion value +1000. At this moment, Qin Tian's gaze suddenly looked over. From the moment he heard the system prompt, Qin Tian realized that Chu Fan had appeared. Almost in an instant, he locked onto Chu Fan's position. The next second, he moved and appeared in front of Chu Fan. Then, a palm fell. But at this critical moment, a dark shadow appeared and raised his hand to block Qin Tian. Xuantian. Qin Tian's expression paused. The person who came was Xuantian, the headmaster of the Xuanxin sect of the Righteous Way. Qin Tian originally thought that only Sha Juyu came here, but unexpectedly, this guy came too. Just as the two were fighting, a long sword fell from the sky, picked up Chu Fan and flew away. Li Bufan, Xuantian saw someone picking peaches and immediately shook off Qin Tian and chased after him. Seeing this, Qin Tian waved his hand and formed a seal. There was an instant flash of lightning and thunder in the sky, and the rumbling thunder blocked Li Bufan's way. Do the people from the Sky Qing Sword sect also want to get involved? Qin Tian blocked the way, and the long sword slowly turned into a middle-aged man. Haha, your demonic sect has wiped out an entire family, so naturally, I, the Righteous One, have the obligation to protect the Chu family's only remaining bloodline. Li Bufan has an immortal look and a righteous look. Oh, put away your hypocritical appearance, either keep him or die. Qin Tian raised his hand and clenched it, thunder exploded in the sky, and the roar was endless. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Li Bufan and the other two also became solemn. They could all feel that Qin Tian's current strength had greatly improved. What's wrong with this guy? He's made such rapid progress in just a few months. Could it be that he gained something from his last battle? Xuantian was alert and quietly retreated behind Li Bufan. Xuantian, take Chu Xiaoyu away, I will stop him. Li Bufan suddenly threw Chu Fan in his hand to Xuantian, which made it impossible for Xuantian to deal with him. They all came to snatch Chu Fan away, so why would this old guy give him up? But the next second, he understood. I saw that several powerful energies around him had locked onto it. You old bastard, you're hurting me. Xuantian roared angrily, leaving Chu Fan behind and soaring into the sky. Chu Fan was kicked around like a ball, and he felt depressed. He had known that things would turn out like this, and originally just wanted to escape in the chaos, but when he saw Qin Tian just now, he couldn't help himself. Seeing those masters fighting each other, he immediately wanted to escape. Chapter 37, Holding Thunder, Shocking the Floor. As soon as Chu Fan turned around, he saw Hongsho standing in the distance. He had an idea and rushed over. But before he could get close to Hongshou, Han Xiang suddenly appeared beside Hongshou. Chu Fan, it was you who secretly leaked the information and lured these people here. Seeing Chu Fan, Han Xiang instantly became furious. She originally thought that Sha Juyu just accidentally discovered Chu Fan's whereabouts and found this place. But just now she learned from Sha Juyu that all this was information conveyed by Chu Fan. Originally, she was able to deal with Sha Juyu alone, and everything was under her control, but now the heads of the major sects have appeared one after another, and Xiaoyao Valley is likely to be destroyed. How could she not hate Chu Fan? Although she wanted the soul shepherding pearl, she didn't want anything to happen to Chu Fan, so she hid Chu Fan's existence. But now that this guy has taken the initiative to reveal the news, the sect leaders may not be so polite. Han Xiang couldn't understand what was going on in Chu Fan's train of thought. Do you really think that those righteous sects don't use ghostly tricks? When Hongshou heard this, her face turned gloomy. She looked at the town around her that had already been destroyed, and a murderous intent spread in her heart. Although she doesn't like it here, she has lived here for so many years and has feelings for it. But now, all of this is ruined. She felt only regret as her life was destroyed at the hands of the person she had saved. Why did I save him in the first place? Feeling Hongshou's malicious gaze, Chu Fan's heart sank. He knew that doing this would destroy Xiaoyao Valley, but Han Xiang forced him to do so. He didn't want to become Han Xiang's pawn. Humph, didn't you save me just for the soul shepherding pearl? Why are you being so hypocritical? Even if I die, I won't let you get the soul shepherding pearl. Chu Fan stared at Han Xiang fiercely, but his heart seemed to be hurt by something. These days, Han Xiang was really nice to him, teaching him how to practice and giving him various cultivation techniques. But Chu Fan knew that Han Xiang had other intentions. Do you think you'll be better off if you fall into those hands? Han Xiang was completely speechless. She had always trained Chu Fan as her junior, and this was a kind of compensation for her. She knew very well that Chu Fan would at least have a good ending with her. But this guy chose another path. Xiaoyao Valley was also destroyed because of this. Chu Fan ignored Han Xiang. He knew that no matter how much he said, it would be useless. This woman had been lying to him. Seeing that Hongshou was protected by Han Xiang, he was afraid that he would not be able to take Hongshou away for the time being. He could only find a way to escape. Just then, Sha Juyu caught up. Han Zhang's face darkened and she immediately faced Sha Juyu. Seeing the opportunity, Chu Fan immediately wanted to step forward and take Hongshou away. But when Hongshou saw this, she took a step back. You ungrateful person, I really regret saving you. Hongshou's words deeply hurt Chu Fan's heart. Hongshou, I don't want this to happen either. It's Han Xiang who imprisoned me. I can't fall into her hands. Chu Fan tried to explain, but how could Hongshou believe him? The scene before him could not deceive him. All this was caused by Chu Fan. And she herself was the accomplice who let the wolf into the house. Looking at those familiar people falling in front of her one by one, she felt like she had killed them. At this moment, Hongshou's hatred for Chu Fan had already penetrated deep into her bones. Seeing Hongshou's eyes full of hatred, Chu Fan was heartbroken. Ding, Chu Fan's heart is broken, emotion value plus 1000. Although he had not spent a long time with Hongshou, he had really regarded Hongshou as his friend. Now that Hongshou is looking at him like this, how can he not feel heartbroken? Hongshou, remember, I promised you that I would take you to explore the outside world. Chu Fan wanted to dissuade her, but Hongshou was already extremely disappointed in him. I don't need it. Qin Tian has already promised to take me away. Why did you destroy my home before I left? Qin Tian again. Chu Fan completely lost his composure when he heard this name. What is your relationship with Qin Tian? Chu Fan was heartbroken and overwhelmed with grief when he recalled the scene of Qin Tian holding Hongshou's hand. Qin Tian is my fiancé. After hearing these words, Chu Fan was completely desperate. He never imagined that Hongshou was actually Qin Tian's fiancé. That bastard stole his childhood sweetheart, and now he wants to take away his confidant. At this moment, Chu Fan completely exploded. Qin Tian, I will never forgive you. Ding, Chu Fan is heartbroken, emotion value plus 1000. He roared, and as his voice fell, a bolt of thunder fell from the sky. Irreconcilable. Then go to hell. Qin Tian's voice came, and Chu Fan was instantly frightened when he saw this. But at this moment, Li Bufin turned into a long sword and suddenly appeared beside him, grabbed Chu Fan, and disappeared in an instant. Qin Tian also appeared beside Hongshou at this time. He raised his hand and the thunder turned into a real dragon and flew away. Hongshou looked at Chu Fan's receding back, her face full of hatred. "Didn't you hit it?" Hongshou couldn't wait to ask. "Don't be anxious, let Lei Fei for a while." Qin Tian hugged Hongshou and jumped up from the ground. Then he raised his finger to the sky, and countless lightning bolts gathered together. At this moment, he was like a thunder god, holding tremendous thunder in his hands. It was so magnificent that it instantly stunned everyone present. When did this guy become so powerful? This is a heavenly level magical power, right? He actually has such a method. Several sect leaders stopped at this moment. Han Xiang also looked up at the scene, her face full of shock. He actually has such a skill. Fortunately, I didn't make a move earlier, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match. Han Xiang was still a little frightened, but when she saw Hongshou, a hint of relief appeared in her eyes. Hongshou will probably be much safer if she follows him. Hongshou nestled in Qin Tian's arms, her little face pale with fear, but her eyes were full of admiration. Wow, holding thunder in his hand, how domineering. She has always admired such masters, not to mention that the master in front of her is her future husband. Ding, Hongshou is filled with admiration, emotion value 500. Qin Tian lowered his head, smiled, and pressed down with one hand. The sky above the entire Xiaoyao Valley instantly turned into a sea of thunder. An endless sea of thunder spread out, turning the surrounding area for thousands of miles into a scorched earth. At the same time, a muffled sound was heard in the void. Two figures fell out. They were Li Bufin who had escaped with Chu Fan. Hiss, that guy Li Bufin is actually injured. Li Bufin is a sword cultivator, the best in attack since ancient times, known as invincible in his realm. How could he be injured? Sha Juyu's face turned pale. He had originally thought of seeking revenge on Qin Tian after his injury healed, but now it seemed that he had no chance. After a moment, everyone finally recovered from their shock and immediately chased after Li Bufin and the others. Chapter 38. Are there any more experts? Watching Chu Fan and the other two go away, Qin Tian did not continue to chase them. At the moment, these people have different goals from him. All they want is to capture Chu Fan and get the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl. But what Qin Tian wanted was to kill this guy. Now that these people are here, it is probably unlikely that Qin Tian will be able to kill Chu Fan. Moreover, in the current situation, if Chu Fan died in his hands, he would incur public anger. Qin Tian is not so arrogant as to fight 10 people at once. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Bufin had already made a deal with him. Qin Tian knows Li Bufin inside and out. That guy talks a lot of morality, but he's a complete hypocrite. If Chu Fan fell into his hands, he would probably not have an easy time. Aren't you going to keep chasing? Hongshou spoke softly. Xiaoyao Valley was now in ruins, and she wished she could kill all those guys. Qin Tian shook his head and glanced at Han Xiang in the distance. Li Bufin is a sword cultivator. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him, and no one can catch up with him. Qin Tian was naturally just trying to please Hongshou. If he wanted to chase him, Li Bufin would not be able to escape. The biggest problem now is here. Qin Tian looked into the distance, where Han Xiang and Sha Juyu had not yet decided the winner. The strength of these two people is comparable. Although Han Xiang is proficient in poison techniques, Sha Juyu is a soul body and is not afraid of poisons. If it were someone else, Han Xiang might still have the advantage, but she happened to be facing Sha Juyu. Suddenly, Han Zhang's face darkened. A chill emanated from her body, and her body was instantly covered with frost, and her movements became slow. In just a moment, Sha Juyu seized the opportunity and hit Han Xiang with a palm. Aunt Han, Hongshou was shocked when she saw this. Qin Tian, help me. Hongshou turned and looked at Qin Tian. But at this moment, Qin Tian was staring at the distance with an extremely nervous expression. Seeing Sha Juyu attacking Han Xiang again, Qin Tian finally took action. A loud thunder exploded, and the lightning fell, forcing Sha Juyu to retreat. But at this moment, a flame shot up into the sky in the distance. Fenchen, you are here as expected. Qin Tian had already noticed that there were still people hiding in the dark. He did not take action before because he was on guard against these people. Chu Fan has been hidden here by Han Xiang. These people must think that Han Xiang has received some news. Some people's eyes were on Chu Fan, and naturally some people's eyes were on Han Xiang. Qin Tian's figure flashed, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Han Xiang. Thunder roared, instantly shattering the flames, and a towering figure slowly appeared. The person who came was Fenchen. Ha ha ha, old devil Qin, what are you doing? This woman is hiding Chu Fan, so she must have found out the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl. Why don't we capture her and find out where the soul shepherding pearl is? Then, we can each rely on our own abilities, right? Fenchen looked at Qin Tian with a smile. After all, they were all members of the demon sect, so they naturally thought that Qin Tian also came for the soul shepherding pearl. Han Xiang covered her chest and her face turned ashen. She was originally infected with a cold poison, and today's battle caused her to suffer too much damage, causing the cold poison to flare up. If she continued to fight at this moment, she would definitely not be a match for these people. As for Qin Tian, Han Xiang has always been vigilant. After all, this guy is the leader of the demon sect. He is not a good man. Betrayal is their doctrine. If Qin Tian turned against her at this moment, she would be in danger. Han Xiang stared at Qin Tian, but was thinking secretly in her heart. She no longer expected to escape, she was just worried about Hongshou. As long as Qin Tian could save Hongshou, she would have no regrets. Old Ghost Fenchen, you don't even need to think about it. If Han Xiang knew the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl, she would have taken it away long ago. Would she have left it to you? Besides, to activate the soul shepherding pearl you need the Chu family's bloodline, so you might as well capture Chu Fan first. Qin Tian pushed Hongshou behind him and stared at the two of them vigilantly. Now that Chu Fan has left, these two people have the same goal, and they might join forces to deal with him. Qin Tian was not sure if he could deal with the two of them. Of course we know, but now that this woman is here, we can't let this opportunity go. Then there's no room for negotiation. Qin Tian clenched his fists and looked at the two of them with a smile. Old demon Qin, you don't want to take this woman for yourself, do you? I advise you to be cautious. Fenchen took a step forward, looking ready to take action. Qin Tian didn't continue talking nonsense. These two people were determined to catch Han Xiang, so there was no point in saying more. Qin Tian was about to take action when Han Xiang secretly sent a message. Qin Tian, take Hongshou away. I have a way to stop them. Qin Tian smiled bitterly when he heard this. Do you think Hongshou will abandon you and run away alone? Even if I force her to leave, it will be difficult to explain to her later. A hint of tenderness flashed across Han Xiang's cold face. She didn't expect that at this critical moment, Qin Tian would stand up to help her. She didn't know whether Qin Tian had other intentions, but his words did warm Han Zhang's heart. Qin Tian originally had no need to get involved in this matter. He was willing to face the two leaders of the demon sect for his own sake, which shows that he is also a man of loyalty and righteousness. Ding, Han Xiang is touched, emotion value plus 1000. You're no match for them alone. I'll get someone to stop them, and you take us away. Han Xiang was silent for a moment and finally made up her mind. In her current condition, it would be unlikely for her to take Hongshou away. At this moment, she could only place her hopes on Qin Tian. Qin Tian was slightly surprised when he heard this. Does this woman have a backup plan? Without waiting for Qin Tian's agreement, Han Xiang suddenly roared to the sky and shouted. Goose tyrant. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar was heard from outside the valley. Goose. The next second, a big snow-white goose soared into the sky. Flying towards this side, the big goose was covered in flames and in an instant it turned into a red firebird. Baifeng. When they saw this, they were shocked. Baifeng is an ancient strange beast, and among the monsters, it is also a dominant existence. However, such exotic beasts are hard to come by, and no one expected that Han Xiang actually had such a pet. Grumble. Baifeng let out a long roar and flapped its wings to land heavily. The red flames boiled and instantly submerged the entire valley. Hongshou was completely stunned by the scene in front of her. The big goose outside the valley turned out to be a Baifeng. Over the years, she often tried to sneak out in various ways, but was stopped by the big goose every time. She fought with the goose many times, but was always defeated. She never imagined that the big goose was actually an ancient strange beast. Recalling the scene of her past fight with this big goose, Hongshou couldn't help but sweat profusely. This ancient beast could kill her with just one claw. It seemed that the big goose had shown mercy in the past. Go. Chapter 39. Encountering obstacles on the road, making the protagonist show his big eyes. Han Xiang shouted softly, and Qin Tian suddenly reacted. Although the Baifang is an ancient strange beast, it is only at the Yingxuan realm. Relying on its powerful bloodline, it may be able to stop the two people, but it will definitely not last long. Qin Tian didn't hesitate at all. He turned around, hugged Han Xiang with one hand, grabbed Hong Shu with the other, and flew away. In this situation, he couldn't continue fighting. After all, Han Xiang was injured. Even if he could stop the two men, Han Xiang wouldn't be able to go far with her injured body. They will only be safe if they return to the Wangquan demon sect. Soon, bursts of roars were heard behind him. Obviously, Sha Juyu and the others have already started taking action. But at the moment when several people rushed out of the valley, a formation suddenly rose in the distance. A magnificent palace rose from the ground, blocking the way of several people. Cheatiank, Qin Tian's heart tightened. It seems that Fenchen and Sha Juyu are not the only ones who have their eyes on Hanxiang. Cheatiank is a righteous sect, and its strength is not inferior to Xuanxin sect and Qingtian sword sect. Get out of here, Qin Tian didn't hesitate at all. He rushed straight forward, and at the same time, his body gradually glowed with golden light. Hold head high. A dragon roar shook the earth. The golden dragon burst out with terrifying pressure and rushed towards the palace. The disciples who were maintaining the formation in the distance were shocked when they saw this scene. What a terrifying power of a true dragon. Yu Tianzhi's heart was shocked, and he formed seals with his hands, and the magnificent palace burst into brilliant light. It was like a solid wall blocking the middle. At this moment, in the dense forest below, two figures looked at the sky, their eyes full of fear. What kind of martial art is this? It can actually unleash the power of a true dragon. Yi Yang stared at the figure in the sky, and the hatred in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Ancient lost immortal level martial arts. 9 transformations of riding the dragon. Yu Qing's frightened voice was heard, and Yi Yang's face changed. Immortal level martial arts. Even though Yi Yang was knowledgeable and experienced in his previous life, he had never seen immortal level martial arts. He had never thought that Qin Tian had such martial arts skills. At this moment, jealousy surged in his heart and Yi Yang became extremely angry. Ding, Yi Yang is filled with resentment, emotion value plus 1000. Not long ago, Yi Yang heard from Fenchen that Chu Fan was hiding in Xiaoyao Valley. At that time, Fenchen was planning to snatch Chu Fan away. But Yi Yang noticed the 3 words, Xiaoyao Valley. In his previous life, he had met Han Xiang, the master of Xiaoyao Valley. He knew that Han Xiang had extraordinary skills and her poison techniques were the best in the southern region. But this woman was suffering from a cold poison and had been looking for a way to get rid of the poison for many years. Yi Yang immediately became interested. Now he possesses the body of the sun god, which is the nemesis of the cold poison. If he could help Hanxiang cure the cold poison in her body, he would definitely be able to accept this woman. Yi Yang still remembered that Han Xiang was a beauty. Having such a beautiful woman by his side is also in line with his current status. But Yi Yang knew in his heart that Fenchen alone was probably no match for Han Xiang, so he contacted Yu Qing. Yu Qing was the man he had shown mercy to last time. After that, he originally wanted to cut off contact with this guy, but later he found out that Yu Qing was actually the young master of the righteous sect Cheatiank. Cheatiank is one of the 12 righteous sects, and its strength is not inferior to that of the fire worship sect. Therefore, Yi Yang took the initiative to find Yu Qing. Unexpectedly, after the last experience, this kid actually developed feelings for him. After hearing Yi Yang's plan, Yu Qing immediately persuaded Yu Tianzhi to take action and help deal with Han Xiang. Therefore, this scene happened now. Yi Yang looked at the figure in the sky, his eyes full of hatred. But suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar face. Is that Hanxiang? Yi Yang had seen Han Xiang in his previous life, so he naturally recognized her at a glance. Seeing Han Xiang in Qin Tian's hands, Yi Yang immediately became angry. That's Hanxiang. Yi Yang spoke quickly, he didn't want Han Xiang to fall into Qin Tian's hands. Qin Tian and Ning Yao had a special relationship, which had already made Yi Yang feel resentful. Now that he saw Han Xiang was actually together with Qin Tian, Yi Yang was immediately furious. Hanxiang is his target. Ding, Yi Yang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. When Yu Qing heard this, he quickly informed his father Yu Tianzhi. Now he is completely obedient to Yi Yang. If it weren't for the secular world's prohibition, he would have been eager to marry Yi Yang. Looking at the handsome man beside her, Yu Qing's eyes moved with an indescribable daughter's attitude. Yi Yang seemed to notice the other person's gaze and couldn't help but shiver. Although he didn't like it, he had to endure it for the sake of the future. Of course Yu Tianzhi knew Han Shang. This woman was famous in the Southern Territory. Moreover, he came here this time not only because of Yu Qing's instigation, but he also had his own little thoughts. All disciples, stabilize the formation. Yu Tianzhi roared angrily, and his disciples formed seals one after another. The palace became more and more magnificent. At this moment, the golden dragon fell down with a loud bang. Puff! The disciples present were immediately hit back, spitting blood and turning pale. It was obvious that they had been seriously injured. Yu Tianzhi was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that after just a few months of not seeing each other, Qin Tian had become so terrifying. He waved his hands, about to form a formation again. But suddenly, his eyes lit up and he became confused. Even his disciples became confused at this moment. No, mind control. Yi Yang was shocked when he saw this scene. This is Ning Yao's method. He quickly looked up and saw a beautiful woman slowly approaching. Wherever he went, people were captivated by it. If Yi Yang did not possess the sun god body, he would probably have been hit. When he saw Ning Yao, Yi Yang was suddenly filled with grief and anger. This was supposed to be his woman, but now she is helping Qin Tian. Ding, Yi Yang is filled with grief and anger, emotion value plus 1000. Let's go. At this moment, Qin Tian raised his hand and waved. While everyone was still unconscious, thunderbolts rained down from the sky, instantly destroying the formation. At the same time, he moved and instantly fled away with Han Shang and the other person. Ning Yao also turned and left at this time. After Ning Yao left, everyone in Chaotiank finally woke up. But at this moment, Yi Yang suddenly felt a warmth surge in his heart. His hair stood on end immediately, and when he turned his head, he saw Yu Qing hugging him affectionately. Yi Yang felt nauseous. As luck would have it, at this moment a bolt of lightning came crashing down, landing right beside the two of them. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Everyone was stunned. Them. Hiss. So disgusting. Yu Tianzhi's old face turned ashen, and he raised his hand to pull Yu Qing to his side. Staring at Yi Yang with unfriendly eyes. At this moment, Yi Yang was in tears. This time, he showed his eyes wide in front of everyone. Yi Yang knew in his heart that what happened just now must have been done by Qin Tian. Ding, Yi Yang is filled with shame and anger, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian had just noticed Yi Yang's presence, and he also discovered that the man who was intimate with Yi Yang was Yu Tianzhi's son. He did this on purpose to embarrass these two people in front of everyone. Chapter 40 Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Senior, please listen to my explanation. Brother Yu Qing was just bewitched by the mind control technique. Yi Yang hurriedly explained that he didn't want anyone to notice his relationship with Yu Qing. I know, no need to say more. Yu Tianzhi spoke angrily. He also needed to protect his son's face. Even if there was something going on between the two of them, he couldn't admit it. Besides, everyone was indeed bewitched by the mind control technique just now, and he didn't believe that his son would like men. Although Yi Yang explained, what the two of them had just done still made everyone feel resentful towards him. Looking at the slightly weird expressions on everyone's faces, Yi Yang felt even more ashamed and angry. Qin Tian, I will kill you. Yi Yang roared in his heart. Ding, Yi Yang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Why are you here? Qin Tian and his companions went far away from this place, and Ning Yao caught up with them. Ning Dao said you went to Xiaoyao Valley, so I came to see you. Ning Yao was as indifferent as ever, and his gaze lingered on Han Shang and the other person for a moment. She didn't know why, but Qin Tian would appear in her mind from time to time these days. She tried her best to distance herself from Qin Tian, but she kept recalling what happened that day. She didn't want to admit that she was in love, but her body would never lie. She had been feeling uneasy these days, and after learning that Qin Tian had gone to Xiaoyao Valley, she rushed over. However, he happened to see people from Chaotiank setting up a large formation to besiege Qin Tian, so he came to the rescue. Thank you very much. Qin Tian knew that Ning Yao was a woman who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, so he didn't ask any more questions. Let me introduce you, this is Han Xiang, and this is Hong Shou. Ning Yao nodded, she naturally knew Han Xiang. Since there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Ning Yao didn't want to stay any longer, so he turned around and left. Qin Tian shook his head and took Han Xiang and the other two back to the Wangquan demon sect. Thank you. As soon as she returned to the demon sect, Han Xiang couldn't wait to start healing her wounds. She is still very dangerous like this. Those guys obviously thought that she knew the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl. This time, they failed to get it, so they would probably hunt her down again. Fortunately, Hong Shou now has a place to stay, and she is planning to leave after she recovers from her injuries. She also didn't want to bring disaster to the Wangquan demon sect because of herself. More importantly, she didn't want to owe Qin Tian a favor. Han Xiang has always had this kind of personality. She has amazing poison skills and excellent medical skills. Over the years, many sects have wanted to win her over. But she still chose to wander around because she didn't want to receive favors from others. I will remember your kindness today. If you need me in the future, I will do something for you. Han Xiang said this, glancing towards the door. Hong Shou was currently in a daze in the yard. Overnight, she was displaced. Even though Hong Shou was a strong person, she found it hard to accept it for a while. What should I do about the cold poison in your body? Qin Tian picked up the tea beside him and spoke slowly. He had previously agreed with Han Xiang to exchange Chu Fan for the netherworld blood transforming pill. Now that Chu Fan was no longer in Han Zhang's hands, the agreement was naturally invalid. Although Han Xiang really wanted the netherworld blood transforming pill, she also understood that she no longer had any bargaining chips. Life and death are determined by fate. I've come through all these years, and I've let it go long ago. I can give you the netherworld blood transforming pill, Qin Tian suddenly spoke. When Han Xiang heard this, her heart tightened. Chu Fan is not in my hands, and I don't know the whereabouts of the soul shepherding pearl. I don't have any bargaining chips anymore, and you can't get anything from me. Han Xiang didn't believe that Qin Tian would be so kind. You know, the netherworld blood transforming pill is a treasure, and no one would give it away easily. No, you still have yourself. Hearing this, Han Zhang's face froze and she stared at Qin Tian vigilantly. What do you want to do? Don't be nervous. You also know the function of the netherworld blood transformation pill. It can not only help you get rid of the cold poison, but also make you reborn. I can give this to you, you just have to promise to be mine. You defected from your master and became homeless in order to eliminate the cold poison. Now the opportunity is right before your eyes. You don't want to fail at the last moment, do you? Qin Tian originally planned to wait for Han Xiang to take the initiative to ask him for help. But this woman was indeed a bit stubborn, so he had no choice but to make the request himself. When Han Xiang heard this, her face suddenly turned gloomy. But soon, she relaxed like a deflated ball. Only she knows the suffering she has endured over the years. The cold poison has always been the biggest pain in her heart. To this end, she wandered for hundreds of years, devoting herself to studying medicine, but in the end she gained nothing. Now that the opportunity is right in front of her, she doesn't want to let it go. But she still couldn't accept the opportunity to sacrifice her life. Okay, you can take your time to think about it. Qin Tian stood up and casually handed over the netherworld blood transforming pill. Han Xiang was completely stunned when she saw this scene. I haven't promised you yet. I know. Aren't you afraid that I'll get the pill and run away? You're not that kind of person. Qin Tian stuffed the pill into Han Zhang's hand and turned to walk outside. When he reached the door, he stopped again. Take good care of your injuries these few days. If you need anything, just tell me. After you're healed, it's up to you whether to stay or go. After saying that, Qin Tian walked out without looking back, leaving Han Xiang with a confused look on her face. Qin Tian knew this woman's character very well. She never owed anyone anything. Back then, for the sake of a promise, Han Xiang was able to look everywhere for a woman who lived at an inauspicious time and on an inauspicious day. This woman was the most trustworthy. Sometimes, sincerity is the secret weapon. Qin Tian made the request just to remind Han Xiang. He believed that once Han Xiang accepted the pill, she would not be able to forgive herself if she did not do something. At this moment, Han Xiang was indeed lost in thought. She didn't understand why Qin Tian trusted her so much, but she knew that the pill in front of her could save her life. But Han Xiang still had concerns. If she accepted the pill, it would be equivalent to accepting Qin Tian's request. Then, wouldn't she have too? Thinking of this, even Han Xiang couldn't help blushing slightly. Ding, Han Xiang is extremely ashamed and angry, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian, you beast. Han Xiang cursed in a low voice. She knew very well that Qin Tian gave her the elixir on purpose. With the elixir in her hand, she could not resist the temptation no matter what. And given her personality, she would definitely not run away with the elixir. Otherwise, she would probably be trapped by her inner demons for the rest of her life. Han Xiang hesitated, but her hand rose uncontrollably. In the end, she took the pill. For so many years, she has been working hard to get rid of the cold poison, and she really can't bear the temptation of the netherworld blood-transforming pill. As the pill entered my mouth, a heart-wrenching feeling surged into my heart. The blood in her body seemed to be drained out in an instant, and then, traces of medicinal power gradually dissolved and condensed into fresh blood. And that blood was extremely pure, without any impurities. Feeling the changes in her body, Han Zhang's stern brows finally relaxed. Ding, Han Xiang is grateful, emotion value plus 1000. Chapter 41 The Nervous Heroine. The dead cannot be brought back to life, please accept my condolences. In the yard, Hong Xian looked at the distant sky, her eyes already red from crying. Qin Tian sat beside her, looking at the poor girl, not knowing how to comfort her. In this world, countless people die every day, and it is normal for those who practice Taoism to turn their swords against each other over a disagreement. Qin Tian was already accustomed to it. But for Hongshu, who has never left Xiaoyao Valley, it is her home. Although those people in Xiaoyao Valley are all engaged in black market business, they themselves are not necessarily clean. But in Hongshu's eyes, they are all relatives. Now, the family is broken up and everyone is dead overnight. No one can let it go. They all died because of me. Hongshu's voice trembled, her heart filled with regret. If she hadn't rescued Chu Fan, none of this would have happened. This has nothing to do with you. It's just that Chu Fan is ungrateful. Hongshu silently withdrew her gaze, but her eyes seemed to burst with great courage. I want to practice. In the future, I will kill Chu Fan with my own hands and avenge the deaths of those in Xiaoyao Valley. Hongshu clenched her fists. At this moment, she seemed to have grown up a lot. No problem, I will teach you how to practice, and you will definitely be able to avenge them in the future. Qin Tian spoke to comfort her. Su Ya, who was standing aside, looked at Hongshu with a trace of pity on her face. She had just learned from Hongshuko what Chu Fan had done. Although she couldn't believe that Chu Fan would do such a thing, the facts were before her. Has Chu Fan really changed? Su Ya thought about it in her heart, recalling the stupid things Chu Fan had done in the past, and she suddenly felt that she might have misjudged him. Thank you. Hongshu wiped her tears, turned her head to look inside the house, and asked softly, how is Aunt Han? She's recovering from her injuries, don't worry, she's fine. Hongshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you hungry? I'll have someone bring some food over. Hongshu nodded aggrievedly. Qin Tian immediately ordered someone to bring food. Seeing Hongshu wolfing down the food without caring about her image, Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. This girl is still as heartless as ever. He was heartbroken one second and beaming with joy the next. It was really unnecessary for me to comfort her. Ding, Hongshu is deeply moved, emotion value plus 1000. Thank you. Hongshu raised her head, her mouth already full of food, and mumbled. Why are you being so polite to me? Qin Tian chuckled. When Hongshu heard this, she paused slightly. That's right, she seemed to suddenly react, waved her hand and shouted, give me another pot of wine. Qin Tian was speechless when he saw this. Isn't this girl's ability to adapt too quickly? Take your time to eat, and take a nap when you're full. I still have things to take care of. Upon hearing this, Hongshu waved her hand without even raising her head. Qin Tian winked at Su Ya, asking her to help take care of the child, and then he turned and left. Soon, Qin Tian arrived at the sect's main hall. He raised his hand and took out a soul flag, chanted a spell, and a phantom fell out of it. At the same time, black smoke rose from the soul flag and was about to dissipate. Qin Tian raised his hand and the black smoke gathered in his palm. Then, he pressed his palm on the phantom. Yu Ruowei, who had originally fainted, gradually woke up. She was already bound by a soul bond. If the soul flag had not tightened her soul, she would have died long ago. I'm not dead yet. Yu Ruowei looked at the unfamiliar environment around her, and a feeling of joy at surviving a disaster surged in her heart. But when she saw Qin Tian in front of her, she was immediately frightened and trembling. You're just not dead yet, but you're not far from death, Qin Tian said, turning around and sitting down. Hearing this, Yu Ruowei sat on the ground with a look of horror on her face, her body unable to help but tremble. Sha Juyu detonated the soul contract. Your soul will dissipate sooner or later. I forced you to lock your soul. Now you need to answer a few questions. If I am satisfied, I may let you live. When Qin Tian said this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Yu Ruowei's eyes, but soon she fell into despair again. Once the soul contract explodes, my soul will be shattered. How can I survive? Have you heard of the 9-turn resurrection pill? Upon hearing this, Yu Ruowei immediately stood up and looked at Qin Tian in surprise. Not only can I revive you, I can also reshape your body. What do you want to know? Yu Ruowei spoke quickly. She was not originally a member of the Netherworld Demon Sect, but was forcibly abducted by Sha Juyu, and only then did she help Sha Juyu. As a result, that guy planted a soul contract in her body, which almost caused her death. She only hated Sha Juyu. It was precisely because of this that she had deliberately concealed Chu Fan's hiding place. Now that there is a chance to be resurrected, she will certainly not give up. What's more, the 9-turn resurrection pill can also reshape the body. This is what she has always dreamed of. Very good. Let me ask you, do you know about the last time Sha Juyu and I fought? No. After that battle, Sha Juyu was seriously injured. During this period, did he secretly contact someone with the intention of assassinating me? Qin Tian has always been wary of the man in black. That guy's whereabouts are secretive and he has always been on people's radar, which makes Qin Tian feel uneasy. He previously only suspected that this matter was related to Sha Juyu. Now that Yu Ruowei is Sha Juyu's person, she probably knows some secrets. Only then did he want to confirm whether Sha Juyu was the man in black. As long as the identity of the man in black is confirmed, Qin Tian will be able to be prepared even if he cannot capture the other party for the time being. No, but Yu Ruowei shook her head. After that battle, Sha Juyu was seriously injured. He was worried that someone would take advantage of him, so he stayed in seclusion to heal his injuries until recently. During this period, the Netherworld Demon Sect has kept its mountain gates closed and has not made any moves. He shouldn't have time to contact the assassin. Although Yu Ruowei wanted to use Qin Tian's hand to avenge herself, she also understood that she could not deceive Qin Tian now. Otherwise, she would surely die. When Qin Tian heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He believed that Yu Ruowei had not lied to him. This woman probably hated Sha Juyu more than anyone else now, and she had no reason to make excuses for Sha Juyu. But if what she said was true, then who was the man in black who attacked her? Qin Tian was at a loss for a moment. After a moment of silence, he took out the 9-turn resurrection pill and walked forward. When Yu Ruowei saw this scene, her weak face was full of hope. I'll help you rebuild your body today. From now on, you'll stay by my side and work for me. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Yu Ruowei nodded quickly and agreed. As the pill shattered, the surrounding black smoke gathered instantly. At the same time, Yu Ruowei's originally illusory body gradually became solid. Ding! Yu Ruowei is grateful, emotion value plus 500. Chapter 42 Master. Take a koi as a maid. The 9-turn soul restoring pill can not only reshape the soul, but also rebuild the body. The medicinal power gradually dissipated, and a hint of blood appeared under the jade-like skin. The delicate skin looked smooth and delicate, as if it were newly reborn. Yu Ruowei was surprised to see herself transformed and reborn, but then her pretty face turned red and she quickly covered her body. Qin Tian looked puzzled when he saw this. He had seen everything he should have seen, so what was the point of blocking it now? However, he still took out a robe and was about to hand it to Yu Ruowei. Suddenly, Yu Ruowei's expression changed. Green scales appeared on her skin, and the scales seemed to be about to drill out, scratching her skin, and blood instantly dyed her body red. She was originally just a small koi, who leapt over the dragon gate and transformed into a dragon, but failed to survive the tribulation. Now her blood is mixed, half scale and half dragon, and her body cannot withstand the power of the dragon for a while. Qin Tian also discovered the problem. If she was allowed to continue, the terrifying power of the dragon would tear her body apart. Seeing this, Qin Tian immediately cut his palm. "Open your mouth." Yu Ruowei opened her mouth in a daze when she heard that. The next second, a drop of scarlet blood fell into her mouth. The blood was like boiling magma and pure medicine, melting in the mouth. At this moment, Yu Ruowei only felt a terrifying force rushing into her body. The force was extremely violent and rushed wildly in her body. Even she could not control it. But strangely, the surging dragon energy became unusually docile when it encountered this force. The dragon blood in her body gradually calmed down, but that drop of blood still lingered in her body, as if gradually tempering her flesh. Yu Ruowei seemed to feel that there was a real dragon hidden in her body. Is this the bloodline of a true dragon? Yu Ruowei widened her eyes and looked at Qin Tian in horror. Don't be distracted. Quietly refine that drop of blood, and you will be able to control the power of the dragon in your body. Qin Tian reminded her, and Yu Ruowei nodded silently. She knew in her heart that she had found a treasure today. Back then, she failed in her tribulation, and even though she was able to rebuild her body, all her efforts were in vain. Everything needs to start from scratch. But now, with this true dragon bloodline, she can completely use it to reshape the body of a dragon. Yu Ruowei's excitement was beyond words. As a demon, being contaminated by the aura of a true dragon is equivalent to a human possessing the 10 absolute bodies. This is an opportunity that many monsters dream of. Back then, she went through countless hardships before she was able to make the leap, but in the end she failed. She had originally given up hope and only wanted to survive in the world by relying on her soul body, but now Qin Tian gave her a second chance and even helped her reshape her dragon body. She might never be able to repay such a favor in her lifetime. Ding! Yu Ruowei bursts into tears of gratitude, emotion value +1000. Yu Ruowei worked hard to refine the drop of blood in her body, not only for herself, but also to be able to repay Qin Tian's kindness in the future. After a long time, the scales on her body finally disappeared. She quickly took the robe and put it on, then knelt on the ground. Thank you so much, Senior, for helping me rebuild my body. I will never be able to repay your kindness even if I die. Yu Ruowei raised her hand and pressed it on her forehead. A drop of blood emerged. She slowly offered her own blood and continued to speak. Master, please accept this blood oath. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Yu Ruowei is a monster, and when a monster voluntarily offers its blood and essence, it means that it has given its life to the monster. As long as Qin Tian accepted Yu Ruowei's blood oath, he would only need a thought to take Yu Ruowei's life. But Qin Tian did not accept the other party's blood oath. You don't have to do this. Your life should be in your own hands. Since you've already given me the information I need, I should naturally do what I promised you. If you want to stay, then stay. Work for me, and I will naturally not treat you unfairly. When Yu Ruowei heard this, she looked at Qin Tian in surprise. She was originally a disciple of the Netherworld Demon Sect, and she knew the sect's practices inside and out. Sha Juyu also planted a soul contract in her to control her, but now she has voluntarily offered her blood and essence as a pledge, but Qin Tian refuses to accept it. Yu Ruowei even suspected that she had heard it wrong. The leader of the demon sect in front of me is completely different from those coquettish and slutty women outside. Is he really the leader of the demon sect? He is simply going crazy. At this moment, Yu Ruowei seemed to have a new understanding of Qin Tian. Ding! Yu Ruowei praises and pays tribute, emotion value +1000. Please don't refuse, Master. Ruowei is willing to serve you for the rest of her life. Yu Ruowei was really infected by Qin Tian this time. She held the essence and blood in both hands with an extremely pious attitude. Of course, she also had her own little plans in mind. Qin Tian possessed the blood of a true dragon, and she also needed to use this to transform herself. Only by binding herself to Qin Tian would Qin Tian have the possibility to continue to help her. As a demon beast, the only way for her to gain Qin Tian's trust is to offer her blood oath. Besides, seeing Qin Tian's behavior, Yu Ruowei also believed that he was a master she could follow. Okay, Qin Tian saw this and shook his head helplessly and put away the blood oath, but he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. As the saying goes, routines have always won people's hearts. But Qin Tian's main strategy is sincerity. Since traveling here, Qin Tian has witnessed all kinds of things of the demon sect. The entire Wangquan demon sect is a bunch of traitors. If you use tricks to win people's hearts, they will just submit, just like Ning Dao. Qin Tian doesn't want to be without anyone he can trust. If you want these people to be absolutely loyal, you need to open your heart to them. Qin Tian is very professional in winning people's hearts. This is true for Han Xiang, and even more so for Yu Ruowei. You've just recovered, so practice hard and adapt to this body. If you need anything, you can tell me. Qin Tian stood up and walked outside. Yes, Yu Ruowei bowed and watched Qin Tian leave. Walking out of the hall, Qin Tian was still wondering about the identity of the man in black. Now at least it has been confirmed that the man in black is not from the Netherworld demon sect, and everything seems to have returned to the starting point. He returned to his residence and just walked into the yard. He saw Han Xiang and others sitting together chatting. When Han Xiang saw Qin Tian, her face instantly turned red. She had not forgotten the agreement she had made with Qin Tian. Now that the cold poison in her body had been completely eliminated, she was quite happy. But when she saw Qin Tian, she couldn't help but become nervous. Even with her cold personality, she became a little uneasy at this moment. Qin Tian, you're back. Aunt Han said you cured her illness. I thank you on her behalf. Ding, Hongshou is grateful, emotion value plus 1000. Hongshou has come out of her sadness. Now Han Xiang is safe and sound, and her chronic illness has been cured. This is a happy thing. When she heard that it was Qin Tian who helped Han Xiang heal her injuries, she naturally felt grateful to Qin Tian. After all, she and Han Xiang are like mother and daughter, and she knows what kind of suffering Han Xiang has endured over the years. Now that she saw that Han Xiang finally didn't have to suffer from the cold poison anymore, she was of course happy for Han Xiang from the bottom of her heart. I also felt more grateful to Qin Tian. It's just a piece of cake. Qin Tian smiled and shook his head, his eyes falling on Han Xiang. At this moment, Han Xiang was like a shy girl, her eyes evasive. Qin Tian knew that this woman was probably still thinking about the agreement between them. Fortunately, Qin Tian was not in a hurry. He knew that Han Xiang would not break the contract with her personality, so he simply gave her some time. Chapter 43 The Principled Heroine. How are you feeling? Qin Tian asked. Han Xiang was slightly stunned and nodded subconsciously. Thanks to the elixir you gave me, the cold poison in my body has been completely cleared. It's just that I was injured before, I'm afraid I still need to rest. Han Xiang said softly. She was also afraid that Qin Tian would ask her to fulfill the agreement now, so she deliberately delayed. But now, she can feel the changes in her body. She had never felt so relaxed in hundreds of years. And all this was because of Qin Tian. Although she was still unable to accept the agreement with Qin Tian, she was full of gratitude towards Qin Tian in her heart. Thank you for what you did today. Han Xiang hesitated for a moment, but still spoke in a low voice. Ding, Han Xiang is feeling inexplicably nostalgic, emotion value plus 1000. Aunt Han, Qin Tian is my husband, we are all family, don't be polite. Hongshou spoke carelessly, as if she had already accepted her identity. But when Han Xiang heard this, her face turned red. Yes, Qin Tian is engaged to Hongshou. If I were to go with him, how would Hongshou cope with it? Although Hongshou is only the daughter of her senior sister, the two have lived together for so many years and are as close as mother and daughter. Thinking of this, Han Xiang felt more and more uneasy. Ding, Han Xiang is extremely ashamed and angry, emotion value plus 1000. Qin Tian chuckled when he heard this. Qin Tian was helpless about the girl Hongshou. It just so happens that since you're here this time, you can just be a witness and let me and Hongshou get married. Qin Tian changed the subject, but Han Zhang's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She glanced at Hongshou silently, seeming to want to say something but stopped herself. Hongshou, you guys go out first, I have something to discuss with Qin Tian. Seeing this, Hongshou wanted to say something, but seeing Han Xiang's serious face, she stood up and walked out. Han Xiang didn't speak until Hongshou left. Qin Tian, I lied to you about what happened before. Hongshou was indeed born on a yin day and time, but if you want to take her golden elixir for cultivation, I'm afraid it won't work. Qin Tian chuckled when he heard this. It seems that this woman has changed. She is willing to talk about this matter on her own initiative. Are you talking about the evil poison pill in Hongshou's body? How do you know? Han Xiang looked puzzled. Hongshou told me everything. Hearing this, Han Xiang was speechless. Although she knew that Hongshou was heartless, she didn't expect this girl to tell everything. Don't worry, I don't plan to use their golden elixirs for cultivation. Hearing this, Han Xiang was a little confused. Then why are you collecting women who are engaged during yin times and yin days? I'm happy to. Qin Tian didn't know how to answer. After all, he is not the same person he was in the past. This matter is indeed difficult to explain. Han Xiang was speechless for a moment. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Qin Tian seemed like a different person now. However, since Qin Tian didn't need to use Hongshou's golden elixir to practice, she felt relieved. In that case, it's up to you to marry her. Han Xiang was silent for a moment, glanced at Qin Tian secretly, and continued. As for our agreement, I hope you won't tell Hongshou. I also need time to think about it. Han Xiang lowered her head, as if she had made up her mind, and there was even a hint of pleading in her tone. Ding, Han Xiang is extremely ashamed, emotion value plus 1000. Okay, Qin Tian agreed. As the saying goes, when the meat is right at your fingertips, there is no need to rush. Now that Han Xiang is here, she won't run away, so Qin Tian is naturally not in a hurry. By the way, I have one more thing I want to ask you. The two were silent for a moment, and Qin Tian spoke again. What? Xiaoyao Valley is a mixed bag. You've been there all year round. Have you ever seen those secretive men in black? Han Xiang frowned slightly when she heard this. Xiaoyao Valley is a black market place. People who come and go there are more or less involved in some shady business. Their whereabouts are secretive. If you ask me like that, I don't know who you're looking for. Qin Tian was speechless for a moment. He had never seen those men in black before. According to Ning Yao, those men did not have any special features. Has anyone tried to find out about me these days? Or about me? The black market business in Xiaoyao Valley not only sells rare treasures, but also buys and sells information. Qin Tian had wanted to go to Xiaoyao Valley to find out some information before, but unfortunately, after this incident, Xiaoyao Valley might no longer exist. Well, Han Xiang hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Someone did buy your information before. To be more precise, someone bought information about your chief elder, Ning Dao, and learned that Ning Dao and Ning Yao of Hehuan Palace are sisters. Moreover, that person also bought information about Ning Yao and learned that Ning Yao had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and needed Xuanling essence. Hearing this, Qin Tian was suddenly speechless. It seems that all this information was leaked by Xiaoyao Valley. No wonder the man in black knew the relationship between Ning Dao and Ning Yao, and was able to control Ning Yao with the help of the Xuanling spirit. Do you know the identity of the man in black? Han Xiang shook her head. Business requires integrity. I won't inquire about their identities. Qin Tian glanced at Han Xiang. This woman was quite principled. Have they purchased any other news? Qin Tian continued to ask questions. As long as he knew who the man in black needed to target, Qin Tian would probably be able to slowly eliminate the man in black's identity. They seem to be particularly interested in Hehuan Palace, and all the news about their purchases is related to Hehuan Palace. Oh, right, they also know where Ning Yao, the palace master of Hehuan Palace, secretly practices. Hearing this, Qin Tian was shocked. How come you guys in Xiaoyao Valley know all this? Han Xiang rolled her eyes and spoke unhappily. I only established Xiaoyao Valley, and the people doing business there are not my people. How do you know the person who sold this news is not from Hehuan Palace? Where else in your Wangquan demon sect has anyone sold your news? Who sold my information? Qin Tian got angry when he heard this. There really isn't a single good person in the demon sect, they're surrounded by traitors. Integrity is the foundation of business. I can't reveal other people's identities. Then you can always tell me what information he sold. Qin Tian glanced at Han Xiang unhappily. This woman was too principled. Han Xiang pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, that person said you were seriously injured and would not live long. Qin Tian took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the news was spread by someone close to him. There are bad people in the sect. Qin Tian shook his head. This news had no effect on him. He had recovered now anyway. By the way, where is Ning Yao's secret training place? Qin Tian was a little worried. Those people bought the news and might attack Ning Yao. Now Ning Yao was his man, so he naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. Han Xiang looked at Qin Tian with a strange expression and spoke slowly. Behind the Hehuan Palace, at the foot of the cliff, beside the Mirror Light Lake. Chapter 44 The Man in Black appears. I have to go check it out. Qin Tian stood up immediately after hearing this. Those men in black used Ning Yao to deal with them. Now that Ning Yao has failed, they might attack Ning Yao again. Those guys bought the information and they must have some ulterior motives. This matter must be prevented. Even if Ning Yao is fine, we must remind her to be more cautious. What about me? Han Shang suddenly called out to Qin Tian. Now that you've brought me here, I'm afraid Sha Juyu and the others won't let me go easily. Otherwise, I'll leave here first to avoid causing you trouble. Han Shang said, and then added. I will abide by the agreement between you and me. No need, Qin Tian waved his hand and chuckled. My demon sect is as solid as a rock. They can't get in. Just rest here and recuperate. We'll talk about everything when I come back. Qin Tian is very confident about this. He had previously obtained the innate formation, the Nine Heavens Thunder formation, and later set up the formation at the gate of the demon sect. The innate formation can resist the attacks of saints. Not to mention Sha Juyu alone, even if the 9 major demon sects joined forces to attack, they would not be able to break through this formation. Unless they have the ability to invite a saint, and more than one. Han Shang was a little surprised when she heard this. She also didn't know where Qin Tian got his confidence from. Originally, she planned to use this incident to hide away for a while, so as to delay for a while and prevent Qin Tian from forcing her to fulfill the agreement. But now it seems that his plan has failed. Watching Qin Tian leave, Han Shang fell into deep thought again. At the same time, somewhere in the back mountain of Hehuan Palace, a group of men in black were busy working. Why would this woman suddenly set up such a large formation here? Could it be that our plan has been leaked? No matter what, this matter must be dealt with as soon as possible. Qin Tian's injuries have healed, and his cultivation has improved. The nails this woman has planted in the Wangquan demon sect will be of great use. We must find a way to control her and use her for our own benefit. How long will it take to break this formation? Don't worry, Holy Envoy, we can break the formation tonight. Very good, remember to keep it secret and don't alarm that woman, otherwise all our efforts will be wasted. Yes, a man in black turned and left, hiding in the dense forest. Soon, he met up with several other men in black in the distance. Those men in black were holding yuanxi in their hands and arranging them in order, as if they were setting up some kind of formation. Hurry up, we must break the formation tonight. Yes. Several men in black answered softly and then continued to work hard. As the night deepened, the men in black finally stopped as they saw that the formation was complete. Brothers, can this thing really break this formation? One of them asked. Hey, this is the formation the Holy Envoy taught us, there's absolutely no problem. What does the Holy Envoy want to do by doing this? Asked the man in black. When the others heard this, they were frightened and quickly spoke. Hush, we should just follow the Holy Envoy's orders and not ask any more questions. The man in black nodded silently and looked up at the formation in front of him. Facing the moonlight, he finally revealed the familiar face under the cloak. The man in black was Yi Yang. A few days ago, after his plan to join forces with Chao Tiong to kill Han Shang failed, he once again turned his attention to Ning Yao. In his previous life, he was Ning Yao's closest person, so he naturally knew that Ning Yao had been practicing here for many years. Moreover, Ning Yao's cultivation method was unique. In his previous life, he brought it here and discovered Ning Yao's secret. The two of them accidentally developed a relationship and came together. Now, although he has not been able to become a disciple of the Hehuan Palace, if he can take advantage of Ning Yao's training and repeat his past life's experience, perhaps he can be with Ning Yao again. So he came here secretly. However, he happened to meet this group of men in black busy here. He could tell at a glance that these guys had bad intentions, so he simply mixed in with them, wanting to see what they were going to do. Yi Yang was a little surprised to learn that there was a large formation here. This place is a secret place in the back mountain of Hehuan Palace. Outsiders cannot come here at all. Yi Yang relied on his memories of his previous life to avoid the inspection of Hehuan Palace and sneaked here. Therefore, there is no formation here. But now, there is an additional formation here, which disrupts Yi Yang's plan. He couldn't break through the formation and enter the valley by his own strength. After seeing what these people did, Yi Yang immediately decided to go with them. That way, he would not only be able to sneak in, but also inform Ning Yao in advance. When the time comes, you will be the hero who saves the beauty, so why would you be afraid that the woman will fall for you? Yi Yang's plan was great, as the moon gradually rose into the sky. The mysterious holy envoy finally appeared in front of Yi Yang. Are you all ready? Yes. All of you disperse. The holy envoy spoke, and several men in black stepped back. Then, the holy envoy formed seals with his hands, and the formation on the ground instantly glowed with a light blue light. The light gradually rose, and the barrier formed by the large formation in the void was melted open at this moment. The whole process was silent. The holy envoy took a step forward and entered the formation. The others were left outside. After all, if they went into fight between such people, they would not even be qualified to be cannon fodder. But Yi Yang couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to follow. Hey, what are you doing? The man in black at the side just opened his mouth when Yi Yang appeared in front of him like a ghost. The next second, he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. The others were shocked when they saw this and were about to take action. Yi Yang had already transformed into several shadows and took care of the people in front of him in the blink of an eye. Although only a few months have passed, Yi Yang has now reached the spirit creation realm and can easily deal with these ordinary disciples. After dealing with these people, Yi Yang immediately entered the formation. However, he did not catch up with the holy envoy. That guy had a deep cultivation level. If he alarmed the other party, he would probably not be able to escape. Fortunately, Yi Yang knew where Ning Yao was practicing. He looked around, quickly confirmed the direction, and rushed straight towards that place. There was still a hint of excitement on Yi Yang's face, and the figure of Ning Yao unconsciously appeared in his mind. In his previous life, he failed to notice the silent sacrifices made by the woman beside him. This time, he must make it up to her. He was fantasizing in his mind and couldn't help but speed up a bit. Suddenly, he seemed to see a dark shadow appear in the distance. Yi Yang was shocked and quickly slowed down his pace. There is a lake in front of me, with the breeze rippling the waves. The moonlight falls on the lake, making the ripples sparkle. In the center of the lake, there is a small island floating, covered with flowers, like a flower garden. In the flower garden, hundreds of flowers are in full bloom, colorful and beautiful. Wisps of mist rise from the flower garden, like a dream. But Yi Yang's gaze was fixed on a figure by the lake. Qin Tian. Chapter 45. By chance, the male protagonist takes the blame. Qin Tian arrived here early in the morning. He got here thanks to the secret command that Ning Yao gave to Ning Dao. But unfortunately, Ning Yao was practicing, so Qin Tian had to help protect him from the side. But just then Yi Yang came in. Is it you? Qin Tian didn't expect that this kid would appear here. It was really effortless for him to get here. When Yi Yang saw Qin Tian, he instantly became furious. Why is this guy here? Yi Yang knew very well that Ning Yao's practice was special and contrary to the practice of Hehuan Palace, so she deliberately chose this place as her secret place for practice. Ning Yao never told anyone else about this place. Even in his previous life, as Ning Yao's disciple, he only learned of the existence of this place by chance. Why does Qin Tian know this place? Unless the relationship between them is beyond Yi Yang's imagination. When Yi Yang thought of Ning Yao's appearance when he was practicing, a nameless fire rose in his heart. Could it be possible that this guy saw everything? Yi Yang seemed to feel that the top of his head turned green. That's his woman, how could he allow others to desecrate her? Ding, Yi Yang is furious, emotion value plus 1000. Yi Yang glanced at the flower garden in the center of the lake, but saw nothing. He didn't know how Ning Yao was doing at the moment, but if Ning Yao was really practicing, then wouldn't Qin Tian have seen everything? Thinking of this, Yi Yang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. But he understood the gap between himself and Qin Tian. In the current situation, let alone getting close to Ning Yao, it was doubtful whether he could escape from here. Suddenly, Yi Yang thought of the holy envoy. That guy's cultivation might not be as good as Qin Tian's, but at least he can delay for a while. Yi Yang suddenly took out a jade pendant and crushed it. This was the signal for communication between those men in black. At the moment the jade pendant shattered, a figure flew over from a distance. Qin Tian's eyes darkened when he saw this man in black. The purpose of his visit was to see these people, and now that he finally saw them, Qin Tian suddenly felt excited. As long as he catches this person, he will know the identity of the man in black. However, Qin Tian did not dare to leave this place. After all, Ning Yao was practicing, and it would be bad if Yi Yang disturbed him. He waited silently, and in the blink of an eye, the man in black came closer. When he saw Yi Yang, the man in black's expression changed. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay outside?" The man in black looked at Yi Yang's attire and thought that this man was one of his men, and immediately started to scold him. Yi Yang did not argue and spoke quickly. "Holy Envoy, be careful. That man is Qin Tian from the Wangquan demon sect." Yi Yang just wanted this guy to block Qin Tian so that he could escape. However, when the Holy Envoy heard Qin Tian's name, he turned around and fled without any hesitation. Now, even Yi Yang was dumbfounded. Although Qin Tian is famous, this guy is too cowardly. Qin Tian himself didn't expect that this guy would be so scared when he heard his name. But he didn't want that guy to escape. Qin Tian raised his hand and waved, and suddenly thunder appeared in the night sky. Rumble. Thousands of lightning bolts fell with a loud bang. The man in black was frightened when he saw this scene. But he reacted quickly, stopped instantly, turned around and headed straight for the island in the middle of the lake. He guessed that Qin Tian was staying here for this woman, so he simply changed his target to attract Qin Tian's attention. Sure enough, when Qin Tian saw this scene, he flew after him. The Holy Envoy knew that his bet was right. He raised his hand and slapped it. The black mist in the void gathered into a palm print and fell heavily towards the island. Qin Tian's face changed slightly. He moved his feet and turned into thunder, appearing on the island in an instant. He raised his hand and shattered the black fog with a palm. At the same time, the Holy Envoy had already soared into the sky and flew away into the distance. Qin Tian snorted coldly and raised his hand. A loud thunder exploded in the sky, and the purple lightning turned into a real dragon, instantly landing on the back of the Holy Envoy. Puff! The Holy Envoy was hit so hard that he fell directly to the ground and fell heavily to the ground, without any movement. After seeing this scene, how could Yi Yang dare to stay any longer? While Qin Tian's attention was on the man in black, he immediately turned around and ran. Qin Tian didn't care about Yi Yang. He could continue to harvest emotional points by keeping this kid, so he simply let him leave. Qin Tian himself flashed in front of the man in black. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Qin Tian slapped him down and searched his soul directly. He knew in his heart that it would not be easy to get information from these guys, and soul searching would be more reliable. Black Demon Sect. Soon, Qin Tian got a name from the other party's memory. But Qin Tian had never heard of this name, and there had never been any black-clothed demon sect among the 10 great demon sects. Qin Tian carefully digested the other party's memory, but found that the black demon sect's whereabouts were indeed secretive, and even the Holy Envoy did not know where the black demon sect was. The only way they can communicate with each other is through the upper level contacting them. He doesn't even know who his superior is. Qin Tian took a deep breath and frowned. It looks like there's a hidden force causing trouble. Qin Tian muttered and destroyed the other person's body casually. Although he didn't get any news at the moment, at least he knew the origins of these people, so Qin Tian didn't gain nothing. He turned around, glanced at the island in the middle of the lake, and then flew away. As soon as he landed on the island, Qin Tian saw Ning Yao lying in the middle of the flower bed. At this moment, she was naked, her face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Obviously, the battle just now still affected her, interrupting her cultivation and causing backlash.